I need to understand your explanation.
Sorry, Godric. This goes into the one thing I have nautical charts. I personally use Garmin nautical charts, but there's lots of different companies. Do you have a company you prefer?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I would appreciate though if you could explain it to me, just so I understand where you're coming from.
Sure. So people have been sailing the oceans for thousands of years. We've been using accurate mapping systems for hundreds of years. We are pretty damn good at figuring out where we are and how far we've gone on the Earth. We've then began making maps and more accurate maps of the surface of the Earth with how long it takes to sail to different places. In the last 200 years, the study of bathymetry has come out, and we have been able to fully map the floor of the oceans, giving us more detailed maps. These maps do not work on a flat Earth. You must have the three-dimensional space in order for it to work.
Thank you for that. The distance, though, being a distant A and B, between A and B, why would that change on a globe as opposed to flat?
You're completely right. You're completely right. A distance from A to B would not change. A distance from A to B to C would not change. Once you got past 3 points, assuming they're far enough distance away, the distances will change.
I've heard that argument. Triangle, right? So a triangle on a globe is more than 180. Is that right?
Yeah. If you want to go with the more geometric, we can do that. The spherical axis.
Can you demonstrate that there's spherical axis or that it's not straight?
Yeah. The transatlantic arc of the American part of the parallel demonstrates that we have spherical excess in triangles. If you want something more nautical themed, I would give you the study of bathymetry.
Well, you can show me the transatlantic arc or the one you said, the kilometry. Either one. I just want to know if we can confirm that there's excess, that it's not flat.
Let me pull up a. You got an ocean you like?
You can take your pick.
Okay, cool. Let me get you a map. Stand by.
Thank you. Yeah, I've heard this argument, but I don't see how they can demonstrate that they're really measuring it. I mean, I've heard them say it. It needs to be, curving. Can't be 180. It has to be round. But how do you confirm that? How do we confirm that? That they're actually, let's say, doing a straight measurement as opposed to curve measurement. Interesting stuff.
In Livestream text, I just posted a link to the historical charts from NOAA. There you can find an interactive version of all the bathymetric charts to see basically anything you want to see.
NOAA.gov.
Yeah.
Right to the,
that's the largest repository of bathymetry I know of. There's probably other ones that I'm just not aware of, but
can you show us, what are you supposed to do on this? I have, let me see. It says here, enter a graphic place name. Do you have to do
Yeah.
this? Do you have to put in the field here?
No, you can just zoom
I
in on the
wanted
Gulf of Mexico or
I wanted to
whatever.
confirm how we're getting these measurements that prove it's not flat. That's what I wanted to see. When you show me a website, good, but what am I supposed to do with this? Exactly.
Those are the basically what they are is topographical maps of the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, wait. You went to the bottom of the ocean. Do we need to go to the bottom of the
Right.
ocean to do this, or
That-
can we do it on the
That's
surface?
that's what bathymetry is. It's the study of the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, so do we need to be in bathymetry to know if it's flat or round?
No. Bathymetry is the most accurate maps of the bottom of the ocean I know of. This is my response to we don't know how far it is across water. That's bullshit. Here's the topographical map of it.
Okay, and you're saying that because we know the bottom of the ocean, it must be a sphere.
No, because we know the accurate distances.
Okay, I'm confused. I was trying to. Okay. I'm
So
trying to confirm that it's a sphere, not flat.
Let's just take an ocean. How about the Pacific Ocean? Okay.
Perfect. Can I put it in there, Pacific?
Sure. Or scroll over to it, however you want to do it. Now, if you look at all the points that are touching the Pacific Ocean, all of those points are accurate distances away. But the only way to accurately get those distances is to put it on an oblate spheroid. Not even a perfect sphere, because it doesn't work. It must be an oblate spheroid with a bulge around Europe.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. NASA gives us pictures as perfect spheres. They've always done that. When you say oblate, are you saying it's not a perfect sphere?
No, it's not a perfect sphere.
So how much is it? Since you know that, you must know how much is it different than it being a perfect sphere.
I can tell you that is the reason that Nathaniel Bowditch wrote his book. I don't have an accurate number for how far it's off. Maybe somebody else does.
Just quickly, Kool-Aid. Do you know how they map the ocean floors? Was it like something being towed behind a boat type of thing, like a sonar type of thing? Is that how they did it?
So there's 3 different ways that are used. One is a plumb bob sitting on the ship, and they watch for the deviation of the plumb bob towards the large masses, such as underwater mountain ranges. That is the least accurate. Then they went to towed sonar arrays, like you're talking about. The most accurate they're actually getting from LiDAR data from satellites.
From where satellites, did you say?
From the satellites, yeah. The NOAA satellites, LiDAR.
Oh, LiDAR, sorry, from satellites. You dropped out a bit there. Did you say?
I apologize. Yes, LiDAR from satellite.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it can see through the water.
Okay, so let me respond to the satellites. Okay, so as you know, I don't believe in satellites. Okay, so my question would be, how do you know that you're using the satellite? How do you know it's not coming from like a saloon, which is just above the flat Earth, or a cell tower, or underground cable buoy that's floating on the water?
Yeah, so it can't be a cell tower. There's no land around. You don't see any of those bobbing around in the ocean. So we'll just go ahead and throw that one out. As for satelloons, that's a possibility. For there to be accurately updated imagery, the satelloon would require to be in place 24/7, and there would have to be enough of them that it would cause a shadow on the surface of the Earth that would be extremely visible. And the underwater cables, I don't know how cables
Okay, one
would
second.
be able
Before you get to
to.
the cables, you said imagery, right? So we believe imagery is taken by low-flying drones.
Imagery is taken by what?
Low-flying drones.
Low-flying drones
Yes.
in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with nowhere for them
And
to land.
And you wouldn't need satelloons. I mean, it could be satelloons, but something that you said you
No.
wouldn't need.
So, Godric, these low-flying drones, how long can they station keep?
I don't know, but the imaging that I'm talking about is like when I look at Google Maps and I get a picture of my house,
Right.
like my car parked in the driveway in my property. That's taken every. And here's how you know it's bullshit. They only take it every 3 or 4 months. That's how you know it's not legit, because if it was a satellite, they would have either live stream or the much more frequent pictures. They would have to show my house where my car's parked in the driveway, which hasn't been there in over 9 months. It's still showing my car parked in the driveway, meaning it was taken 9 months ago. So no, not a current, not an up-to-date accurate measurement. And that's how I'm saying it's a low-flying drone.
But here, okay, let's just
not a Google Maps satellite.
Let's just, yeah, these wouldn't be Google Maps satellites. These would be NOAA satellites. But let's just say it's a low-flying drone. We don't know what type it is, so we use the Predator attack drone.
Well, I'm not a drone expert, but I'm just saying, like,
okay.
how do you? I'm back to my point. How do you know it's a satellite? Okay, go.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting there. So the Predator attack drone can station keep or linger on target for about 2.5 hours before it runs out of fuel. In that time, it would not be able to cross the Pacific Ocean. There is nowhere for it to land. It would crash into the middle of the ocean. Now, these, like you said, Google Maps doesn't update very often. NOAA and Garmin do update very often. In fact, in some of the shoaly areas that the maps cover, if you're not updating your maps every month, your map's considered out of date and useless.
Wait 1 second. I'm gonna respond to that. Can you show me a measurement, a picture that's taken by one of these quote unquote satellites? Can you show me something that we know is a satellite?
That bathymetry data that you were looking at, that's from NOAA satellites.
Okay, well, this map you here have, I believe it's the whole world, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So you're saying there's NOAA satellites around the whole world?
Yes, there is NOAA satellites around the whole world.
So how do you know that they're giving you an up-to-date picture from a satellite? And being a satellite, are we talking about like orbital in the orbit 250 miles above the Earth?
I think they might actually have one out of the Lagrange 1 point, which is 1 million miles, but I stand to be corrected on that. Space I'm not very good at.
Okay, I'm not attacking you, but you claim that this is happening. You should know where the satellites are, how far they are.
Yeah, so
you think a million miles. Well, we can tell you the 1 million mile one would not work because we're looking at under the ocean, right? So we need closer satellites, correct?
No. Why?
No.
Why would they need to be closer?
Well, how do you know that they're taking pictures of the ocean floor?
So
you gave me a map of the whole world. How do I know that this is done by satellites?
I think we're talking past each other. They're not taking pictures. They're taking LiDAR images. They're not like pictures
And you said they said that they update very often, not more than 9 months in a turn. So how often do they update?
Oh yeah. Depending on your package, between every 3 months to every week, depending on which Google package or which Garmin package you buy.
So they only take a measurement or photo every 3 months to a week.
No, they're taking them constantly. They only update the maps on board boats every 3
How
weeks to a month.
constantly are they taking them? Wait.
24
If
hours a day, 7 days a week, constantly.
do you know this?
And then they compile the data and then they push it out in updates, similar
Is
to
this
the way
why?
Microsoft updates your computer.
Is this why we lost that plane going to Indonesia and we couldn't recover it? Didn't even know where it went down, just vanished.
Uh-huh.
Is that why? We have these Garmin satellites that are always taking pictures.
Right. That wouldn't catch a plane.
Oh,
These
okay.
they're remember, like we said, they're not photographs. They're LiDAR images.
Okay, so wouldn't catch a plane. They're later. What is a LiDAR image? Is that like a sonar? If you're doing like if you go to the doctor and they look at your baby in the womb, you're doing like a little sonar like that, like going under the water, looking at the ocean floor.
Low frequency radar.
Right. And how do you know that's not happening from a satelloon?
Because the satelloon would have to station keep and be visible. There would be so many of them. Yeah.
Well,
it would block out the sun.
The satellite that you're talking about is not visible. So why would the satelloon need to be visible?
Because the satelloon would have to be a lot closer, and it would get in the way of the sun.
Wait. Hang on, stop right there. Why would the satelloon have to be closer than the orbiting satellite?
Because satelloons have a maximum operating altitude of 36 kilometers, 38 kilometers, somewhere in there.
Oh, you mean because they're floating in the sky? That's what you're talking about,
right? Yeah, they have whatever, it's less than 40-kilometer ceiling that they can get in. They cannot possibly get to orbital space.
Now, how many? Wait, one second. How many of these Garmin satellites do you think there are up there? Add them all together.
Yeah, last time I looked, this was for Jin, so my numbers are probably bad, but it was 180, 185, somewhere in there.
Like, if I asked you, could you like show me like 4 or 5 of them, like with a nice telescope? We can confirm there's something out there taking pictures, coming back down.
We might have to wait for a transit when it crosses in front of something bright, but yeah.
So you haven't confirmed up there. You're just saying because of this LiDAR, they're sending us the updates every week to a month. That must be from the satellites. That's your evidence.
Well, where else would this LiDAR data come from?
Well, I mentioned satelloons.
Right.
And we know there are satelloons. And do you know that NASA is the biggest producer of helium?
Hold on. We threw out satelloons because there's no shadow on the Earth that would be caused by the satelloon. So
if there's no shadow, then there can't be a satelloon above you because there's no shadow. Really?
Right. If there's a solid object between you and the sun, it will cast a shadow.
Right. So they could be like right over the cloud.
No. Sorry. It's
a satellite can't work through the cloud, but a satelloon can't work through a cloud, but a satellite can. Is there a difference?
Yes. Yeah.
What's the difference?
First of all, LiDAR.
Why don't I see shadows on the ground when a plane is overhead? That's a ridiculous argument there, Kool-Aid.
No,
there's going to be no shadow cast on the ground by either a satelloon or a plane on the ground. It's going to get washed out way before it hits the ground. That's just common sense. That's just common logic. You would
I
have to agree with that. And this lidar,
I would agree. Hold on,
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on. I would agree. I would agree that one of them wouldn't. However, what Godric is proposing is not one. It's a fleet that covers the entire oceans.
right, yeah. But this lidar, this is the light detection and ranging equipment that they take this imaging with. Yeah, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay then. So and they're scanning the ocean floors. Yeah.
Yes.
With this equipment. So one would
They do other
just,
things with it too, but
yeah. I'm just going with this. I'm just going with this because to me, logically, right, this sort of equipment, right, the closer to the ground it would be, reducing all the interference, considering right that lidar, which is light, has to penetrate the water as well to take their images, would want to be as close to the surface as possible. So using this sort of equipment to which the maps are very impressive. Like that was a really cool site that you actually gave. I had a quick look at it there. It's a really really cool site. I would think just logically that these things say mounted on drones, and I heard you say before that these drones only have about a 2.5 hour flight expectancy. Well, that I can throw that out the window straight away because there are many drones, especially military drones, right, that have a far bigger range than this. We have drones now that can fly indefinitely. Russia has many of these that fly indefinitely. So put
what?
so actually
Do you have
mounting these
hold on?
things,
Do you have evidence of an indefinite flying drone? I would
yeah,
be.
they advertise them. These are military
Oh,
weapons,
they
and they
have
have
them.
okay.
Okay.
Google it. Look,
There's no such. There's no such thing as an indefinite flying drone.
Well, you know what? When I said indefinite, I may have been stretching it a little bit, but they go for a hell of a long time, right? Not 2.5 hours, right? These things can fly for a long, long, long time without refueling.
Yeah,
Okay, then. All right. So
and that's
go
fine.
on.
2.5 hours was what I knew from my time in the army, which I will admit
Yeah,
was a number of years ago.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
nobody knows what these magical, mystical drones that nobody's ever seen that are doing this are.
yeah.
So
Oh
it's
well,
hard to say this is what they are when nobody knows that they're real.
Well, no, well, exactly. Well, actually, Russia did actually put out a small documentary on this new drone that they put out there, maybe to try and scare the bejeebers out of people because they had these drones that could could fly an insane amount of time, plus drone operated or drone submarines as well that were nuclear capable. Um, so the technology in drones, I would imagine, has come a long way. But mounting these things
Yeah.
on the bottom of a drone as close to the surface as possible to get the most accurate mapping possible would make way more sense, right, than having this thing a million
How was
miles
the
away from Earth, right? Going through all those different mediums, then have to go through another medium when the light is getting affected, God knows how, then trying to map. To me, that doesn't make logical sense. Whether
how
it's
was the
from high altitude planes, balloons, or drones, to me that would make more sense. Either one of
how
those
was how was the drone technology in 1990? Was it?
in
You think
in
it was real
1990.
good?
Well,
Yeah, in 1990.
I would say the stuff that we know about, the stuff that we can buy, probably isn't the stuff that some of these government agencies have access to.
Do you think they had these indefinite flying drones back in 1990 when these
Oh,
first lidar
no,
pictures came online?
no. And I was talking about
Okay.
a
So
military
so
drone.
maybe
I was
so
talking about
maybe we
a
can
military drone.
so maybe we can throw away these drones as not actually being the cause when the lidar imagery from the bathymetry data that we're all just looking at predates these drones that may or may not exist?
Well, did they have the drone technology back then? Any sort of drone technology back then?
That could fly across the Pacific Ocean? No,
No,
they did not.
no. I'm not saying fly across the Pacific Ocean. Did they have
Right,
drone
but
technology back then? They could say maybe fly
no,
a
they did
couple
not have drone technology that could
an hour.
perform bathymetry across the entire Pacific Ocean in 1990.
I'm not saying flying across the whole Pacific Ocean in one hit. Did they have drone technology of any sort?
Let me just stop you right there.
Hold on.
You don't know
Hold on,
what the
quick.
military has in
Yeah, I'm not
1990
talking.
because
Yeah,
it could be.
I'm not talking about the military. I'm just talking about drones in general, right? Because I think he's conflating what I said about the drone technology
Did,
today back to not
did any of
1990.
those, right, but I'm talking about imagery from 1990. Did any of the drone technology you're talking about exist?
No, and I'm not claiming it
So
did.
why are we talking about it?
Right? No. Because I said back up the track a bit. I said, did they have any sort of drone technology back then?
Yes,
Any sort?
they
Okay, they did.
they had
Okay,
rudimentary.
they did. So these things
Which,
could fly for maybe 1 hour or 2 hours, possibly.
so they were not capable of producing the images that we're talking about. So your point is refuted. Can we move on now? It's
What
not
do you mean
drones.
my point? What do you mean my point is refuted? You're talking about LiDAR. So you're saying that they didn't have the LiDAR back in 1990 now, are you?
They didn't have drones that were capable of flying across the Pacific Ocean and using LiDAR to image the entire Pacific Ocean.
Hold on.
But
I didn't say
have
flying across the whole of the
we
Pacific
do
Ocean, did I?
we have
Right?
we
They
have
could have had a
LiDAR.
drone. They
We
could have had a
we
drone. Hold
have
on. They could no. Hold your horses. They could have had drone technology and they could have launched these from boats. Right? They could have chugged a
oh,
boat out into the middle of the ocean and they could have flown it 1 hour this way, 1 hour that way, 1 hour this way, 1 hour that way. That's how they could have done it. They could have done it exactly the same way with drones and launching from boats, not from land. And the
Very good
technology has
bandwidth.
moved on.
That's very good
So
bandwidth.
you,
Also,
you
1 second. He claimed that they upload every month, so they only have to do it once a month, not every day, for example. Okay, go.
do you have any evidence that this happened? This sounds like a massive project requiring tons of ships and many personnel. Do you have
Would it take a lot of
any of?
money? Would it take a lot of money?
Yeah, it would take a lot. It would take a lot of money.
Would it take like
We're
50
talking,
million a day, like NASA gets?
no, it would take way more than that. Way more than that.
We should probably, if you're serious about that, we should probably put some numbers down to that to see how much it would really take. So I'm pretty sure we lost
Yeah. So
$2 trillion. The budget lost $3 trillion last
how
year,
much?
and that's part of the
How much
problem.
do these? How much do these magical drones that can fly forever? How much do they cost?
What are you bringing
You
up
don't
these magical
you don't
drones
have to say
for forever
magical.
all
We
the
don't
time?
know the technology that the military has. We don't know. You
I
don't have the highest technology, do you? You can agree to that.
No, but
You don't have to
I
say
know there is
magical.
no technology that allows a drone to fly
You
forever.
don't
That
know that. You don't know that. Whatever
exists.
you think a drone can fly, the military can just put a battery pack on that baby. It can fly triple the distance. Whatever you think that the maximum is.
No, that's not the way it works.
No,
There's
no.
there's hard and fast limits that they cannot
But
get
listen to
past.
what you're saying. You're saying, see, this is where the argument gets confusing. You're saying you know the limits drones can fly. Are you a drone expert?
No, but I know, I
You're
understand there
giving.
is no such thing as perpetual motion, which was what would be required for an indefinite flight.
You
Perpetual
don't know
motion
that though.
does not exist.
You're
Yeah,
giving
I
an
do know perpetual
explanation that
motion.
it's satellites. We're just giving another explanation. It could be satelloons and drones. That's all we're saying. It's just an explanation. We can't prove it either way. You can't prove it.
Except we can, because we have the satellites, we have the imagery that they were creating.
And
We have
that's
the
why I
imagery
asked you,
back in
can you show me 4
1990.
or 5 of these guys that I can see with my eyes and I can tell they're out
Yeah,
there?
dude,
And we're not
Okay,
claiming
that
perpetual motion either.
continue.
We're not claiming perpetual motion either.
Oh, okay. So just a never-ending, fully operational fuel source that never runs out and never changes mass or weight. Yeah, that's a thing.
It's clearly it's confusing when you start saying you know how far a drone can fly. I have a problem with that. How would you know how a drone can fly? Whatever. If it's 2
Because
hours, all they have to do is put a battery pack on that, and they can go longer. That just makes sense to me. Especially if being the military, right? They would have the higher technology, not stuff you'd buy at Best Buy, right?
once you get past your lift to weight ratio, you cannot put any more battery packs on it. The lift to weight ratio is a hard
How?
and fast rule.
How about a solar powered drone?
I don't believe they actually have one of those that is operational. I know they did the solar powered plane that was only able to fly for like 14 hours, and it could only fly that long because it was going with the curvature or with the spin of the earth, so that it sat under daylight for longer. And even that had to stop every night for servicing, maintenance, and because there was no sun to illuminate it. So
A drone flying for 14 hours would about cover it, though, huh?
I'm sorry, what?
You said it's 14 hours. You said the plane flew 14 hours. So I said a
Yeah.
drone, if it flew 14 hours, that would cover it, wouldn't it?
No, that wouldn't get most drones. I actually don't know of any drones that would get across the Pacific Ocean, let alone multiple sweeps.
Well, to be fair, you don't have to cross the Pacific Ocean like you're saying, cross back and forth, right? You can
You're
have
right.
some go.
All the sweeps go the same direction. Yeah, they're always east to west. Almost like they have to go all the way around the Earth before they can do the next sweep.
It comes down to you demonstrating how these are orbiting satellites, and that we're using the satellites as opposed to saloons, drones, or I still think cell towers can work, but I can't prove that. I'm just still saying that. And listen, I'm not with you. Hang on one second.
Explain to me how cell towers work when I'm outside of
Well,
land.
I'm not with you. Hang on one second. I'm not with you on that you would see a saloon because it would cast a shadow. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I know the only way you can see a shadow is if it's close to the ground. These saloons are above, up into the clouds. So no, they wouldn't cast a shadow.
There's always clouds?
No, without clouds, it wouldn't cast a shadow. The only way you cast a shadow is if you're close to the ground. Otherwise, you wouldn't cast a shadow. Like, for example, if I flew a kite,
unless there was an entire fleet because they were trying to, LiDAR the ocean.
That kite doesn't cast a shadow, at least I probably can find it.
Remember, this is all you guys trying to debunk the fact that I've showed you the maps and I've showed you the imagery that it came from.
No, this is real. You have a claim that you would see shadows from the satellites, and I'm saying no, that's not a thing. You wouldn't see it's simple. You wouldn't see the shadows, so no to that. Okay, so I think there could be satellites and also drones to do everything that you say your space satellites can do. And by the way, I'd like to see these space satellites, at least 4 or 5 of them. Because I know that they had the ISS going around. Maybe they can fake that, but I don't know if they can fake 10,000 satellites or however many you think there are out there.
Well, the Zephyr stratospheric UAV, right, stays up for about, 25 days. Boom. Sure, that's more than enough time to fly all across the Pacific and take.
Tell us about that drone, please. Can you put it in my stream? Because you can have a drone that can be 25 days. That would debunk Kool-Aid's 2-hour limit, 2.5 hour limit.
Yeah,
right.
It is
once again the 2-hour limit.
It is the
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah, but go.
The 2-hour limit, one more time, was what I remember from the Predator drone from my time in the military. Because you couldn't give me a specific of a drone, that was the only one I have experience with, so it's the one I picked.
Okay.
If you want a
Yeah.
different drone, please provide it, Godric.
Well, I'm giving you
Okay.
one now. The
Okay.
Zephyr Stratospheric UAV that
And
has a hang
this
time of 25 days.
was this available in 1990?
No, I'm not saying it was available in 1990. I'm just saying this is
Okay, so
Let's
one
be
that
fair.
where
You
did
don't
the map
know
come
what
from?
happened in 1990, so we need to do it today.
Where did the maps come from? The maps from 1990, the LiDAR maps, where did they come from?
I don't know, but they came from satellites.
I don't know why they can't hang these lidars from planes and just fly over the Pacific and do their scanning. I don't know why that's an issue. Really,
It's
don't
too
need drones, don't need balloons. You could just do it from planes.
How about
the same
submarines?
reason
Is there any submarines that go around and take pictures?
Or
it's the
submarines.
same reason you can't use LiDAR from a plane over the forest or the rainforest. It's too damn close. You need to back up.
Wouldn't a submarine be the best way to take pictures beneath the ocean? Submarine.
What do you?
Wouldn't
No,
that be the
Sorry,
best way
hold
to
on.
take pictures?
What do you mean
no.
you need to back up? What do you mean you need to back up? There's a minimum height that LiDAR has to work from, is there?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that height? I'm going to Google this.
No, I'm
What
not a
is the?
LiDAR expert.
Okay, well, I'm about to Google it. What is the
Yeah.
minimum height for LiDAR? What?
Check out why LiDAR works better when it's further away.
Minimum. I didn't
And
know
Godric,
I didn't know there was a minimum height.
submarines are really bad for taking pictures out of. You know, the whole lack of windows thing makes it kind of hard to take pictures.
Well, hang on. You don't need a window because we're doing radar, right? So you just need a little whatever the radar is cast through, right? And they would be better than satellites because guess what? They're closer. They're in the water, not outside of the water, right?
What is a submarine's primary job?
I have no idea, but it just makes sense that you would take a picture better if you're closer.
Godric, listen. The primary job for all submariners is to remain undetected. That is their number one mission. If you are going to go out and you're going to be putting out active sonar pulses, that is the opposite of being undetected. That is putting up a bright red sign saying, we're right here. No submariner is going to do that.
Well, a submarine, let's say in the U.S. ocean space, can do whatever it wants because guess what? They're in their own ocean space.
Their first priority is to remain undetected.
I think that makes sense. Like either in two situations, in a war situation,
always
crossing borders to China or Russia. But guess what? China and Russia, have their own submarines, so they can submit their data.
And Russia,
we can submit our
China
data.
and Russia aren't the words. Hold on, China and Russia aren't the real worry. The real worry for most ships at sea is piracy. That's where the people get scared, and that's it's not some foreign national that's going to act on it. It's going to be some rogue group. Because what do you think some of these terrorist organizations around the globe would do if they could get a hold of a nuclear submarine? It would be over.
Nobody said anything about a nuclear submarine. Okay, we're talking about a submarine taking radar pictures of the ocean because that's the obvious thing it would do. And yes, they could have a motto to be undetected, but guess what? If they're on their own ocean space, they can take all the pictures they want. Nobody's gonna bother them because guess what? They patrol that area of ocean, and they own that area of ocean. They have the right to be there. China respective
Dude,
to Russia, respective to U.S.
Here we
no,
go, guys. Here we
that's
go.
not
I've
the
got some
way. That's not the
flight.
way that submarine warfare works. Your primary job is to maintain be undetected. Their secondary job is protection of convoys. Their tertiary job is recon in that order.
Oh, so they do reconnaissance. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Here we
So
here we go.
they can
So
take pictures.
the recon they do is they go park near enemy ships and they eavesdrop on their radio. That's the kind of recon they're doing. They're not putting out big active pulses with a giant neon sign saying, "Hey, hostile warship right here, bomb us."
Here
Yeah,
we
you
go,
know,
guys.
let me just
Here we
respond to
go.
that. You made me more correct about that, but what I'm saying is, you were giving us an explanation of quote unquote satellites taking pictures of the ocean's floor when you don't really know that they're doing that. You just giving it as an explanation. That's all. I'm giving another explanation. That's all. You can't prove
No,
that it's coming from these
except
satellites.
Sure.
You're
your
essentially
explanation
saying
is
it must be
your
these satellites
explanation
because it
is there
couldn't
was
be cell
drones
towers.
in
So
1990
it must.
that
Yeah.
flew across the Pacific Ocean. It doesn't make any sense. It's silly.
Here
Didn't
we
we have
go.
the Iran system before we had GPS?
All right. Anyway, you just made a claim. I think, Kool-Aid, that the higher these things, the more accurate. So thus, they're in satellites, so they're going to be more accurate. Is that pretty much the claim that you made?
No, I
No.
said they don't work. They don't work from planes because the distances aren't accurate. They need to
The
back up.
distance they need to back up, so they've got to get higher into like satellites. Yeah.
And I believe they also need to move slower, but I might be incorrect
Okay.
about that.
All right. Okay then. So the flight parameters. All right, because I've just Googled this, as I said I would. The flight parameters. So flying height or altitude refers to the sensor's distance from the ground. Various studies have shown that the flight height does not have a direct impact on the accuracy, but instead affects the density of the point cloud. Lower altitudes result in a dense point clouds and hence more detailed height models. So that there is just debunked exactly what you say. So you basically said these things have to be higher, so they're more accurate and more detailed. But exactly what I've just read there basically says it makes absolutely no difference. And in actual fact, the lower that you actually go, the more detailed imagery you're gonna get. That's exactly what it says here.
I understand that's what it says. Would you mind linking to that? Because that's not my understanding. I might be wrong about it, but
Yeah,
that was
no
not
dramas.
my
Yeah, no, this is like I said, and I just typed in a very basic thing. It's called LiDAR accuracy explained.
Yeah, could you
So
just post it, please?
yeah. No, I'm gonna post it because that paragraph that I read to you was verbatim. It was about 3/4 of the way down the page
Cool. Yeah, just post.
under flight parameters. And anyway, and I didn't read the
Anytime you want
whole
to post.
thing. I didn't
Mhm.
read the whole thing. I only just quickly scrolled down, so I don't want to get accused of cherry picking, but I just went straight down to flight parameters on it and read that paragraph that I just read out. So if you can find anything different to it, they have stuff in regards to satellites and stuff on there too as well. So, but they definitely have stuff that refers to planes. And maybe there might be more information in the article, but anyway, I'm not going to really read the whole thing.
Testing.
Additional area squared plus there.
I do appreciate your time, Kool-Aid. I'm just trying to see how we can prove this. And yes, I'm skeptical. I know you have. You think that you believe you did your homework, and that's fine. But I'm just trying to see if we can really verify this, or if it's just it could be anything, basically. By the way, what's the significance of 1990? Just so I know why you keep bringing that up. Something happened in 1990.
That was when the first LiDAR bathymetric surveys were published.
But we didn't have ocean floor before then.
Yeah, of course we had ocean floor. We didn't have the LiDAR images of them. Remember, I talked about how bathymetry has come up through the ages, starting with the plumb bob on the deck of the ship that deviates towards the undersea mountains, and then moved up to where it is now, where it's using LiDAR and satellites.
Yes, I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see that article, Kool-Aid? Discord keep me off, sorry.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. I appreciate it, Bansaw. This appears to be a different version than what I was using, as this can't penetrate standing water, but I'm continuing to look. I do appreciate your...
No, like I said, I don't know what I was looking at. I just typed in what is the height range of LiDAR and whatnot, and that was the first article I came across. So, like I said, it was the first one I came across, and it said what it said.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming anything of it, but it just was a bit interesting that it kind of referred the opposite, that one paragraph that I read to you, but in the same article it does refer to satellites and all that sort of stuff as well too. So I'll give that one to you.
Yeah, that whole article is about satellites.
Well, no, because it's got the planes there in the middle of that article. If you see where it's got the pictures of the planes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, down that at that part.
Yeah. Underneath that I read that paragraph that I read out loud to you in that plane section. See that? You see what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I do. This is interesting. Talking about the track errors, I'm trying to run the math on it, except my brain's stoned, so I can't do math.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not going to do any math on the article. I just read the words quickly, and kind of came to.
Yeah, because I'm coming up with a margin of error of like 40 meters, and that's wrong. I must be doing the math wrong here. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure they didn't release the first land survey till 1927 ish, because they had the first WSG 27, then it became the WSG 84. So there was obviously 63 years or 64 years, whatever, difference between. Well, they got the figures for America and then kind of just put everyone else's info together, whether it be correct or not.
Didn't mean to throw a spanner in the works there with my research.
I feel like he's saying that satellites must be. I mean, satellites must be true because we have these pictures of the ocean floor, and not finding that as a satisfying answer. He's saying the only way they could have got these pictures is from satellites.
No
I
way.
mean, it's a fine explanation, but no proof.
No, well, they hang these machines off planes and stuff, Godric. So, which is quite evident because the article I posted refers to them hanging off planes. So they've got to hang them off planes as
Well,
well.
if they do, wait, did you post the article in live?
Yeah, I'll put it in a live stream text.
If it's
yeah,
there's planes, then that debunks his 2-hour drones.
Yeah, well,
at least it gives a reason that how they can do it.
Well, in all fairness, that article does refer to both satellites and planes, but yeah, so it doesn't.
Did you read the white paper on that article, Banta?
The white papers on no, I only read that one paragraph. Kool-Aid. I told you what I read.
Check out the white paper it links to. The station keeping time for the UAVs armed with LiDAR, 20 minutes.
Where do I find the white paper?
Okay, so it's the wrong.
Your paper, dude. Click on sources or studies, I think. It'll take you to the white paper.
Okay, hold on.
25 minutes. I mean,
hold on. Resources, okay. Under resources. I can't see anything that says white paper.
No, sorry. White paper is a slang term. The actual study, not the write-up for people, but the actual source they're quoting.
Okay, so I'm under case studies here. It's got identifying illegal construction, detecting tree height, or satellite-powered utility. Well, which one am I clicking on?
None of those. Hold on. Let me pull it back up, send it back to you.
Okay. But the main article just gives you a general overview, of what they're talking about as far as, I presume the paper is going to go into the more technical aspects of it. And look, if you link it, I'll quickly look at it. But I don't know.
On it, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. You work on it while I talk. But I don't know if it's going to negate pretty much what I kind of just said. Like, these things can be mounted off planes, and especially that.
And I was unaware of this new standard. This is new data for me. I didn't realize they changed the standard.
Yeah.
which is bad because they changed it back in 2014, and I didn't know.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. We learn something new every day. Like, I didn't even know what LiDAR was, actually. I've never looked into it. So I've kind of learned something a little bit
So can
new.
they take pictures from planes of the ocean floor? Yes. So not necessitating satellites in space. I'm trying to confirm that.
It seems to me that they can mount these things off a plane, right? And they can use them off a plane. So my answer would be yes. Now, does that then mean that they're not on satellites? No, that doesn't mean that they're not on satellites, but they can be mounted on planes. I think that would be the fair. I think that would be the fair answer.
I would
Go
agree
ahead.
to that.
Sorry,
And to be
I
fair,
would agree to that.
yeah.
and to be fair, you absolutely omit satellites. How do you do that? Can you absolutely out omit satellites, or can satellites also play a part in these images? I mean, I saw the dog cam go up 120,000 feet. Let's say that was legit. Not just a small satellite. You know, maybe they have those. They put these, but radar on satellites. Why not? You know, we know that they have thousands of satellites, weather balloons, satellites type satellites up there. Mostly use helium, and helium. NASA is the biggest consumer of helium. Didn't know that until I looked into it. And we can include the military in that. And he's saying NOAA, these other groups. Can you, for sure, omit satellites, Kubid?
For the record, NOAA's not military.
Okay, but they do what? What is NOAA? Government?
National Atmospheric and Oceanic Organization or
So
Administration.
not an independent organization, not a private organization, government run, government funded organization.
What if it's matter if it's private? You guys reject those too?
No, if it's government, right? We know that there's no way we can access it. There's no way we can prove it because they have
what does
what's
it
called?
matter if it's government or private? You reject both.
Well, hang on. If it's private, that's much better because if it's private, we can ask them, hey, how do you get your data?
Cool.
We can call them up. We can,
Garmin.
Like
Garmin
I called
does
my
call Garmin.
I called my T-Mobile, and they told us they don't, which is my phone company. They told me they don't use any satellites to give any kind of phone service. So no to that. So when people think that their phone accesses satellites, they don't.
Did you think you had a satellite phone?
I thought that satellites, not all the time, but at least could send phone signals. Yeah, I thought that they played a part.
No,
not in phone.
Other than the GPS signal that your phone's receiving, your phone has nothing to do with satellites.
GPS. Yeah, that's a good one because T-Mobile said we don't use any satellites, no GPS satellites. We only use cell towers. So
GPS wouldn't be T-Mobile. They would be renting that data, and it would be, unless your phone doesn't have a GPS in it.
See, this is like the same kind of thing with these with the ocean floor pictures. Again, you're going to claim now that my phone needs a GPS, which is quote unquote satellites in space, right? So again, we're going to have to say, well, how do you prove that?
when is your phone
How do
from
you
that it
even?
doesn't have GPS capability?
If you're saying like if I do Waze, if I go from Culver City to
Do you have
Los
a
Angeles,
jitter? No,
I put on
even
Waze
jitter.
and Waze tells me where to go. That's all done by cell towers. No satellites needed. Yeah, no satellites needed. You might think your phone's using satellites. And here's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I called them. I wanted to confirm this.
No,
No,
nobody
sir.
thinks.
We don't use any
Nobody thinks their
satellites. We only
phone.
use cell towers.
Nobody thinks their phone uses satellites unless you have a satellite phone. That's why satellite phones exist, and that's why they're expensive, and that's why you don't have one.
And that's why those can't be confirmed either. Because those can work on satellites.
Wait. Do EPIRB's beacons work in your world?
What is it?
EPIRB.
EPIRB.
They're an
I'm not sure what
emergency
the word.
signaling. They're an emergency signal for.
Can you show me one in reality?
Yeah.
An EPIRB. Yeah.
Can you point to it? Give me a picture of it? And tell me it's really there?
Yeah.
I've never met one. I've never seen one in reality.
Just quickly Google it, Godric, on your phone or whatever.
What's it called? How you spell it?
EPIRB or EPIRB, I think.
EPERB.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's emergency position indicating radio beacon. EPRB.
Yeah.
Or
So
EPIRB.
And these are satellites.
Well, no. Do these work?
I have no idea. What are they?
They are a emergency location device in that I have personally only ever seen on boats. I'm sure they're used on other things, but boats is where I know of them.
And a boat can't cast a signal to another boat to the radar tower on the land. Is that what you're saying? Because they do use radio waves. They do use signals.
My question is, do these EPIRB beacons work?
I'm sure they work, but I'm sure that you don't need a satellite for them to work, is what I'm saying.
So, how do they work when you're out of sight of all land?
Like I said, this is a really basic thing. They have floaty buoys on the ocean that have signals. They have cell towers. They have profiling drones, and they have satellites. And according to bandwidth, they have planes that have these signals.
Can you show me a floating cell tower, which is what you've claimed twice now? I would love to see these floating cell towers out in the middle of the ocean, because I've never seen one.
Okay, I haven't confirmed that myself, but isn't that what those floating buoys are? That bleeping light, they give a signal?
No.
I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Floating cell towers. I'm gonna see what comes out.
Please, I would love to see.
I'm gonna see what comes up.
I mean, I'll concede it. If there is no such thing as a floating on the ocean, let's not call it a cell tower. Let's just say it sends signals. Then I'll concede that that's not it. That's not a thing.
Actually, wrong word. I put in floating cell towers and satelloons come up. So I'm going to put
there you go. There is satelloons then.
My girlfriend had a great point. If you go into the middle of Lake Michigan, you can still see land, but your cell phone doesn't work. You can't see land, but your cell phone doesn't work.
Ocean cell towers. They do have them. There you go. Boom.
Can you read us about
Where? Hold on. I'll post it right now.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I've never seen.
Here we go.
I mean, I've had my phone die every time.
Yeah, well, you know me, Kool-Aid. I come with the facts. All right, there we go. Boom. There is an ocean cell tower.
Yeah, so that's got to be in really shallow water. There's no cell tower. There's no cell tower throughout the ocean.
Come on. Don't be
It's
going
CGI.
there.
Can you
There
give us
is
the
no
article?
cell towers throughout the ocean. There
Can you give us
might
the
be a
article
couple, like,
that's attached to this so we know it's a real thing and not just a CGI
Okay, then.
picture?
Hold on. Let me see. I'll find another one.
Not a picture, but a little article that shows that they do have them in all the oceans, or at least
Oh
in
no,
places where you can
that,
communicate.
that I
they
just
don't.
I just clicked images. So
These cell towers, the best one I've got is the Atlantic. There's a cell tower, Newfoundland or something, so they got pretty good coverage in Atlantic if you're doing the northern route. But there aren't that many oceanic cell towers because they can't get the range anywhere more further than 250 miles from the coast.
no. Yeah, no, but the only reason I posted the image because Kool-Aid said there was no ocean cell towers, and I just posted a picture of one.
Right.
Yeah,
So
There
there
is
was.
no.
there's
There is
at
no
least
cell.
one. There's at least
There
one.
is no. There is no cell phone coverage on the ocean.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kool-Aid, I've just posted a picture
Yeah.
of a cell tower in the ocean.
Sorry. Talk to anybody who's been on the ocean. Your phone doesn't work.
Well, I'm not saying that these things are for cell phones. They could be for satellite phones. They could be for
Oh,
airburns.
fucking
They
God.
could be for anything, right? So, but they are definitely right
So
towers
you're
to transmit and receive radio signals, right? Then they're not a monument in the middle of the ocean for nothing. They're there for a particular reason, to transmit and receive
they're not.
signals. That's,
Did you find out where that one is yet, Bandsaw? Is it in the middle of the ocean or is it in a very populated coastal area where
oh
the
no,
only place they had to build the tower was in the water? I bet it's in a coastal area, and I will bet you that the water is less than 200 meters
okay.
deep.
Hold on, where do
What
I
do you,
have to go?
what do you want to bet?
You know, I'm not going to bet
Come on,
anything because I don't. Oh, and
anybody
actually,
want to take the bet?
here's more. Here's more.
Anybody want to take that bet that the water is
Hold
less than
on.
200 meters deep?
I don't. It doesn't make
No,
any difference. Here we go. I've got more.
I think it does make a difference
I've got
when the
more.
water is miles and miles deep and you're in the middle, you're sitting over the Mariana Trench. There's no fucking cell towers.
Here we go. We've got more. I'll post some more. Quite interesting, actually. But anyway,
The seafloor isn't that deep in general.
no.
It's only the
Actually,
in the Atlantic. There's a ridge that's 10. I think it's 10 kilometers wide and such deep. They just appear to be natural ridges. But generally speaking, yeah, it's not probably 800 meters deep on average.
mm-hmm.
And then you've got the other things that are like 10,000 meters deep, but they're only about 10 kilometers wide and things like that. So yes, you could do the averages, but generally speaking, yeah, 800 meters down.
Well, I just burst your bubble there, Kool-Aid, twice. I just burst your bubble.
Except Bandsaw, you have yet to refute the fact that if I'm sitting in the middle of the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans, way outside of land, my cell phone doesn't work.
No, these aren't for cell phones. These are for satellite phones. These are for
They can
eBirds.
transfer. They can transfer
These things
information.
these things aren't out in the middle of the ocean.
How do you know?
Because I've been there.
Really? Well, maybe you missed it. Maybe you were too far away from it.
Maybe I was drunk and abducted by aliens, and that's how I actually got around the Earth.
Well,
Even though
look,
it's
Kool-Aid,
that makes
your first statement was there is no cell towers or no transmitting towers in the ocean. and a 5-second Google search, and bang, I've posted
Yeah.
images of it.
That's right.
There is no cell towers in the middle of the ocean.
Well,
You
what
have
do you
yet
call
to
that?
provide me. You have
What
yet
do you
to
call that?
provide.
What's that?
Where's that tower located, Bandsaw?
In the middle of the ocean.
No, I want a map. Show me a map. 'Cause I bet it's on the shore. I bet it's on the shore. Would you like to know where it is, Bandsaw? I'll tell you.
It's not in water. It's obviously not in water. This thing.
To be fair, Kool-Aid, we were trying to confirm your satellites in space, and now you're trying to confirm your satellites in the water.
No. I want to know these cell phone towers that don't work for cell phones. What do they do? And where are they? Because I can tell you where that tower was, but you've yet to figure it out.
I've got no idea where it is. Like I said, I just looked at a
Right.
photo.
I do. Would you like to know?
Happy days. Well, then cool. Inform us all. Make us all more informed.
Reverse image search it, Bandsaw.
Oh,
Reverse
happy
image
days.
search it.
Cool.
Check it out.
I don't care how you
Is
found
it in the
out.
middle? Is it in the middle of the ocean?
Well, then
Is it
tell
in the
me,
middle of the
where is
ocean?
it? How would I know?
Oh.
Have I done a reverse image search on this thing?
I don't know. It's your evidence. So
it's my evidence. I have to reverse image search it to say that it's not in water. Now, come on.
It's in water. It's not in the middle of the ocean.
Okay, then.
Not in the middle of the ocean. Not even close.
What about the other ones that I posted?
I don't know. Where are they located?
Right underneath it.
No, where are they located on the surface?
How would I know? How would I know, Kool-Aid?
In many ways, we can agree that I don't think there's any cell towers in the ocean, and if they're on the boundaries of lands and stuff, that's only so that they can get a better signal to triangulate. But apart from that, out to sea, I personally, I haven't found anything. The only thing I did find was they deposited something like 9.2 million beacons, which set off a signal 50 meters. So if you do get stranded, they can pinpoint you within 50 meters, but I think you have to activate a emergency signal, ELAW, that type of thing.
An EPIRB, yep.
But personally, I've looked for this type of stuff, and the ranges of the planes, the cell tower, anything like that. You can have it in water, but I don't think it's going to be that far from land. It's only going to be, like I say, to create a cell so that you've got an outer boundary. Also, if you do navigation via cell tower, you need to have a limit to know where the GPS needs to know where the sea is. Because when I went to America in 2010, I had a GPS chip for America that was 2 years old. I bought it second hand. And then when I was at the West Coast, I was 5 to 10 miles adrift from it had me out to sea.
Actually, Kool-Aid, would it be in Florida or off the coast of Florida? That's where it is? If Kool-Aid's still here, is Kool-Aid still here? Kool-Aid, is it off Florida?
Florida's just a cove, isn't it? You know, like I think to triangulate anything in Florida and that West Indian sort of area there, Bermuda and all that, I think it's easier to triangulate.
Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds here because we were on LiDAR, which apparently only works from satellite. You're hot micing, FE, if you're trying to talk.
Sorry, buddy.
No, you're right. We're getting lost in the weeds because we were talking about LiDAR and how LiDAR only works from satellites, and LiDAR doesn't only work from satellites. LiDAR is mounted to the bottom of planes, and the lower the plane flies, the better the imagery, especially when they're mapping.
Yep.
It'd be interesting. That thing was it's called stereo. I quickly saw the thing in the section. It's called stereo imaging, or stereographic. So stereo requires two mediums. You can't play music mono using two speakers. But it's two different things joining together to give you that single.
Yeah.
So stereo, there must be two images involved, or two bits of information. Audio and visual, maybe.
That's exactly what this article is about, Realm. The stereo imagery. But anyway, boom. 2 debunks in under 30 seconds.
Destroyed.
Happy days. Happy days. Jump in, peoples. If you've
Yeah,
got
what
something to contribute.
what else do you have?
Do we
Cool?
have an accurate nautical map yet?
An accurate nautical map?
Yeah. Do we have an accurate flat Earth nautical map?
Oh,
No?
I
All
don't
maps
know.
are
Cool.
flat. All maps
Yeah,
are flat.
Cool. So you guys haven't even come to the table yet. Awesome.
I'm not a sailor. I don't need one.
All plotting sheets are flat.
There we go. I'll let Globus take this one. This is his field of
What
expertise.
more do you need
Field
than
of
ocean
expertise.
satellites?
Yeah, like I said, all plotting sheets are plotted on a flat piece of paper. Boom.
There's a there's
3
a
debunks in 45 seconds.
How will they ever recover?
What happens when you put those maps together? What shape do they form?
They don't. They're
Do they
still.
tile the plane, or do they tile the plane, or do they make a three-dimensional shape?
When you put them together, they'll still form a flat shape.
Just a larger
No.
flat
They
surface.
don't
Yeah,
tile
exactly.
the plane.
Tell
They
you what,
don't tile the plane. Good, go try it. You'll end up
None of
with
the-
something. You'll end up with a very strange-looking sphere. Sorry.
oh, come
No
on,
one's trying to make a sphere though.
like a toroid, like a flat toroid, maybe. I'm sure it
No.
can't come out.
It'll be planar. It'll be flat. It's on paper. It's 2D.
See,
We all
here's
know.
one. Here's one. If you took a shape and thought, what shape can I use and what dimensions could I use to cover the entire surface of the Earth without any wastage or excess? I couldn't come up with one shape. I tried them all. And the calculations to cover a sphere using one shape, the rule of when they started doing the surveys, they done a 15 kilometer, like 15 mile by 15 mile by 15 mile triangle west of London, and they set that as the base of how they're going to measure. So then they took that experiment of that, the size of that triangle, and they basically measured things next to it, triangulation, like surveying. They just used triangles. And the experiment was set on a flat area west of London. So this excess and shit like that, we've got 1 in 1,000. So if these triangles are 15 miles on each side, and there's a 1 in 1,000 excess, you've got that gap between tolerance on the outside of each, or between each triangle that they're measuring. So you could end up with a measure that's actually slightly bigger than I think it is. Well, sorry, slightly bigger. You think it's bigger, but it's actually smaller.
What are you doing, Kosho? What are you doing, Kosho? I thought you were going to give the plain Earth a fair crack.
Well, that New Year's resolution didn't last long.
Straight away, he's just going bang.
He's too emotionally invested, guys.
I'm giving the
He
flat
came out, he gave
To
his
be
big
fair,
speech.
to be
Gave his
fair,
big
Coach Mike,
speech.
I'm
to be fair,
giving.
Coach likes to give blowjobs, so
Maybe you can give it an even fairer crack next time, mate. Step
I'm giving
the
the flat
fairness
Earth.
up a level.
I'm giving the flat Earth a fair try. Yeah.
I was really moved by that speech before Kosho, and then you come in hard, right? You come in hard right off the bat after this big, long, emotional speech about how you're going to give it a fair crack. Going, oh, celestial navigation only
Let
works
me
on a
know
sphere.
when you guys are done. Let me know when you guys are done.
Go, Kosho.
Fair
Floor
enough.
is yours. sir.
Solid effort.
Yeah, I'm giving the flat Earth a fair shot. I'm still asking you guys about celestial navigation. Why is it that only works on
Don't
a globe?
ask us. Investigate it. Don't
This
ask
this
us.
is me investigating. I'm
Why
not
is it
sure.
that?
Or asking us. Fuck.
Yeah,
Why is
you
it?
guys
Why is
you
it?
guys believe it.
All right. If you think celestial navigation only works on a globe, why is it that angles of elevation only work on a flat plane?
No, that's what I'm describing. Those what do you call that? Circles of equal altitude and the
Right.
GPs.
Right.
Those
All right. But
those only work
before,
on a globe.
okay, before we get to circles of equal altitude to trilaterate position, first step is to acquire an angle of elevation. Why is it that we can only acquire an angle of elevation from a flat plane?
Well, that's just not the case.
It is the case though. I
It's
mean,
not
an
the
angle
case.
an angle requires two straight lines, horizontal. One, the baseline would be horizontal.
Why not just use a vertical line?
You can't. An angle of elevation is acquired from the horizontal baseline
Why not just use a vertical line?
because that's not an angle of elevation.
It will give you an angle elevation, yeah.
No, it won't.
Yeah. It'll give you
No.
the complementary angle is the angle you need
Right, but
anyways.
before you get that, you need an angle of elevation acquired from a horizontal.
No.
Yes.
So just like you can, so the angle you need is the complement angle, and you can get it with the angle of elevation.
That's right, but
same
that's what
way-
you need. That's what you need first, though.
No, you
You're
don't.
skipping step one.
You don't.
Yeah,
need
but
it
you're
first.
saying that you need what you're trying to go on is the zenith angle, right? That's what you're going on. Okay, yeah. In order to get that angle, you need to get the angle of elevation first.
No, you don't need to. There's other ways to get it.
Yes, there are no other ways to get it.
Of course
Essentially,
there is.
that's exactly what you measure with a sextant, an angle of elevation.
Unless you're using a bubble sextant.
Even with a bubble sextant, you're still measuring an angle of
Good
elevation.
luck getting plumb on a ship.
You're just getting a theoretical horizon because you're nowhere near the ground. So
Can I
you're trying
ask-
to find your level when you're up in the air somewhere.
So, if the Earth dimensions were bigger or smaller, then surely that figure that you think that you've got would be inaccurate because the radius is wrong, the circumference is wrong. Surely that would make a difference to our observations, shouldn't it? If you said it was a sphere, but 10% was made up, doppelganged, so actually weren't a sphere, we're actually like slimmer at the equator or something like that. All those visuals that we think we're doing are off because our radius is incorrect. Do you agree?
Who's
Your
that
height's
aimed at?
the same, is it?
Are you talking to me?
I think you might be.
You might need to ask that again. Wasn't really following.
Kosho, I thought you were going to put in for McToon's challenge.
McToons? Oh, no. His challenge is pretty specific. It says that you can't use anything that is any way related to the globe.
McToon has skipped step one, as they all have. Angles of elevation. You can't get past that. I'm sorry.
You actually can. I mean, it's fairly simple.
You can't though, because that's exactly what you measure with a sextant.
It's fairly simple. There's two
It's-
angles.
yeah,
There's
it
two
is.
angles. There's two angles involved. There's the zenith angle, as you said, and there's the angle of elevation. In this case, what you're using in the method you're describing is obtaining the angle of elevation so that you can take the complement and end up with the zenith angle.
Yep.
However,
And-
if you can get the zenith angle without doing that, then you don't need to do that.
You
can
can't,
get
though.
the zenith. Yeah, you can.
How?
With a bubble sextant.
But okay, say you're navigating without a bubble sextant. Say you're actually on a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you be using a bubble sextant if you're on a ship and you have the horizon in clear view?
You can use a bubble sextant on the ship.
You can, but no one really does.
But you could, and you would be skipping a step.
But you're still acquiring an angle from horizontal.
The British Navy would very much differ that nobody uses a bubble sextant on a ship.
Ouch, Kosho.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, well, you're the one who said they didn't use it. You said they didn't use it on a ship. He's saying the British Navy does. Okay, exactly. They use it. They use a bubble sextant on a ship. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. You don't need an angle.
Right.
You don't need the other angle.
The whole point of the bubble sextant is to establish horizontal when you're up in the air somewhere, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't have on a globe at all.
Why would you
have
need...
you have no horizontals to establish elevation angles from?
The horizontal at that point is irrelevant. You've established.
Why would it be irrelevant?
You've established a vertical is what you've established.
No, you've established a horizontal with the bubble with a level.
Yeah, the horizontal
that's
is a
that's
product.
what spirit levels do, dude. They establish
no, it doesn't.
horizontal.
It actually doesn't.
By default,
it actually doesn't.
It finds plumb as well.
And well, no, first and
right.
foremost, actually, first and foremost.
Yeah,
and
but
then
so a bubble sextant on a ship on a calm ocean, a flat sea is perfectly fine. But they're not going to use it in seas where it's any sort of movement. Your zenith point will be changing fucking every second. Couldn't use it.
It's going to be the same problem if you're doing a horizontal. Whatever problem you're having with the vertical, you can have with this horizontal.
I also contest that there is no perpendicular or plums on a sphere. Because it needs to be at right angles too.
Fine that you say that, but regardless, what you're doing is you're getting an angle from your vertical, which is
I can say that
on a sphere.
I can say that and show that with a simple diagram.
I can simply show you that you can get it.
I'm about to post it. This beautiful work of art in live stream text.
Boom.
You see how the one on the right is actually depicting perpendicularity and the one on the left is not?
I'm making a picture too.
You're making a picture too.
Making a picture?
Must be quite hard to measure stars if they're moving. And if they're actually moving a bit more than what they think.
You measure the angle to the star at a certain time, and you plot the time.
Yeah, but that star there will still be moving faster than the time that you're timing it in.
Yes, that's why you got to mark. That's why you got to mark down when you're taking it.
Exactly, you mark down the exact time you take it at.
Yeah,
you know it's going to move.
Globus, is the idea that it is impossible to find a line that is straight up from a curved surface?
What I'm saying is that it's impossible to have perpendicularity from a curved surface.
Okay, so if there were complex computer programs that could do it by taking the sort of average curve this side and that side to get it so close that it's good enough, like it gets within an arc second, let's say, and that's smaller than the amount on a compass. So if you could build a device or do something that could get you close to what we're talking about with perpendicular to a curve, like I've just Googled it, there's a lot of diagrams and descriptions and talking about how you can get it even from non-circular shapes.
Is it perpendicular by definition? I don't think it is.
Well, perpendicular to the level curve on stack exchange.
To a level curve. See, we're already mixing terms here.
Yeah, the perpendicular. This is a mathematics question on stack exchange, saying is the vector 2 perpendicular to the level curve 2 of f, x, y, blah, 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 blah. It just seems that there are a lot of results on not just can you do this, but how to do this.
Yeah, but definitionally, it's just not compatible.
So if we change the definition, would it be possible to get the same thing that we're talking about, which is straight up from exactly this sort of thing?
But then if you move a little to the left, a little to the right, then your plums are not parallel as they should be.
That's right.
If
Yeah,
there
if
are,
you move a little bit to the left, yeah.
If they are at right angles to the ground, they should be parallel.
Yeah, like it's just a standard like QE measurement of 1.22 miles business.
QE measurement now.
Well, that's so yeah. Okay, beg your pardon. If you walk to the horizon, you would have to dip to the perpendicular would be 2 arc minutes off where it was, which is why you correct it up by 2 arc minutes when you're, So do you think it's impossible to get a line that would be straight up from a point on a curve?
Well, what I'm saying that is impossible, I know you're asking the same question, is to get a perpendicular line, which would actually be perpendicular to the surface. Yeah.
What would make that impossible?
The fact that it's not perpendicular, not at right angles to the surface.
So what about if I made a thing that had a wheel on one side and a wheel on another side, and wherever that went over, like if it went over a rock or something, I would go, that's close enough to perpendicular to the surface. And sometimes it'd be wildly off, but if I was going up a hill, it would be generally pretty good at just pointing straight up, because it's like a flagpole with 2 wheels front and back. So when the front wheel is lifted higher, it's sort of the flagpole points further back. And I could use that as a crude measure to figure out what was perpendicular from that bit of curve if I was going over a mountain, let's say. It's not going to be useful for the sextant, but would you say could be a crude way of knowing what perpendicular was?
It would definitely be crude, but it wouldn't be classified as actually perpendicular.
Yeah, would it be close enough to it? So would you? Yeah, wouldn't be definitionally perpendicular. I would agree with that. Would it be at some point of? It wouldn't be 180 degrees wrong, would it? It'd usually be right to within curves of a certain size. It's pretty good within 20 degrees or something.
Yeah, well, that's my point. Is that it's just not going to be perpendicular.
Sure.
And I'm glad that you agree with that.
Yeah, I do. I don't think you're ever going to get perfectly perpendicular.
Thank you, because so many of you guys have contested me on this, and they draw tangents and they draw all these sort of imaginary lines. You may be that guy, but at the moment you're not that guy, because most guys would be like, "No, you can't have perpendicular."
Well, I'm the guy who's asking you, why are you talking about perpendiculars? Like, what's the point of a perpendicular? When I've showed you the picture, all you need you need a vertical and you need the angle to the star. And that's the only angle that matters.
No, you need a horizontal, and whenever I ask what horizontal is, you guys say it's perpendicular to plumb, and I say you don't have that.
If you can agree, we can get to within 20 degrees of perpendicular with a shitty method. All you would need to agree is that better methods would get us to within a closer degree.
Yeah, what are those better methods? Do they even exist?
Sure, I can think of some. You could do it with a cup of water. You could do it with like a sack, just attach a sack to the bottom arm of a sextant and then find the mirror using the other part. I think
good old plumb bob.
Yeah, plumb bob would do it as well. Plumb bob would help you find straight down. And then for methods for horizontal, something that's spun, so it always found horizontal. You know how like things, they don't like to be tilted straight up and down or straight on their side. Maybe something that worked like that, or an auto level.
Perhaps
something that can just sort of even out the forces left and right to just give you exactly horizontal. I think there's a few ways to do it. Yeah.
But why not just worry about the vertical?
Well, what are you acquiring that vertical off, Kosher? And furthermore, whereabouts?
It's a vertical from your position.
All right. Furthermore, on your little picture that you drew, where can you place a GP on that picture? Because it's all well and good to derive angles off whatever you've done there, off the center of a presupposed globe. But can you actually depict a GP on the picture?
Yeah,
I'd like to see where that is.
It would depend on where that star is. The star's not even in the picture.
Okay, but say that it's somewhere on that line, on that diagonal line that you've drawn there. Say it'll meet there somewhere.
I can arbitrarily draw one.
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
draw
you can
exactly where
do.
the GP is. I bet we're going to draw it in exactly the same place.
Well, the star's not really in that
Well,
picture though.
I should
Yeah, no,
I
it
should
doesn't
hope
need to be.
I should
doesn't
hope that
need to be.
beneath I should hope that beneath the vertex of that star there would be a right angle, right?
Like that. That's what it would be. And these two angles would be the same.
All right.
So-
Did you draw it? Did you? Can you
I'm
post it?
drawing it on my stream, and I'll post it in the chat for you in just a second. That is what the GP will be, and it is at whatever point that line passed through the world, because that radial line, that's what you're trying to find, because that line will be straight all the way down to the center of the Earth. So if you're trying to get it off that radial, which is plumb to wherever you are, then you know that line would be hitting there, which tells you what latitude, like how many nautical miles it is from you. So
all right. So
from the top of the Earth to anywhere.
So where is the right angle beneath the vertex of the star?
Oh, sure. Just a second.
That should be, zenith. That's a right angle, bro? Come on. You can't be serious.
What do you mean that's a right angle?
A right angle with, and the bottom leg of the right angle there is curved.
Oh, it's because I've drawn it by hand, but I mean you can get the gist. What I'm saying is, look, I'll do this for more clarity. These lines are, hang on, how do you do it again? I think you do these lines going along. These lines are parallel for the intents of this drawing.
They're parallel?
Yeah. Which is why it's not triangles, because does a triangle have parallel sides? No. What happens to a triangle when the height gets further and further, like a star gets millions of miles away from you? The lines become closer to parallel. If you treat it as infinite, they're effectively parallel.
But you can't depict a right angle right there when you have a straight line and a curved line. You know that, right?
I think I can. I mean, I get you. You definitionally feel that's not okay, but it's
definitionally, of course. Well, yeah, we're defining terms. We need to agree on terms when we speak to each other.
Feel free to change the terms. I'm quite comfortable with them as
I'm not changing any terms.
I would say it's perpendicular to the surface there, or it is coming out plumb.
It's clearly not, though, because like I showed you before, you don't have a right angle there. You can draw a little box if you like, but I mean, that doesn't really make it a triangle. I mean, sorry, it doesn't make it a right angle.
Okay. Do you know what I mean when I'm talking about perpendicular to the surface? Do you think we're talking about...
at right angles too.
Sure. At right angles to the curve in that exact place, I guess I could say.
But you can't have at right angles to a curve, which is my original point.
Right. But you understand what it is that I'm after.
Yeah, but it's incorrect what you're after.
Sure. Could we then make up a term that describes this thing I'm looking for? Like I'm talking to a shopkeeper or a mathematician saying, I need this number. Could we, like...
Not really, no, because we already have our terms defined for us. They're geometrical terms.
So you don't think that language might evolve to solve a problem like this, where we understand that perpendicular to the curve at that point was enough to say, okay, I now know what you're talking about. Let's continue the conversation.
Well, the thing is, we don't define things as perpendicular to a curve. That's geometrically incorrect.
Can we come up with a new word right now that describes exactly that? Or like
we could do, but we would just, we could just come up with gibberish and talk about whatever we like. It is, in a sense, because it's not, like I said, it's not geometrically correct. We're making things up.
You refuse to have the discussion about what I think should be the case because you refuse to allow me to use that term or agree to make a new term up.
Well,
so you can now no longer able to have that conversation.
It's not a conversation that would be definitionally correct, and by that I mean that we need to define our terms in order to have a conversation that makes sense to us both. I know that you want to make terms up in order to shoehorn in the globe, but I'm just not willing to do so.
Are things possible, even when they are poorly defined or not yet defined? So could one go hunting, for example, or double something, or could they marry someone without having a clear or accurate definition of that thing?
Well, I think that's false equivalence. I don't think we need to go into marriage or any of those other external terms. But what we do
So
need
I'm
to
just trying
stick
to
with here is
understand if the
geometry.
definition. I do need to understand if could two people have a reasonable conversation if they disagree on the definition of one word? Could they still have the rest of the conversation?
They can, but I mean, if
How?
you're disagreeing on something that's fundamental to the point at hand, then I think it's pointless to continue that conversation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where I would go to.
You know,
If I
eggshells.
was on a side that felt like I was right, I go, be fine. You call it that, and I won't. Or let's come up with a new word for it. But to say I refuse to have the conversation anymore because I don't like the word you're using sounds to me like you're running away
That's
from
not what
the
I'm saying.
concept. It sounds
Yeah,
more
that's not
like
what
you're
I'm
running.
saying.
But let me finish.
Misrepresentation.
It sounds more like you're running from the concept than actually trying to engage in good faith.
All right. It's not that I don't like the word that you're using. It's that it's definitionally incorrect. So if you're not using the correct definition, and then that means essentially we're disagreeing on a term. And I don't think it's actually a matter of agree or disagree here. I think it's objective because these are geometric concepts that have been defined already. So it's not that I don't like the word you're using.
When I said perpendicular to the curve at that point, did you and everybody else here know what I mean?
Well,
did you
we know what
I
you
meant?
we know what you want to say, but I mean, because
so
you want, like I said, because you want to. The reason that I know what you intend to do is because you want to shoehorn in your belief of a curved surface.
What is
but
a
I'm not
except what is a definition except what everybody means? What everybody knows I mean when I say that word pretty much is the definition of the word definition. So if I Google perpendicular to a curve and I can get answers to that questions and I can say perpendicular to a curve at that point or perpendicular to or directly radial from this point, I can define it in a million different ways. And even if I say it to Google, they know what I mean. But for you, for some reason, we're stuck on a definition that you refuse to agree with that even Google spits out correct results for.
Google spits out that there is such thing as perpendicular to a curve.
Have you not Googled it? I've been smashing the cat with loads of examples of it.
Well, even if it does,
calculus.
Even if it does, it's incorrect. It's definitionally it's incorrect. It's and Google's full of that. I mean,
trigonometry
just because Google says it doesn't really make it true, does it?
Is trigonometry definitionally incorrect?
I'm not saying that. No, trigonometry deals with triangles. Hang on, trigonometry deals with triangles. It doesn't deal with curved lines. It doesn't.
Okay.
No, it does not.
Let me ask you this. If it relied on getting an angle from a curve, would that disprove the point you just made?
It doesn't, though.
So it would.
You don't get. You do not.
So what are the three signs in trigonometry? They are sine, cosine, and what's the third one?
And tan. All right, but regardless.
No.
Tangent.
Let's finish this.
Tangent.
Tangent.
We all know
what is a tangent. What does tangent mean?
It's a line. It's a horizontal line that hits a curve at a certain point.
Well done. Yeah, thank you for that. By the way, that was actually very generous of you. Thank you.
Generous. I try to be honest, not generous.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So essentially, like you was trying to say, you cannot get an angle off a curved line. I mean, that just goes against the whole definition of an angle.
Okay. What about normal then? Could I just say normal at a point normal to the curve?
No, you can't.
Why not? That seems to be the
because it's not the definition of an angle. If you look up the definition of an angle, it requires two straight, not curved lines.
Okay. So normal to a curve at a point P along its length is line passes through point P perpendicular to a tangent at P. That is
a tangent, but not perpendicular to the actual surface. It's perpendicular to a tangent that you've had to draw in order to actually acquire an angle, but it's not perpendicular to the actual surface.
Okay, fine. I'll happy to accept that. What can we call that? I'll happily accept that so we can move on because I interrupted Kosho.
No, I was just trying to basically do what just happened and just show you that that's exactly how you get the right angle on the surface. Just like I drawn there.
You need to draw a tangent line. And the thing is, when you plot your GP, it should intersect that tangent line somewhere. It should be at right angles to the tangent line.
No. It largely ignores. It doesn't really it's trying to find the normal line, if we can now call it that, the one that's going straight up, because that's the line that's going straight towards the center of the Earth, which is essentially where we're taking all of our bearings from. That's what latitude and longitude are. It's a star system drawn from the center of our Earth.
Okay, so when you draw that tangent line, whereabouts would you plot the GP on the surface?
Nowhere near that tangent line. It's going to be thousands of kilometers from there. It's not
Right,
going
but
to intersect it at all.
Where is there any Kosher? Can you draw it somewhere on there for us?
Eggshells already drew his. He already drew his parallel to the line that intersects the center of the Earth.
Yeah,
But
his tangent line will be like if you scroll up to 59 minutes, so 1 minute before the hour, the top angle, his tangent line is just like tiny, right? And sure, it shoots out across and would intersect with this, and it would intersect with that. Actually, I can draw it if you want, at an angle that would, I'll copy Kosho's colors, be reciprocal, be the same as center of the Earth through that point. And you could draw it. It's just not really important. It does intersect. It would intersect with a line towards the stars because it's a tangent plane, not a tangent line. So it would intersect. It would intersect, but it's just not what you're taking the measurement of. But you could actually. Oh, that's what you could say. You could say this is a right angle triangle, couldn't you?
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, you could.
You could say that, but it wouldn't be correct now, would it?
I think it would. I'm struggling to see any reason why it couldn't. This is a point A, B, C, and the angle there is 90. I don't see why not.
Thanks, Godric.
Can you find a point? Can you use a mathematical equation to find a point along the line of a circle in maths? Could you use a mathematical equation to test, is X on this line? You could.
Yeah,
right?
you could, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. What we're trying to get at here is the geometric principles.
Sure.
And it seems to me that you guys really don't understand what a right angle triangle is. What a right angle is, to be more precise. The fact that you're drawing right angles to a curve shows me that you don't understand the basic concepts around angles. I mean,
well, I'm happy to change the word to normal to a curve because that seems to be definitionally what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but if we have to change terms here, when we're really just, you can call it that, but I mean, we're talking about angles.
Sure.
You know,
so could I take a line that is normal to a curve and then take an angle from that line? Do I now have two straight lines? Seems that yes is the answer.
See,
come again? No.
Normal is a line.
Globers. These people, they don't actually understand what a straight line is.
Yeah, I can see that by their depictions.
Just want to confirm that he's talking about they're making measurements on flat planes and they're claiming it's a globe. Do you see the problem with that?
All right, everybody besides Eggshells.
Eggshells is gone. He's dropped out for a second.
Okay. Other than the thick black line I just posted, can you tell me which one of those lines is not a straight line?
All right, all the other ones are obviously straight, but
thank you. Because somebody came in and said we didn't know what a straight line was. So
okay, but you're supposed to be measuring an angle off that thick line, right? Because every chart and every table on the Nautical Almanac, takes an angle elevation off that particular thick line that's supposedly the surface.
Sure. Right. And I've described a number of methods that you haven't been able to find direct fault with except definitions.
Except definitions, right?
Exactly.
Except
you're just quibbling over words.
Which is it's semantic, but that's words and their meanings. That's how we communicate.
To put it simply, there's a lot of points on the sphere, and all you have to do is pick any given point, and just like Eggshell says, from that point you can indeed define a normal or a vertical. And from that vertical, which is a straight line, you can make the tangent. You can make a zenith angle. You can make a horizontal. Then you can make an elevation angle. You can do all these things now that you have a normal, which can happen at any point in a sphere. So none of these things are true or impossible.
Excuse me, Kosho. you guys have, according to you, surveyors that are measuring these measurements greater than 90 degrees because it's a sphere, but now you're saying it's flat. So you can't have it both ways.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, because I don't. Nothing that you said contradicts what I just said. A
So why is it
vertical,
that
you can make a vertical, and then you can make angles from the vertical, like a horizontal or a zenith angle, and they'll be normal angles.
I've never heard of any navigator, invoke tangents when it comes to
You don't need to.
Right, but you guys are clearly depicting that here in
No,
order
that's because
to acquire angles.
You are for no reason saying things that we cannot possibly do, and I'm trying to tell you since the beginning
For
that
no reason.
none of those things are needed if you have a zenith.
They're absolutely needed. You're
You said- you
acquiring an
just said
angle of elevation off the surface. They're absolutely needed.
Yeah, but you're not. That's one way to do it, but that's not necessary.
That's the only way to do it. That's what you're acquiring an angle of elevation from the surface. That's why you use the horizon, because that's your point of reference for the surface.
That's one way to obtain the thing that's needed. The thing that's needed is the angle from your zenith. That's why it's called the zenith angle.
Yeah, but in order to acquire that angle, you need to acquire an angle of elevation off the surface.
Do you need? Okay, if it's off the surface, let me ask it this way: how can planes do it from off the surface?
All right, because they establish a you could say theoretical horizontal by using a level, a spirit level.
They establish. Okay, so I like that. Yep, I think that's well described. They establish a theoretical. How did you say it? Local horizontal.
I use the words theoretical horizon because you're not actually looking at the horizon. You're establishing what you would have if you were, say, closer to sea level on a ship.
Right. Yeah, and so they're able to make a theoretical horizon. Okay.
That's right. Not a theoretical. It's not a theoretical curved horizon. You're establishing an actual straight line in order to acquire angles off, because that's the only way we acquire angles. With the bubble level, the spirit level,
and that's working by I guess how would you describe it? Like gravity? No, sorry, something causes the water to be at the bottom of some sort of jar, meaning that there is a air bubble at the top. I'm guessing. I haven't actually even seen them.
It establishes the horizontal.
Yeah, so it establishes a horizontal using the downward weight of water.
Why are we getting into the downward weight of water? Or we know it establishes a horizontal line that you're working off.
So the surface has nothing to do with it. We can establish a local theoretical horizontal line using the weight of water going down, which is so reliable.
The surface absolutely has something to do with it, because that's what you're trying to plot your position on.
Sure, yeah. So knowing like how, but it's just straight underneath you, right? Dead straight down is what you're measuring it from. It doesn't matter how high up off the surface you get, because we treat the light rays as parallel. You're all good to.
Well, then you need to factor in a dip angle, which would be, and again, it's a straight line, another straight line, no curved refracted lines.
You wouldn't have a dip angle though with a bubble, would you? Because the bubble's getting the actual level, whereas the dip angle is getting the drop.
The dip angle is getting the height of eye correction.
Yeah, but you only do the height of eye correction if you're using a nautical sextant. You don't need it with the bubble sextant, because the bubble sextant is finding actual horizontal, not looking down by 2 arc minutes at the horizon.
Yeah.
5, 12 arc minutes if you're going up a thingy, right?
I agree.
So if you can get that local theoretical horizontal without the surface, could you do that on the surface and just ignore the surface? Or could I do it, let's say like on a mountain? Could I be like halfway across a mountain, so it's very uneven surface? Could I use a bubble sextant there?
See, I don't think there's such thing as a local horizontal. It's horizontal where I am, and it's also horizontal, 50 meters to the left, 50 meters to the right, 50 meters in front of me. Sure. It's horizontal always. That's the whole definition of level, horizontal.
Sure.
Can I just ask a quick question? Sorry guys for interrupting, with this dip angle that they use, right? And I've heard it mentioned, quite a bit. So you know, if you're on the you know, on the crow's nest of your ship, all right, and then you apply this dip angle to the horizontal, to the horizon, yeah. So this is an apparent horizon that you're looking at also too. Now with this bubble sextant, right, is that horizontal going to be higher than the actual horizon, or is that the true horizon? That, because like if I was to use this bubble sextant globus, say on top of Mount Kosciuszko, would I have to apply a dip angle on the top of Mount Kosciuszko for argument's sake?
No.
So
It's good because it's working off.
why do I only establish it on
the boat? Yeah, when you're looking at the visual horizon, because of the Black Swan, 1.22 miles the square foot of the observer's height in feet. That's the measurement for the curve. That's where the horizon should be. That it gets refracted and bent out of there is kind of a problem for marine navigation. But interestingly, it seems that the horizon doesn't move very much at all. It just moves what you can see up to that point almost. So they don't really actually do that at all. It's just the height of eye correction for how far down you'd be looking if it were a ball. When you're doing it with a bubble sextant, because it's working off local gravity pulling towards the center of the ball, in my model, in your model, sure, it's pulling uniformly down due to density and buoyancy or whatever. It doesn't care where the horizon is. So there's no ball to drop for. It doesn't know anything about where it is. It just knows what straight down is. And that's what you're taking your reading off.
Okay, so this little bubble level is in the sextant itself, right? And you line it up, right? And then you put it up to your eye, yeah. And it's perfectly horizontal. Well, that then to me would then indicate that the horizon is rising to eye level.
Okay, why is that?
Well, that's your true horizon. You've got a horizontal line going straight out towards the horizon. That's what you're taking your angle off, isn't it?
Well, but what I'm saying is it's not able to see the horizon. The horizon isn't a thing to it.
No. Exactly. But the horizon, right, is always rising towards eye level. Yeah, it appears, right, to be ramping up towards your eyes, and the sky appears to be ramping down towards your eyes. That's how we see. Okay,
I've got a special gift for you on that topic.
Okay. But that's how the sky and the ground seem to appear. So if we're using this bubble sextant, right, and it's establishing a true horizontal from our eye that we're taking these measurements from, that we don't have to account for this so-called dip angle, right? Because now that's where our true horizon is at our eye level. Am I missing something there, Globus?
So I think you're assuming that because what we're looking for locally is horizontal, therefore, if we looked out and we're able to see the horizon, that's where it'd be. The evidence against that is strong. This guy's made a pretty simple thing, which is a water level. And what he does is he lines up the water. It's connected at the bottom, and he lines up the T or whatever it is at the bottom that's connected through the bottom, so he can keep them perfectly level and find out what level is. And what he can show is by lining up level, the higher up he goes, the lower the horizon is. So it doesn't seem that it ramps up to eye level.
So the horizon there, the apparent horizon, where we don't actually know where the horizon is, right, due to atmospheric conditions, is a misrepresentation of that entirely. So that GIF and those examples are absolutely rubbish in my opinion. But
hang on, so walk me through that.
Hold on, no. I just want to ask, because I did direct it towards Globus as well. Is what I said, Globus, correct?
I believe so.
Or not? Yeah, thank you. Cool.
So if we can't trust what that water level is showing, which appears to be showing the horizon below eye level, because of atmospheric conditions, is it a meaningful thing to say it always rises up to eye level? Like, how are we determining that it rises up to eye level if we're saying atmospheric effects show that it doesn't?
No, I said the ground appears to rise up towards eye level. I didn't say it was at eye level. I said it appears to rise up towards eye level, and the sky appears to go down towards our eye level and meet somewhere in that region. Now, depending on the atmospheric conditions, that will change. Okay, then, but the horizontal line from our eye is the measurement that we are reading, and that bubble level sextant is taking a horizontal line straight from our eye out towards where it says the horizon is, or where it should be, regardless of the atmospheric conditions, regardless of them.
Yeah, it's finding what is your local horizontal. The question we're trying to decide between is, does that mean that's where the actual horizon is? I would say yes. On a flat Earth, it should be. If the flat Earth is, we're seeing for, there should be hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead of us. Maybe not hundreds of thousands, but like we should be able to see like 30,000 kilometers the higher up we get. So it should rise up.
No, we shouldn't.
Forget it. So if I'm just going on geometry, if I just went on geometry, then it should be rising up to eye level, because the point at which there was no more stuff would be further and further and further and further away, like at a rapid pace.
Yeah, but the horizon doesn't. But even up on top of Mount Kosciuszko, when you're looking out, the horizon does appear to also to rise up towards eye level, and the sky tends to lower down towards eye level. That's how we see when we're looking out in front of us riding.
I've never tested it with much accuracy. I've just always relied on other people's, I must admit.
So in summary, writing, would you agree that you cannot acquire an angle of elevation off a curved surface?
I think you can. You take it from the normal. You take it from the line that is definitionally normal to a curve.
So can you depict this orthographically for us?
Normal to a curve? I posted in the chat before. I can do it again if you want.
It's just that I've never really seen an angle of elevation depicted, as being acquired off a curve.
Okay, so I'll normal to a curve. This is what Bacon was talking about, actually. I mean, it's simpler just to use tangent from trigonometry. We can still do this, but I mean, if you accept that trigonometry requires the tangent is taking a local horizontal off a ball of triangles, ball made out of triangles.
What are you drawing this tangent to? The horizon?
You can do it a variety of ways. We've already established that. You didn't seem to have a big problem with me doing it with a wheeled flagpole, which I think is quite a fine idea.
Well, would it be a straight line? I thought, light doesn't travel in straight lines. It, as per the Black Swan, it travels in curved lines.
Sure. So are you comfortable now on the issue of normal to a curve, or do you want to, because this sounds like a different topic.
Not unless you involve a gyroscope, and then you're fucked.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you could just...
But yeah, gyro would work too, actually.
That would show that you can't get it off a curve, bro.
I mean, that's just sort of restating the conclusion. Yes, you can. Is like, we can just keep going. You could say, no, you can't. And I could say, yes, you can. It's not moving us, though, is it?
Doesn't a gyroscope establish a horizontal line?
No, establishes stationary in space. You could do that horizontal. I think you can find ones that'll even out. I think that's how auto levels work, don't they? By a spinning disk of some sort.
So, writing, if you can, for example, if you Google angle of elevation, Google Images, have you ever come across a picture that shows an angle of elevation acquired from a curve?
Yeah, sure. Godric's posted it. I can post it again if you want. He's just posted it 27 minutes past the hour. That's basically what it is.
So that's actually my original picture, showing that the one on the right is actually not. Sorry, the one on the left is not an angle of elevation.
What do you mean?
All right, I'll post what I mean. I'll have another one that's probably more to the point. So the one on the left there and that latest picture at 28 minutes past the hour is an actual angle of elevation. And the one on the right is clearly
It
not.
says celestial sphere. That's quite funny. It's just you're just posting your conclusion again. Like I know that you think that it's not possible, but you're not explaining why. You're just going, well, definitionally it's not. Well, like, what's your strongest argument for if I called it normal to a curve? What's your strongest argument for I cannot find that, despite the fact there are maths proofs online that tell you how to find it?
The fact that geometrically it's an established concept. That's my strongest argument.
Normal to a curve.
You can say normal to a curve, but we're not talking about surface normals. We're talking about acquiring angles of elevation off a surface. And the only way you can do that is by having a straight, flat horizontal beneath you in order to acquire that angle.
You've not shown any evidence for that, though. Well, we've discussed that you could do it with a bubble sextant that is just finding straight down. The only force acting on that is a vector that is pointing straight down, and it can still find it. So it seems that you've not presented any good evidence for it.
I've shown clear depictions of what angles are, angles of elevation precisely and specifically.
You've
I
shown
think
some
that's
things that you are saying it is not, but you're not responding on the top things that I'm saying it is. You're just going, well, definition my thing. Your thing isn't this thing that I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
so
that's the thing is,
the thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. You want to redefine terms, and I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to go along with that. I'm willing to. Yeah, exactly. You keep saying you want to come up with terms, and you want to come up with this, and you want to redefine things, and you're saying that, I'm just sticking to definitions. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? These are, this is consensus. This is how we communicate with each other.
Some definitions. Let's correct that. You stick to some definitions. Because you don't take the definition for normal to a curve, which is normal to a curve is a point P as long as it X is the line at which it passes through, which is perpendicular to point P.
You do not establish angles of elevation off surface normals.
Can you? Could you?
You can't. You don't. Definitionally, you don't. You don't. Especially off a sphere.
And say, could you? I want to ask the
question.
No,
you couldn't. Because you would be going against the whole, definition of what an angle is. That's my point.
You couldn't do a thing because your definition says it's not possible.
It's not my definition, dude. It's the definition that we as people have come to a consensus on.
Right, but normal works as a definition. You just don't want to use that one.
But again, you're going around in circles. You do not acquire angles of elevation off surface normals, especially off a sphere.
What is a bubble sextant except a device that takes it off normal?
It establishes doesn't establish it off normal. It establishes a theoretical plane.
How?
By establishing level. By establishing level.
How does it establish level?
We already went over this with the spirit level.
Describe it again for me. Spirit level. Yeah. What is the vector acting on the water in the spirit level?
The only reason why you use a bubble level is because you're either flying at night, you're in the dark and you can't see the horizon. That's why you use a bubble level.
It's straight down. It's perpendicular to the surface.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I knew you get
which could only be perpendicular. Which would only be perpendicular to a flat plane, dude. Like I said, it's not You can't have perpendicular to a globe.
No, it was good. It was good.
It's good because, I followed. I came back to my original point. No perpendiculars to curved surfaces. No. But you think there is. So there's where the disagreement is. And I contend that you can't really disagree or agree on something that's established. That's not something that's objective fact. But I mean, here we are.
I find it amusing writing that when you're referring to bubble levels or spirit levels, you try and throw in gravity or the weight of water and these kind of things, trying to somehow link it to the center of a sphere. I find that somewhat amusing, actually.
Well, hang on. That's, I mean, would in my model, how else would you describe the workings of a bubble?
Well, that's what you're trying to do. Why wouldn't you just turn around and say a spirit level just finds a horizontal? Why would you have to bring in the weight of water or gravity or anything like that whatsoever?
because that's crucial. That's exactly how a bubble level works. Is there is a vector which is pointing straight down from where you are, normal to the surface at that point. If it's a perfectly curved surface you're on, straight down radial towards the center of the Earth, because that's how gravity works, and that's what you want to find because that's celestial navigation. Of course, like the two are intertwined. Is it really surprising that because gravity exists, it's a good answer for why things go down?
I just find it amusing how you try and wiggle gravity into a conversation in regards to sextants, is all. Might just be me. I just find it amusing, is all. But I'll let you go on. I'll let you go on.
I'll probably should duck off soon. I've been taking up enough for people's space. Been a nice chat though, guys.
All right, Riding. Catch you later, man.
Both you. Oh, no, I'll stay and listen for a bit, but both you and Globus, has been a nice chat.
Too easy, man.
Yeah, we can throw the other 200 proofs in while we're at it.
Anyway, writing. How'd you go with those PTAs?
I got my second one actually. Got to go get it and store it at the farm before I head off around the world.
Nice. What did you get it for?
I'll get a bolt action 243, I think.
Oh yeah. Nice. Have you settled on a particular brand or?
I wanted a Bergara, but they seem very difficult to get in that. What do you call it?
Caliber.
That's it. So I might get a Remington or something boring.
Oh, there's nothing boring about a Remington. Reliable. I mean, that's what I have. I've got a couple. Yeah, definitely reliable. Easy to clean. Oh, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, good. And then I'm immediately going to box it up.
Box it up. Yeah. I've found that there's a massive shortage, not only on ammo but on rifles and any sort of firearms at the moment up here in Queensland. Most shops are just sold out of anything decent.
Have people been preparing for an apocalypse?
I think that a lot of the fear mongering has sort of gotten to people and everyone sort of just decided to buy up.
Because it's hard to find like 9mm and shit like that, and it's really expensive too. Not a fan.
Yeah, it's the prices of ammunition have gone through the roof. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, like I remember I used to buy a case of 1,000 for like $200. Now like a case of 1,000 9mm is like 300, 400.
Yeah. Basically, like a whole box of 12 gauge birdshot was about $70. Now it goes for about close to 120.
Yeah,
so
now it's
almost
like
double.
Now. I mean, because I skeet shoot, I would say like every, I don't know, few times a month, and that shit gets pricey quick.
It's ridiculous. Good times, fuel's through the roof, ammo's through the roof. I mean, what's next?
It just fucking sucks. It just sucks to be like in a shooting sport at all.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%.
What are you preparing for War of the Worlds, Globus?
Not at all. Yeah. No, I've got a good stash, which would definitely get me through, any sort of adverse event.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it'll come to that personally. Well, most of these I hope it doesn't. So, but if it does, I'm prepared. I'm a decent shot as well. But
I don't think it will here, to be honest with
yeah.
you. Yeah, I'm not. maybe places like America might be a little bit different.
Not really. I think we're fine here too.
I don't even think there, to be honest with you. I think it's much to do about nothing, really.
Yeah.
Our biggest concern are bloody petrol prices and
That's it.
And well, everything's going to go through the roof. You know, all goods and services. You know, food, trinkets, everything. Everything's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, I agree, but I'd rather have that base covered, regardless. You know, like that's why anyone that I speak to that's Aussie, I recommend them to just get your gun license, get your get your A and B. You know, so at least you know you've got something to protect yourself and your family if it ever comes to that. I'm not saying that it's a possibility, or I mean that's a high chance of it happening, but you know, better have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's always been my sort of philosophy on that.
Are you in city or country?
I'm in city. I'm in Gold Coast City.
Okay then.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just go to the range. That's where I do sort of. I don't really hunt as much as I'd like to, even though I've been. But yeah, it's just mostly target shooting.
Yeah. Probably pretty lucky where I am when it comes to War of the Worlds. I think I'm isolated enough. I don't really have to worry about it.
Are you in the sticks? Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, that's good, man. Yeah.
And I've got all my pitchforks are nice and sharp.
That's it, eh? Fair enough. No, that's good. Well, you have the luxury of sort of being more self-sufficient if you've got the land for it.
Most definitely. You know, we've got everything: tank water, solar, all that sort of stuff. Garden.
I'm sure you got plenty of roos and pigs, maybe even
Oh, there's plenty of that sort of stuff around
rabbits.
here.
Yeah.
Deer.
Deer, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Look, there are plenty of roos around where I am. They're just all on the golf course, so I have to sort of scare a few golfers as yeah.
I've got a mate here that goes out hunting, and we get the deer, and I'm fortunate enough to benefit from his spoils.
Oh, nice, very nice.
Yeah, nice bit of venison.
Oh, there's nothing better than some fresh wild caught venison. It's not unvaccinated, no antibiotics, that it's been eating its natural diet. So you're not really ingesting any shit, any human shit.
We actually got some venison backstrap for tomorrow. We've got salmon tonight, freshly caught salmon tonight for dinner.
Oh, is it wild caught as well? The salmon?
Yeah,
oh, nice.
Yeah. Caught it myself.
Oh, very nice. Because usually what you buy from the shops is all farm shit.
Yeah, no. This is wild, free swimming salmon.
Beautiful.
Yeah, went out last weekend and got 7 at about. I think the smallest was about 2.5 kilo, and they ranged, and the biggest was about 3.1, kind of between that sort of range there. So yeah,
that's a decent
nice
size.
Yeah.
Decent size, 100%.
Yeah, well, we probably get good 2 or 3 meals out of each salmon.
Oh, true. Yeah, easy. Where are you in Vic, are you?
No, South
South
Australia. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Just opposite Kangaroo Island.
Oh, I see. Very nice area.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
That picture that Paulie just posted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seeing how the base geometry is that XYZ axis. You've got the horizontal plane and the vertical, and then the angle, and then they just add that sphere at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly right.
I just want to know where the GP is because they never want to draw that zenith line whenever they draw those sort of pics. Because they know that beneath the vertex of that star, at the GP, there should be a right angle. And if you're honest, you don't draw a right angle with a curved line and a straight line.
Right, and that is the Earth at that point.
Yep.
That's the actual real GP, the real radius of that circle of equal altitude, and that being planar, that's what they have to completely obfuscate from.
Speaking of obfuscation, anybody going to claim the 10K from McToon's challenge?
Oh, well, are you shilling for McToon now, are you?
No, it's a legitimate offer for such a statement that the Sextons don't work on a globe.
Pointless though, Bio.
It's a legitimate challenge.
It's
Bio,
pointless.
can you? I haven't heard of the challenge. Can you explain how it works, please?
Yes, you're given limited information, such as your angles to particular stars, and then you're supposed to list your position as well as your methodology of how you came to that conclusion. And then, if correct, there's one more set of star measurements, and then using your same method, you give your new location again, and then that's it. But you can't use globe. You can't use globe. Sorry.
We can't use globe mathematics.
Exactly. Yes. Using presumably flat Earth. Yes.
But I can use dome mathematics, though, can't I?
If you want, sure. Whatever methodology that you'd like that doesn't include a sphere Earth of 3959.
So I've got a dome with a diameter of 3959.
That probably negates it.
Oh, really? But it's a dome.
I said probably. I don't know if it does.
Oh, of course.
There is a list of rules. I'll find the link.
That'd be a wiggly way to wiggle out of it because I'm using dome mathematics.
Just show your working, Bandy. That's what you got to do. Go for your life.
There, I'll find it, and then the rules are clearly listed.
I'm not really interested, Bio, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No, I know. I don't think anybody is truly interested, but it's a legitimate challenge.
Oh, look. There's a plane flying in front of me right now. Horizontal, no nose, dip down. Should take a photo. Amazing.
The nose
Proof
dips
and
up.
evidence everywhere.
The nose dips up, Merle.
Yeah.
Well, it does actually. It does it by about 2 degrees thereabouts.
Depending on your craft, yeah.
Yeah, but it does slightly point up.
Yeah, I would expect it to. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just going to fall out of the sky, ain't it?
Yeah. Well. And there we go. There it is. So, if anyone's interested, I don't think anybody will be, but
I've never used a sextant in my life, and I ain't going to be starting now.
Oh, I haven't either. Yeah.
As I was saying earlier.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
You go,
Mel.
you
Go
go,
ahead.
mate. No, you go, mate.
No, what I was going to say is, I don't know, I'm just going to repeat myself, but as I was saying earlier, this challenge is pointless because McToon does not understand that you cannot acquire an angle of elevation off a curved surface. So he's already skipping step 1 and challenging people on step 2 or 3 or whatever it is.
No, that's exactly it. If it doesn't work on a curved surface, then show how it does on a flat surface, like you claim it to be.
Well, I could challenge him on, angles of elevation, but he's just going to say the same old crap that the rest of you guys say. So it's just going to be just a back and forth debate on the same crap.
Except this is applied to reality. When we just have our little debates, we're just talking shit to each other, basically. This is applying it to reality. That's the difference.
Right, which is exactly what I apply when I have our little shitty debates.
Which is fair. If you want to say that, that's fine. But now you can prove that.
Fair enough. I just honestly think it's not even worth my time. But I mean, I don't think he'd ever pay out, to be honest.
It's already in escrow.
But I think he's going to have the exact same arguments as most of you guys have whenever I challenge you on angles of elevation. But no,
it's not even an argument. It's
it shouldn't be. Yeah,
you essentially just say where you are on planet Earth, a real location, based on the measurements to named stars and their values.
But
and
isn't his challenge about you can't use any globe Earth maths?
Correct, yeah. Because if we're on a flat Earth, then there's no reason. If we're on a flat Earth, there's no reason to use globe Earth math.
Yeah.
Yes,
fair enough. But he skipped step 1, the angles of elevation. He skipped that step. So he's going on to the calculations when he has skipped the first step that you acquire from a sextant. So that's why it's pointless.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. Because that's what he wants to know about the maths. He wants to know about what calculations you're using. He doesn't want to know about how you have acquired an angle.
No, the angles are the angles regardless of Earth shape. It's determining your location on the Earth, depending.
The angles are not the angles.
You can interrupt me all you'd like, Globus.
All right, sorry.
I'm gonna get to the end.
My apologies.
The measurements that you're making to stars will be the measurements regardless of Earth shape. The Earth shape comes into play when you want to determine where you are on Earth using different measurements.
I disagree. Seeing as though you were acquiring an angle from the surface, definitely you definitely need to know the shape. You can't acquire it off a curved surface. I don't want to go over this again. I mean, everyone's sick of hearing this shit.
We have been talking about for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's
no, I could hear it. I could hear it one more time actually, and I'd let, yeah. If we could do another.
But that's what I'm trying to get at, is that it's pointless because this guy is skipping the initial step, and all he wants to know is about, don't use the maths that we use because it's globe maths, right? But you've already, you need to acquire an angle of elevation off a flat plane, not a curved surface.
What are globe maths?
But it's fair enough. Look, I'll concede that I haven't challenged him. And I probably should, but I mean, is it really going to get me anywhere? Will he really pay out if I challenge him?
It's already in escrow.
Yep. All right. You know what? I should put my money where my mouth is and actually challenge him.
You don't even have to put up money. You could just do his challenge.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I would say this is the issue with it. My perspective is that he's asking you. I would have to read the whole thing in detail, but I do understand it in general, and I've skimmed it. He wants to be able to give certain star positions and then have people find their position on the Earth using what he's calling "quote unquote" flat Earth geometry, which, of course, I don't know that he even defines what that is to him. These guys have like the perspective thing. I don't know. They're into some of the, so I don't know exactly what that even means. But what I will say is this: the main thing I was going to say about it is that you have to have an actual GP system and circle of equal altitude system mapped out to find your position on Earth if you don't already know what it is.
Right, which is fair. But again, if you're going to use a sextant, if people, I'm not saying you, if people are going to claim that it only works on a flat Earth, then show how it does. If it works on a flat Earth, then use some type of, you can make up whatever model you want. That's the beauty. He doesn't decide what the model is for you. You decide what it is, and you find your location. And then do it one more time. You have $10,000. It's that easy.
It says, I challenge flat earthers to use 2 different sets of angles of elevation angles to 3 separate stars to determine the location of the observers using only flat Earth geometry. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Does he even understand what he's trying to challenge people on?
It is a little vague. It's not very clear. Yeah.
Find your
You just
location
have
on
to
Earth
ask
using sextant measurements, but don't use globe math.
I
Yeah,
have a
but when
question.
you,
So what?
yeah, go ahead,
What's
Buster.
the difference? I just one thing real quick. What's the difference between air quotes flat Earth geometry and globe maths? Why are those two terms getting bandied around?
Because the biggest issue would be the linear relationship between 1 degree change and 60 nautical miles. You won't have that relationship on a flat surface. Kosho's here. Maybe he can post a picture. But essentially, if you're on a flat surface and you're measuring an angle to something in the sky, some type of vertical distance, for that to remain the same, you're not going to have a distance change and an angle change be linear. For example, if you're on a flat surface and you move 1 degree, you may move 1 foot. So if you're at 90 degrees directly below that object, you move 1 degree, perhaps that's 1 foot. When you move 1 more degree, you're not going to be moving 1 foot. You're going to be moving something greater than 1 foot this time. When you're on a curved surface, when you move that 1 degree, it'll be 1 foot. When you move 1 more degree, that'll be another 1 foot. And that continues. That linear relationship is applied to all of these sextant almanacs. That will be the key difference.
So that even works with an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, it's close enough as far as the
Oh, it's
calculations
close
go.
enough, but it's not exact.
No, that's fine.
So
You can obfuscate from the point of the linear
I'm not
relationship.
obfuscating at
That's fine.
all. Not at all. If it's an oblate spheroid, would it always be 1 degree per?
Yes, yes. It'll be
Okay,
close
really?
enough in which
Even
we
though
don't
the
have.
surface changes.
It'll be close enough in which we don't have to worry.
Ah, close enough.
The same response that I'd give for the distance to stars, where we can treat them
So-
as a celestial sphere, equidistant, even though they're not. For the calculations that we make, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. So okay, fair enough.
So I was going to post something. This is actually Kosho's been posting it nonstop. I'm actually just posting it again. I'm actually just posting it again because I wanted to kind of use it to what I'm going to say. So if you have just take the basic lines that Kosho has drawn there. Let's say the one on the very bottom, the black line. Let's say that's your planar Earth, and then where the zenith, where the red line hits that. Let's say you're a little person standing there. And then you have this kind of dome above you, this hemispherical black line above you. That would be, in my viewpoint, that's like your field of view. So it's the radius of your field of view. And then that is situated within a much larger planar system where you've got this kind of sky above it. So where he has plane of the horizon, that green line going horizontal, that would be like, let's say, the stars, the sun, the moon. Now, whether that also is slightly curved because it would be a slight curve over a massive Earth, or whether that's planar in nature, nonetheless, from your position, it's going to virtually be planar in nature, although there is still going to be, the curvature will be of the sky as well. But let's just say for the moment they're planar. So when you then have this system, and then he drew this line where he put GP, the blue one, so that would be like your line of sight. Like if you're a person standing there, you're looking through your field of view, your hemispherical, field of view, and you have that radius, and then you have the actual star system above this huge Earth. And then that blue line is how the star tracks per degree in your personal celestial sphere observation point.
Geo, would you consider that drawing? Would you consider that Euclidean geometry?
That is a hodgepodge of a couple things. I was just using
look
lines.
at the drawing.
It's got but it shows how they inverted it. It shows how they inverted it because it's similar geometry.
I got another question though. Would you consider that Euclidean geometry? I mean, it's a relationship of an angle to a circle. I mean, that's the basis of Euclidean geometry, correct?
Yeah. Well, just the basic lines and circles. Yeah.
Right. So why would something like that get labeled as flat Earth geometry?
Well, I guess just because it's a planar Earth with a ceiling versus
they're using
being
a Euclidean. Sorry,
versus being on a sphere. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying that drawing looks just like Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, that's true. They've just moved the lines around and moved the reference point. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, on that level, at least that, because that's also just like just curves and straight lines on that one. Whereas what they really say is going on is their whole sphere thing.
But I want to know where is the angle of elevation on that particular picture, because it doesn't seem like it would ever intersect the zenith of the star. It seems to just go out into the middle of nowhere.
It seems like it wouldn't, but in fact, it does.
But those lines seem almost parallel from a point.
Yeah, that's why we use them as almost parallel.
So they're not parallel. They seem pretty parallel to me.
Yeah, they do seem pretty parallel.
So that red line would actually at some point actually intersect that blue dotted line.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
See, that's why they have to put the stars in infinite distance.
But
See, it's just the star trick again.
Well, no, it's just they're so far away that we allow ourselves to use them as infinitely far away because they, for all intents and purposes, for this purpose, actually, it can be used that way.
So you're making lines that aren't parallel by just explaining that the stars are an infinite distance away.
No, we use them as if they are because they allow us to do this useful navigation techniques. So because they're so far away that the angular difference is negligible, so negligible that we're allowed to do this.
It's just
which is why it's
an easy way to think of it. Here's an easy way to think of it. Watch this. It'll be so much simpler than just laughing at it. If you're using a ruler, do you care how many nanometers off you are?
All right, and also where's the line?
No,
of
you're
position?
right. You're right. But what you're measuring only requires a ruler. Do you care how many nanometers off you are?
Depends what I'm measuring, doesn't it?
Yeah. Again, then let's use a real world example. A piece of wood.
Build a piston of an engine or something. Yeah, you better.
Okay. Watch this. So we're measuring a piece of wood, and I only care about to the millimeter. That's fine. But the question is still, do we care about the nanometer change in that instance?
In that particular instant? No, not in that particular instant.
Sure, but it is not perfectly measured with the tool that we have, right?
Well, no, you wouldn't have to be perfectly accurate. But sometimes with woodwork, you've got to be pretty damn accurate. So.
Right, depending on the application. But in this application,
exactly.
Then the millimeter is fine, despite the changes in nanometer, right?
Mm-hmm. For the application, it is fine.
Perfect. Thank you. So now, instead of laughing, does it make more sense in which this the perfectly non-parallel can be treated as parallel given the context of what we're doing?
Well, that wasn't actually the part that we were laughing. I wouldn't say I was laughing at anything. I think we were laughing with each other. But ultimately, that's actually not what was being reacted to. The thing that was being reacted to is the fact that, kind of like Buster pointed out, the geometry that you guys are showing there with this half circle and the lines is Euclidean, but what you guys are claiming is happening is that the Earth is a sphere, so now you have a whole spherical surface, and then you have to put the stars, quote unquote, an infinite distance away to make the Euclidean geometry still work. It's just an inversion. It's a sleight of hand.
We don't make them that far away. They are that far away.
You assume that they are in order to fit a different type of geometry.
There is no assumptions. They are measured to be that far. It's the same thing that Pete has troubles with when he says...
You think that light years away to what you're calling stars have been measured?
Yes, of course. This is the same issue that Pete has when he says, when you decide these things. These aren't decided. They are measured.
What is your favorite measurement of the distance to a star? Just your top one that you really like.
Just basic stellar parallax, I guess.
Okay, so through parallax, you think you can measure millions and millions of miles?
Yes, with precision equipment. Yeah, of course. I see no reason why we couldn't.
Okay, have you Are you just saying you kind of just speculating that it could be done, or are you saying that this is proof of?
No, I've seen the methodology behind it. I've seen the measurements taken.
So you're not going with spectroscopy?
No, I'm fairly certain spectroscopy is going to be something different.
Well, that's how they claim they measure the distance to stars. One of the ways.
There are many methodologies. Sure, you asked me for my favorite
I
one.
think that's pretty much the only one. Do you really have one with parallax that you claim, or have you ever? Do you remember what it was, or?
Will it matter? Like, for example, I mean, I can. I'm not trying to avoid it, and I will regardless. But will it matter if you're showing these measurements?
They don't use that to measure the distance to stars. What they tried to say is they use that to measure the distance of Venus to the sun and the Earth to the sun.
Right. I don't care about Venus though. But will it matter if measurements are presented?
Where have you measured star parallax? Where has that?
I haven't. I have not done that. Observatories have done that.
Someone who claimed that they measured actual star parallax and then measured the distance to them from that. I've never heard of that. Could you show me?
You've never heard of stellar parallax then?
There is no stellar parallax.
Right. Of course there isn't. But I got you. Don't worry. Give me a couple minutes.
I mean, that is indeed how they measure stars in our galaxy. They use stellar parallax and aberration.
No, motherfucker.
If you're looking for
email?
If you're looking for one that's probably easy to find, they do it with Polaris, for example.
I think one of the examples I have is Proxima Centauri.
Oh yeah,
but I've just got to find it. That's all. I mean, just the fact that you know what the term stellar parallax is means that it is a thing. It's not like I've just made it up and you said, "Well, I've never heard of that." Of course you have.
I've never heard of it.
Well.
It doesn't make it true though, now does it? Just because it's a term that we've heard does not make it true.
I know, but we shouldn't bullshit each other. In which we shouldn't bullshit each other on the things that almost talked about every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the real question is, I mean, I understand that it's claimed. I was just asking you if there's one that you thought was convincing or you felt proved it, because I know that you haven't done it, which is understandable. I'm just wondering what you found that made you conclusive that indeed this was the case. Meaning, like, for example, like, because I've looked into these, and like the type of equipment that they use to claim that they're picking this up, for example, like this is not picked up, through a regular lens telescope. So then we get into that whole component. So then because of course they need stellar parallax in their model, in the globe Earth model, because it is flying through space at the ridiculous speeds. Even though they say it's so tiny, they still need it.
Yep.
Stella!
Piece of paper when they're using smartphone cameras to observe stellar parallax.
Stella!
Smartphones now measure stellar parallax. That's pretty smart.
The baddest man in Birmingham.
You sound like you're in a good mood, Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Off my meds again.
Off your meds, good on you, man.
How many cones have you punched through, Mel?
6.
What's that?
How many cones have you punched through?
Oh, you're asking Mel. My bad.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I just got a little bit just then. Just
Yeah,
drove past the cops.
I was going to say you've just picked up, haven't you?
It's like,
You know, it sucks. I can't
yeah.
smoke anymore. Really
Yeah, I understand.
disappointed. No, I just
Oh, well,
it just
Yeah.
it just affects my heart rate. Like no matter what I do, like I
Really?
can't. I used to really enjoy it and used to be my escape from everything. And yeah, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Well, you're broken. You're officially broken.
Yeah, 100%, man. I don't know what to do, because like I said, it used to be sort of my go-to relaxant, if you will. But
Get on to edibles.
oh, I wouldn't dare. Not with what's happened to me with just smoking. I mean, it's even. I've had a couple of times where I've almost called an amber. That's how bad it's been, honestly.
Oh,
Really?
damn.
Yeah, man. Like
just pumping.
Yeah, it's not even just anxiety. It's just because I have the ability to calm myself down, but I just can't get my heart rate down to to a normal,
A steady.
to a steady.
pulse.
Yeah,
Are you smoking clean weed, or is this fucking unknown sources?
Well, yeah, the sources they're not exactly known, but I mean it's the same. It's the same people I've been buying off for a while. But I mean, yeah, it's hard to sort of pinpoint what chemicals they're using. It's not exactly just bush. So, I mean, I haven't tried growing my own and trying to keep it as natural as possible. I haven't tried that. But I mean, every single time I try something, it sort of scares me to the point where I don't want to try it again.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Probably happens now without you even meaning it.
Pretty much, man.
You know what you should do? Have a cone of like pseudo weed. Like just go through the motions of pretending to smoke a cone and see if your fucking heart rate goes up.
I might do that. Yeah. It sucks, honestly, man. It really does.
Oh, I bet. We've got a fucking cannabinoid system for a reason.
That's it. Maybe I abused it too much, and I've just because I used to smoke.
No such thing.
No such thing.
No, I mean if there's chemicals in it, fuck yeah, you can abuse those. But if it's all natural, you can't abuse that. Your lungs will tell you to stop doing it before you do yourself any damage.
That's it,
Yeah.
Well, I used to get this like bubbly sensation in my lungs at one point, where it used to feel like it's hard to describe, but like all I can describe it is as like a bubbling within my lungs when I was breathing, when I was smoking heavily.
Like a crackling.
Yeah, like a crackling in a sense.
Oh, that's a fungal infection, mate.
Oh.
A fungal infection. Yes.
Were you mixing it, Globus? Were you mixing it?
No, it was always straight. I would
Always
never.
straight?
I'd never put any spin in it.
Well, there can be a lot of funguses, especially with a lot of this indoor grown stuff. Like when cannabis grows outside, it has its own natural homeostasis, terpenes and chemicals that keep it in balance. But a lot of these indoor grown ones, they're using all kinds of funky water sources and soils and people's basements and stuff. And even in just professional growing environments, there can be molds and funguses and stuff. And then people are smoking that. It can.
Yep.
And there's a lot of other toxins that can be in it too, and a lot of those fertilizers and stuff that they use for indoor.
Yeah, well, I've got a friend that grows, and he showed me all the chemicals he puts in it, and I'm like, oh, every single bottle was like warning, it had a massive warning on it. I'm just like, yeah, not sure if I want to be ingesting that.
Yeah, exactly.
Good old carp, mate. Catch a carp, whack it under, good to go.
That's it. And I also knew some people actually used to put like crushed glass to make it look like it was. Yeah. So that's one of the techniques some of them use to make it look like it's like it's got high THC content, like it's really shiny.
That would add weight too, no doubt.
And weight, of course. Yeah, that's another reason why they do it. But yeah, it's really fine crushed glass. It's another thing. Like I said, I didn't really want to be smoking.
What happened?
No, that would actually probably come through the pipe. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
No, but yeah. Nice.
Disturbing. Once upon
Yeah.
a time, drug dealing was an honourable profession.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
There was a time.
In a world.
Yeah, but if I had the
So what
space
do you
to
reckon,
grow,
the
man,
70s?
yeah, maybe back then. I don't even have the space to grow anything. I live in a set of units, so it's yeah. Anyway, I've sort of given it up anyway.
If it really kicks off, you could head to Nimbin.
Been there a couple of times.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the people who didn't fit in back in the day went. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, Nimbin's not bad.
It's a glorious place, Nimbin.
It is.
A couple of times.
I think everyone's been there, to be honest.
You could hide
Some of
out
those
there,
places.
you know. There's so many nooks and crannies out there.
The old Rainbow Cafe.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's fucking Ned Kelly times, isn't it? They'll be building our own armor and shit.
Yeah, man.
Eureka Stockade 2.0.
Didn't you see the information that they're trying to push about Ned Kelly? That he fucking murdered some bloke and raped some other woman? They're trying to tarnish him?
Really? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I read it the other day. Fucking popped up on Facebook or something. I'm driving at the moment, or else I'd search for it.
Yeah, right.
Cunts.
As far as I
Trying
know,
to
he's a good
erase
bloke.
history, man.
Aussie cunts.
Doesn't surprise me though. Anyone that sort of bucked the system, they're trying to fucking, make them look like dogs, basically.
Fuck yeah. I mean, I'm not one to like back the Aussie Cossack guy, but he was very vocal during the lockdowns and everything, and he is fucking being attacked left, right, and centre by mainstream right now.
He's a fucking Russian plant, man. He's a sellout.
How dare you?
Yeah,
How dare you, Rick?
he's being attacked by the mainstream, so he's obviously he's saying things that they don't like.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with him on some of the shit he's saying, but I feel like he's just coached a whole bunch of people along. He said he was running for the election all this time. Now we're so close to the elections, and he pulled out the other day. I think it's because of the stance that he's taken with Russia, and he's like, no, there's a bigger task here. We need proper reporting on the ground. And no, we don't. What the your interests lie with Australia, you'd run for the election, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to run off to Russia. So I don't trust him as far as I could throw the fat cunt.
Yeah, I don't know if 100% if becoming a fucking politician is ever going to do the fucking right thing by Australia. I mean, Peter Garrett's a good fucking example. But, yeah, we were, weren't we, Bendy? But, you don't know his intentions. You don't, but he's certainly fucking pro-Russia, without a doubt. Because
At least Peter Garrett was a good dancer.
Yeah. We're going to have to define good, champ.
You must have been off your guts at the time to be making that judgment.
That's when I was able to smoke back then,
Yeah. Classic. Good dance.
Have you ever
played with Iggy Pop, mate?
What's that, Gio?
Well, I was just gonna say with the smoking thing, like I was just wondering if you've ever tried vaporizing instead of smoking, because some people find that like the smoking can be like a bit too much of like an irritant for them, whereas like the vaporizing, I just wondered if you'd ever tried vaporizing.
Yeah, I have, but that was back when I used to be able to just handle it. So I haven't since. But yeah. Look, there are several things I want to try before I completely give up on it. But it's just,
Sounds
like I
right.
said, it's honestly working up the courage because it's gotten to the point, not to sound like a pussy, but it's gotten to the point where, like, yeah, whenever I did try it, it was, honestly, I thought I was, I don't know, on the verge of having a heart attack. Like, that's how
Oh, you don't fuck
bad.
around with that shit, mate. Yeah.
No, that's why I don't want to, definitely fuck around with it. Like you said, it's
You'd be the first person to die of marijuana, though. You realise that. So
that's, well, yeah, well, officially anyway.
Well, what
yeah.
was the experience?
Unless you course you're triple jabbed,
Yeah,
then it might be that.
that's
Like,
right.
what was happening for you? Like, what was coming up for you at that time?
Well, like, you mean,
Is it like anxiety, or like what is it?
Well, it doesn't really start off as anxiety because I'd be in a good mood, everything was going fine. There's nothing really I was worrying about, and I would just I just wouldn't get the normal high that I normally would get. The normal mellow high where I'm just like, where everything's good. It would be like my heart rate would start to slowly increase to the point where it would become I'd become conscious of it. I'd get palpitations, so I would actually almost feel my my heart pumping and pumping hard. And I don't know if that's that's compounded with the fact that I'm actually conscious of it, that it gets worse. But I did try several methods of calming myself down, and nothing seemed to work. But yeah, it just seemed to just increase and stay at a certain rate for a certain period of time. So I'd be experiencing say a heart rate of like 140, 150 for about a couple of hours, which is obviously not good at all. So yeah.
Okay, interesting. So, and did you test it, or was it only like an experience of the 150 to 140, or was that tested?
So what do you mean? How I tested it? Like what method?
Yeah, like I was just wondering if you had ever done it with like an equipment, or whether you just felt like it was 140 or 150.
No, I definitely tested it up with a Fitbit.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so
it's actually raising your heartbeat.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and then for a
You're
certain amount of time where it just wouldn't come down for, like I said, a couple of hours at least.
Yeah. Well, see, one like perspective of that as a possibility is that cannabis, similar to other compounds in these, where they can activate things that are like in our unconscious or like in our memory banks. It can activate that stuff, and just one idea I had. I'm not saying it is the case for you. I'm just throwing it out there. Is that, like, let's say if you have something that happened in your childhood or at some point where there was fear or there was something going on where the heart rate was raised fast, perhaps like it's one possibility. I'm not even saying it applies to you. I'm just saying in general, like for what you described as what it could be, is that actually the cannabis is what it's doing is actually just activating that memory in your unconscious essentially and kind of bringing it to the surface. Now, the fact that even if it is the fact that has a very real biophysical effect of the actual heart rate, that is significant as well. And the fact that it's actually doing that, physically, like it actually has a.
Yep. Yeah, look, there's definitely I did experience some childhood trauma. But the fact that, it's only sort of come up recently, and I was smoking for at least, you could say, maybe 6 or 7 years. And I would smoke to the point where, no matter how much I smoked, I wasn't really getting anything from it. So I was overdoing it in a sense. I wasn't really getting an effect from it. And nothing ever came up. That's why I tend to, I think White's was like, contending that can be a thing, that you can smoke too much to the point where your receptors are damaged, and I don't know if that's true or not, but like I said, I was smoking to what I think was I was overdoing it, but it just I don't know what triggered it, but suddenly it was just one night. where I smoked and my heart rate just spiked and it wouldn't come down. And I thought it was just maybe just a one-off, but then I've probably ever since that night I've probably smoked at least another, you could say, 15 times, and every time I've had the same effect.
Interesting. Is it all the same source of cannabis, or is it different sources?
The source is the same, but I know for a fact that the source gets the cannabis from different people at different times.
Right.
So
DM me your address. I'll send you something.
Yeah.
Well, that's just another thing like that we would, if we're just going to be fully scientific, that we'd have to actually consider, like, could there be a toxin? We were talking earlier. I mean, one thing that's weird, like if you go to like a cannabis, like a store, like a grow store that they have all the products, like kind of like you were saying, there's like hundreds, if not thousands of different products. They all have like funky labels on them, with like just different like cartoon characters and colors and like explosions and all kinds of stuff, and they all have these fancy names. When you look at the ingredient list, it's just like all these chemicals. So that there's actually even a deeper like conspiracy theory that the sort of controllers, the evil controller dudes, are actually behind a lot of the cannabis industry and purposefully making very effective but very toxic fertilizers and quote unquote nutrients and boosters and all of these things, which actually add toxins into the cannabis. It's kind of like their way of fighting against cannabis. They're like, okay, if we can't keep it illegal, at least we'll try to toxify as much of it as we can, so that has less of a medicinal effect and more toxic effects on people. So that's another like whole possibility, is it could even have been that if it was some particular chemical that they used in the grow or from the water that was used or whatever. It's like, I mean, because you're having a natural heart rate thing. It's another possibility.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That could definitely be a possibility. But look, Whites, I'll definitely DM you my address. Because
well, it'd be interesting if you tried like some like outdoor organic, grown under the sun grown. Happy cannabis instead of the stressed out cannabis that's in fluorescent lights indoors in an uncomfortable place.
Yeah, as far as I know. As far as I know, all I've been getting lately is it is hydroponic and because they claim that's the best, blah blah blah. But I haven't tried what we call bush here, which is just naturally grown. There's no hydroponical systems involved. They say there's no chemicals, but it's been a long time since I've gotten any bush. But yeah, look, I'm definitely willing to still give it a go, because
of course you are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, every day, like it's still on my mind, but yeah, I just can't negate those physical effects. No matter what I try, it seems to always be there. And
and that is concerning. Yeah, I mean that's if that's happening, that's something to. Well, like for example, like I was mentioning the people having stuff activated. Like one of the like that compound LSD is an interesting one, because even though it is semi-synthetic, it's just such a potent, like pure energy activator of the human mind. And so just as like an example, like when they've done like LSD psychotherapy with people where they're actually giving them like high doses of LSD, and then the person is like, lying down, closing their eyes, actually going inwards, to have an experience. Like while the people are going through the experiences they're having, whether it's visionary or reliving childhood traumas or different mystical experiences, all kinds of things, like physically their bodies, like there's nothing consistent that it caused. So it's not that there's any one reaction that was consistent for everyone. However, throughout different experiences that people have, the physiological effects can fluctuate. Like the heart rate can go up. Like, for example, if someone's like reliving, like being killed in a past life or something, and that's what they're reliving and that's what they're like healing. When I say reliving, I mean, they're integrating it and healing it. But like the heart rate could be racing really fast when they're going through that experience. And it may even show like in the actual heart rate monitor, that it's like correlative, because if the body is actually reliving a trauma in which the heart, like if when the trauma is happening, whether it's like being killed or like whatever it may be, something very extreme like that, since the heart rate is racing so fast in that moment, and then the trauma is then locked with that. So physically, on the physical level, the trauma is linked with that actual fast heart rate. And then in later life, like either in my viewpoint, in a later lifetime, or even in one lifetime as well, that the experience it's sort of like trapped there, because often when there's a lot of fear, and for some people, like they weren't able to fully integrate it at the time, and so it gets kind of trapped in their psyche. So anyways, I'm maybe I'm going like too far out on explaining all that, but yeah, it's just interesting. I guess just the thing with the LSD is like, it's not like everyone's heart rate went fast, but if somebody was going through an experience in which the fast heart rate was correlated with it, then their heart rate would go up for that session. And it's kind of the same with cannabis in that way. Like not everybody gets a fast heart rate, but you're getting that. So then it's like, okay, well then why is that? Is it like what's the, so it's interesting.
Yeah, that's why I want to, try different methods of, different strains, different methods of growing, just to rule out, potential causes. But I was diagnosed at one point with ischemia, which is it's like an inverted T wave. So when you get an echocardiogram, the different leads that they hook your heart up to, which sort of correspond to the different valves in your heart. One of them was irregular. So I don't know if I've got an underlying heart condition, but it's something that's sort of just recently come up, something that I've never had, and something that was sort of exacerbated by the smoking. But yeah, look, as I said again, I'm going to give it another go. I'm not giving up on it. It's something that I'm sure is related to whatever the ingredients are. I don't know if it was the latest batch that people were growing here that I was consuming was part of that. So that's why, yeah.
Well,
definitely.
Yeah. Well, is there anyone that's like that can't use cannabis, like that's actually like allergic to it? That's a whole question. Like you were saying, that condition that you have, like, could it is it actually, what's the right word? Not antithetical, but kind of that concept. Like, is it actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of counterproductive. Well, yeah.
I know what you mean though.
Yeah, we have receptors all over our body, and it does cause inflammation.
Is it is it a contradiction? Is it contradicted in that sense?
Contraindicated.
Contraindicated. That's it, dude. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead. I know. I just had to somehow finish that. Contraindicated. There it is. Thank you.
Yeah. No, basically we've got the receptors all over our body, in the heart, and everywhere, for THC and some of the other molecules. And that does cause inflammation. That's why we get red eyes, etc. It does inflame us upon ingestion. It's just only temporary. There's nothing permanent about it. Your receptors can't be damaged by the actual molecule to key into them, but the receptors can be glycated or damaged so that they can't receive anymore by something else. Definitely. You mentioned that you were smoking a lot and not really getting stoned. That's a sign that the receptors are damaged in some way by something other than the molecules that they're meant for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I would get, I have guys, this strain, this is crazy, this is what we've just got in, and this is just next level, right? It's good shit. Be like, yeah, I'll give it a go. I'd smack and I'd be like,
next level, all right.
It didn't do much for me at all, man. Like, it was just like, it's just like, you may as well just give me, just bush from your backyard. It would have been the same thing.
Don't knock bush, man. I'll put you on your ass.
I don't. I mean, but I'm just saying that it wasn't, the next level strain, that people were going on about. It didn't really affect me in that sense.
Yeah, it definitely looks different. I'll give you that, the old bushweed. It definitely always looks different than the 100%. Premium hydroponic crap. It looks natural. Should we say that? It looks natural.
Yeah, it doesn't look as as densely packed as as shiny, all that shit.
Well, cannabis is very interesting. Like I was going to say this, which is that I won't say who it is, just to kind of keep the person anonymous. But basically, someone that where okay, like the first time they smoked cannabis, they were fine. Like they got high, it was good, it was fine, everything was fine. Second time they smoked it, yeah, pretty much fine, all was good. And even as much as like the first 5 to 10 times he did it, he was totally fine. And then literally one time, like he didn't do it for a while or whatever, and then he kind of came back at one point and smoked some, and he did maybe a little, it kind of maybe took, he kind of did take a lot of hits, perhaps not a huge amount, but maybe he hit it, whatever, a couple of hits pretty fairly quickly or whatever, but not an overdose or anything. But anyways, so he was pretty, but he was a good dose. And he basically got extremely nauseous and just had to vomit. And he went into the bathroom and just sat next to the toilet for hours. And he did vomit once or twice. And he was just dizzy and spinning. His whole world was just he's spinning. I mean, he wasn't unconscious or anything, but he was in the throes of it. And we were just there for him, and everything. And once he got through it, he was fine the next day or whatever. And then he didn't do it for a while. And then he did it a second, next time, and had another episode like that. The major vomiting, nausea, and just being totally. And then he even had one other time where oh man, it was intense because he smoked and then we were inside, and then he said he had to puke, and we gave him a bucket real quick, and he was just vomiting over and over. And he told us afterwards that when he was doing that, he was having like a death rebirth experience. He was seeing this tunnel, and he was warping through a tunnel, and he was bursting out through light and stuff. He was having this. But anyways, and then I think when he does it now, I'm not really sure, but I don't think he quite has that, that level of that particular nausea and stuff. But I mean, in his case, it seems like it was acting as a full blown psychedelic, and in those cases, he was purging something, he was releasing something.
Yeah. And look, one thing I've never experienced, and I've tried it more than once, is edibles. And every single time I have, I've never experienced any high from them. I don't know if anyone else has had that. And like I said, it's been more
That's
than
very
once.
interesting.
It's not like
I would
yeah.
I'd go and see someone to do with vagal tone, the vagus nerve. Personally, if I was you,
Okay.
go and see a specialist with regards to vagal tone. Because that whole digestive connection with edibles, that just made me go, yep, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah,
I find edibles quite strong. I mean, depending on what
I've eaten to the point where people that eat them are like, no way, bro, that you're not feeling anything. I feel I used to feel the slightest high, but they're just like, nah, man, you should be out by now. I'm like, oh, honestly, I don't feel anything. And I used to think, oh, is it because I smoke a lot? But they're like, nah,
there is
man.
a tolerance. Yeah, there is a tolerance that builds. I mean, there's some people that can take hundreds of milligrams of THC and only be, moderately inebriated. Even though for a normal person, that would be a massive dose. So yeah, there is a tolerance where you have to, use more. I mean, it's not it's different than alcohol though. But you do have to, it kind of saturates your body basically. It's kind of what it seems like.
Yeah, I agree, but it's I hadn't ever tried them before. The first time I tried them, I sort of I thought I had gone overboard with them. They were actually they were capsules, and they were of the highest they had the highest THC milligram content. And I hit one, and I was like, all right, nothing's happening. An hour later, nothing. So I'll have a couple. I'll have a couple more, and then to the point where I felt the slightest high. And I mean, these other guys were just they couldn't move. And I'm like, I really haven't gotten anything from it. And like I was smoking a lot at the point, but compared to a lot of people that I know, it wasn't, excessive smoking. If I compare myself to them, that is.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember what the milligram of THC was by any chance?
Well, they had said that each capsule was, I think it was around 50 milligrams per capsule.
And at the end of the day, was it even THC, mate, or some synthetic?
Well,
like that
yeah.
sounds very dodgy.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, when I compare it to other times where I've had edibles, nothing has sort of affected me. Brownies, cookies. I haven't tried gummies or anything, but I mean, nothing else that I've eaten has affected me.
You've got the worst. You've got the worst symptoms I've ever heard from.
Yeah,
like you have. I've come across some pretty sick people, and what you're telling me hurts me. I feel for you.
Yeah, man. Trust me. But like what I used to like, the smoking was never a problem for me. Like I always used to sort of react quite well to it. It's only just recently, but yeah. So that's why.
So hang on, go back to the heart thing. Was this heart thing diagnosed well and truly before you started smoking? You've had a period of good smoking with your heart thing, or is it?
No, it was afterwards. It was after.
You were diagnosed with the thing with the timing thing after?
Yeah. It was towards the end of my smoking career.
Yeah. And do you have any other things now that cause this any heart issues or?
No, definitely not.
Oh, okay. So you're symptom free.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
it's only ever when I smoke. And now it's even the tiniest bit that I smoke. It get me to that stage where I know what it feels like to be high, right? But whenever I smoke now, it just gives me that. It's like I'm going on a big run, like I've gone for a, like a massive sort of cross country run, where my heart rate's is at a rate where it's, you can not only that, I can feel my heart rate, so I'm getting the palpitations, so I can actually
that's
feel very
it.
Yeah. It's not just a matter of
does your respiration rate go up?
No, it doesn't. Not at all. It's just a matter of feeling the palpitations, and then, obviously checking my heart rate, and it's well above 120.
Well, you know how some people, like when they have paranoia, like extreme paranoia or extreme fear, like if you're afraid that someone's like breaking into your house or just anything like that, even if they're not actually doing it, you're just in, someone's in some kind of extreme paranoia or fear, their heart rate can speed up. And in some cases, people like go to the hospital and they're like, "Oh, I'm having a heart attack," and then it's just anxiety or panic of some sort. And even though sometimes like it might even not be psychological, it might only be physical. But it just like reminds me of like with cannabis, how like some people, they just get very paranoid when they do cannabis, like meaning they don't have any, overt paranoia in their daily life, but if they do cannabis, boom, all of a sudden they get this flash of paranoia. Now it still might be underlying in their daily life in one way or another, but at the same time, like cannabis doesn't do that for everyone. So in fact, there's a lot of people who are, totally the opposite. They feel very relaxed and, all of that. So it's, to me, it shows how like there can be actual things that are being activated in different people and having different origins. Like there's psychogenic and physiogenic, meaning like, is it coming from the actual physiology of the body, or is it coming through the mind and then the body is just the vessel for it?
Yeah, well, the first time this ever happened, it was actually sort of linked with paranoia, because I had a girl over and we were smoking together and everything was fine up until a certain point where I started to get paranoid thoughts about the reason that she was at my house. Like I started to think she was there to kill me. Honestly, that's how bad the paranoia.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And even the word, even what she was saying to me, I was misunderstanding. I forget exactly what she was talking about, but I heard the words witchcraft, and it was something completely different. Once I look back in retrospect, and I'm like, she didn't say anything about witchcraft, but in my mind she was talking about witchcraft, and when she was out on my balcony, I'm like, you know what, she's here to kill me. Literally, I honestly think she's here to kill me. What the hell do I do? So I'm just gonna play it cool, everything's good, and then eventually everything worked out okay. But at that stage, I was convinced that she was there for like nefarious purposes. Like she wasn't there to do anything nice. But yeah, it was that's the first night that I ever experienced that high heart rate, which was linked with obviously that paranoia. But ever since, I don't know if that night was sort of like a catalyst for what I've felt ever since. But I've put myself in different situations where there's no one here. I'm relaxed. I'm not worried about anything, whether it be financial, whether it be emotional. I'm good. And yes, no matter what I do, bang, yeah, heart rate's through the roof.
Right, can we check?
Yeah.
Can we check one thing? That first night with the girl and the paranoia, was it the first time that you smoked this current strain that you've been smoking since?
No, I had smoked it prior to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I had smoked it prior to that. Yeah.
Same people?
Wasn't well, it was only me and her. It was definitely a different person because she wasn't there. Normally, I would smoke by myself. But yeah, there's I don't think it was anything to do with a person.
No, I meant supplier. Same supplier. Same strain.
Same supplier. 100%.
Yeah, cool.
Same supplier. Yeah.
Well,
you're a complicated one.
Well, there's a term in psychology that has been called like Gestalt. There's a whole there's actually like Gestalt therapy, but the term Gestalt in this context that I'm referring it to, essentially it's like a psychological cluster, or it's like a cluster of energy, and it can have like mental components, physical components, and spiritual, really, like all three. And oftentimes these can be moved through and healed, where like mainstream medicine might just want to give you drugs or whatever, heart drugs or whatever. But if it's coming from like an origin from within your psyche, then that's where it would have to be addressed. I would, at that level.
Yep.
Like, I'll just throw this one like possibility. It's just what's coming to my mind. I'm not saying I'm like that this is the case, but like from what you described, one possible example could be that you and her in a past lifetime, that she did kill you in a past life. Yep. And in this life, it got reactivated, and the timing, probably your transits, like the position of the luminaries, like the astrological transits at that time. I think that these transits, they actually line up throughout lifetimes. So there actually could have been similar luminary alignments to that moment where that happened to the actual past lifetime as well. But, and then with the cannabis, perhaps that all got activated, like that Gestalt got activated.
Yep. She definitely wasn't helping by what she was saying. She was saying, I can see energy, I can see people's energy, like just everything, everything she was saying was not helping my situation at all. Even the way she was looking at me, I was perceiving it as she was just like, I thought I was like, visibly suffering, like my expression, and she was just like laughing, and so everything was indicating that she's here to do this. She's here to just kill me and laugh at it and just have a good time while I'm suffering. But yeah,
yeah, wow, that's definitely like a powerful.
Yeah, it wasn't a great experience.
I do know what you mean, though. Yeah, like where, see, where I feel like I've experienced that would be more on psychedelics, where I feel like where my unconscious is open, and a lot of people have that as well with psychedelics. Like, because it sounds like what you're having is like at a psychedelic level, like which is interesting. And cannabis can be more psychedelic for some than others as well. I mean, for some people, it can be really powerful, like almost like taking LSD or mushrooms or something. In some cases, like it can be that activating, but. So that's kind of what it sounds like for example, people like in the LSD therapy I was mentioning earlier, when they've done that, like somebody might be like reliving a past lifetime of, being in some like war situation. And when they're on the LSD and if they open their eyes and like look at the, like the therapist or whoever's like kind of, the sitter, basically the person sitting for them, if they look at their face or whatever, their face can look like, it can like actually like let's say you're in some like Native American war situation. I'm just making that up, but where there's like arrows being like, if you look at the actual, person in the physical world, like they can look like a Native American.
Yep.
Or like if someone's reliving something from like Nazi Germany or something, and then it's like the person's face, like they literally look like an SS officer or whatever, something like that. Like, even though that wouldn't necessarily be a past life because it's more recent, but that can be more like in the racial memories and things that like those people have had those experiences. But yeah, because it almost sounds like from a mainstream psychology perspective, they might say, oh, you were having a paranoid delusion. They're going to put all these labels on it, but I don't really think those are valid. I think we all have different layers of a lot of different things in our psyches. And yeah, like she wasn't actually there to kill you. So on that level, it wasn't the case. But at the same time, like what really is being activated?
Yeah. And look, what surprised me the most was the fact that up until that point, I was smoking copious amounts. So I'm like, what the hell is this? I have heard of people being paranoid on it, but usually it's when they don't smoke and they try it and they overdo it and they have these paranoid thoughts. I'm like, I had never experienced it, not once in my life up until that
I love
point.
that word copious.
How good is it? But yeah, man, it just took me by surprise. But
yeah, it's an awesome word, copious.
Ever since that night, nothing's been the same. Yeah, in that sense, anyway. And nothing else has changed. But yeah, I don't know if it's trauma based or like you guys say, it's something else to it. But I'm definitely willing to keep trying and see how we go.
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting if you decide to want to kind of dig into it more to decipher like within yourself, as it were, like if you because yeah, it seems like you're on a quest of sorts with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Submission. That's not a submission to fucking sort this out.
Mission,
You got to recruit troops. You got to get it done, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely have I've experienced many times my heart rate raising considerably during different visionary experiences and different everything from even just using just breath work or even meditation in sorts. Yeah, I've had that many times. I mean, I've had like full blown like on like a high dose of like a plant medicine where I'm having like a full death rebirth experience, and I actually feel like I'm dying, like literally feels like the actual feeling of death, and like I'm sitting there like, okay, yeah, like it's over, like it's like this is the last. I'm gonna be
this is it. Yeah,
this is it. Somebody's gonna have to call the ambulance tomorrow, and they're carrying me out of this house, But anyways, and then I've also relived different like past life situations where there was an accelerated heart rate. And when I was actually re-experiencing that, my heart rate was going really fast, as it was kind of being like, see, my experience, like when using these particular tools and methods, it's like, it's not reliving it it's not reactivating it in a way that's just causing the pain again necessarily. Well, it can, well, there is often times where I'm re-experiencing the pain for sure, but it's not like it's just re-happening just to like, for no purpose. Like it's coming up again. Well, see, what's wild about it really when it goes really deep is that, well, the way I've experienced it, it's like I'm actually experiencing those things for the first time, because when they actually happened, my psyche suppressed it.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't able to fully experience it. And then when I'm able to kind of reactivate it in that way, it's like that. It's actually, in a way, it's being experienced for the first time because it's actually being integrated instead of being a blockage.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. They're not fun experiences. Like, I even remember, getting a pain in my left arm. So to me, that told me, wow, yeah, you're actually experiencing a heart attack. Also dizziness, where I couldn't walk straight, and I'm like, dude, I only had a joint. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. I'm used to having a lot more than that. So to me, that was like, yeah, what the? Yeah, this is. I
Are you sure
honestly
you
thought,
didn't smoke a vaccine?
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's something physical in this particular cannabis, then that would, but if you got completely like organic, outdoor grown, like sun grown, happy cannabis, and it still was happening, then that would rule that out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some people like that I've witnessed, and in this kind of world of people using having these powerful experiences, there are people that, like, if they had a past lifetime where there was something very severe that happened, like they were stabbed, or they fell off a cliff, or they hung from a noose, or a gunshot, whatever it may be, and sometimes, like, okay, somebody, before they know about that past life, they go through their whole life. Like, one example, like somebody will have back pain, and they'll just have severe back pain their whole life, and they'll go to doctors all around the world, and the doctors just cannot figure out what it is. All they can do is just give drugs to try to reduce the pain, and they absolutely cannot find the origin of the back pain, but the person has it just chronically. And then if they start doing psilocybin therapy or LSD therapy or ayahuasca or something like that, or even just the breath work or meditation, these different tools. But if they start really going into it, like, let's say they have like a high dose, like mushroom experience, where they're actually like reliving that past life, and they realize that they were stabbed, with a huge sword in the back, and they relive it, and they go through it, and they purge it from their psyche. And then after that session, the back pain is completely gone. So it's like the whole lifetime of back pain that was chronic, and it took them actually reconnecting with that memory and like clearing it from their soul memory in order to move that through. So it's pretty fascinating to kind of think about the actual roots of physical illness and how much they're connected to, I think, our psychology and our spirituality.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do have back pain, so I don't know. There's a possibility there, and I've had it for a long time. But I mean, look, just gonna give it a go. I'm gonna try different sources and see if I can rule out the underlying cause here. But yeah,
we'll run some experiments, mate. You'll be right.
Yeah.
If what I said you triggers it, then you've got a pathological fucking issue going on, obviously, and it could be heart related because it does inflame the heart. It does do that mildly, so it might be that valve you've got just can't fucking handle it now.
Yeah, which would be a massive shame. But I mean, it is what it is.
I was about to say that it's Kevo.
Yeah, man.
No,
100%.
the end of the world.
Basically.
No, I'm only joking. Not really. Hit the vodka.
Yeah, that's it. That's definitely nothing I want to rely on is alcohol, 100%.
Well, it's not that interesting. Go ahead.
No, you're right. That's it.
Well, I was just gonna say, it is interesting how these different layers intersect, like, because there's that word psychogenic, which means like that the genesis of the disease is of psychological origin, and then there's like physiogenic, which is more like somatic. There's also that word somatogenic, but it's essentially where the origin is in the physical body. So yeah, like whether it has a physical source or more of a psychological or a spiritual source in terms of like what this particular thing is for you. Because if it's just physical, then then it would be more on that physical side.
Yeah.
But the fact that it was connected to a whole psychological thing, like of that feeling of the paranoia and that she was going to kill you, to me already seems to indicate that there is some sort of a psychological origin.
Yeah, that's I agree with that. 100%.
What do you think would happen if you just took 3 grams of mushrooms? Like, do you think you would go into that?
Shit. Man, I can't even think about that. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
You'd probably you'd break on through to the other side.
Yeah, man. Like I can't even fathom putting myself through that because just all the experiences that I had, they were just not pleasant to the point where I was just I think I'm pretty level-headed, and I think I sort of portray that even online where I think I'm pretty jovial and I don't let things get to me, but and that's how I am in everyday life. But these experiences, they sort of they showed another side that I didn't know that was within me. Just an absolute fear and just I didn't think that was in me at all to be that way. I'm just
so you do have a psychological response as well. It's not just a heart rate issue when you smoke.
Yeah,
you actually get a fear and okay, right.
Yes. Yeah. It's definitely
And do you sweat and stuff as well? Get all clammy and shit?
Yeah, big time sweats.
Okay.
My hands sweat. My feet sweat. Everything's just yeah.
Yeah, like one kind of concept, like if you were not, I'm not saying that I'm just kind of just saying in general, I'm not saying for you in particular, but like if someone, like let's say that what you're in the example that it is of some kind of origin like that, like, and if you were to want to do something like therapy with something like psilocybin or something like that, the kind of general, like what people find works essentially is if they take the mushrooms or whatever it may be and they just completely try to surrender to everything that's happening. So if no matter what's happening, if there's fear, if there's paranoia, if there's feelings of whatever it may be, positive or negative, and just to completely surrender to that. And if they do that and just let it just feel whatever it is, like if it's paranoia, just sink into the paranoia. If it's depression, sink into the depression. If it's joy, sink into the joy. Just whatever it is, just keep sinking in. And what people find is that whatever that unpleasantness is, whatever the unpleasant feeling is, like anxiety or whatever it may be, if it's like fully felt, like if you feel it fully, that's when it actually resolves.
Okay.
And heals. And then it stops affecting them in their life after that. Like there's a quote which is the full expression of an emotion is the funeral pyre of that emotion. So in that context, like that, the full kind of experience of whatever it is that's in the unconscious, if that's fully experienced, that is the funeral pyre. A pyre is like where it's released essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, and I think I even sort of tried to go through that route when I was experiencing these feelings. I tried to, what it is, what it is. I'm just gonna not just write it out, but go along with whatever's happening to me. But it seemed to me the more I did, the more physically I felt the effects of it. The more I gave into it, the more it seemed like my heart rate was just going to a point where I'm just like, if I don't try something to calm myself down, it's just going to keep going to the point where, I don't know where it's going to go, but it just seemed like it's just kept increasing.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to give into it, like you said. I definitely tried to, like, it's all good. It's this is meant to happen. I'm just gonna whatever it is. But I'm just like, it gets to a point where you're just like, is this actually gonna get to a point where it's gonna do some physical damage? I don't know if that's paranoia or that's just just being reasonable about what's happening to you.
Right.
But,
Well, no, that is interesting. Yeah. Well.
Look,
see, it's interesting because sometimes to work through these things, like when people work through them, like that's why, yeah, let's just say, like, if there was centers that we could go to and actually get this form of therapy, like real, like whether you're using something like breath work where it's only breathing, or you're using a plant medicine like mushrooms or something. If there was like actual centers, that people could go through, like this would be the kind of thing, like if you wanted to approach it this way, where you could actually have, like, ideally, support, and like to be kind of sensitive as well, like maybe like starting on smaller doses, because I mean, for some people, like, let's say in an extreme case where let's say you had a past life where you died of a heart attack. Well, if that's what's actually coming up for you, then that's going to be intense to work through, whether you do it in this lifetime or another. But if that, from the perspective that all these things have to be healed and integrated, it may literally feel like it again. Like if you were, like, let's just say you're like, yeah, I'm going to go all out, like do like high dose, like psilocybin mushroom therapy. And like, you're going to do one session a week or something. And you're just going to go into it. Like, I mean, for some people to heal something like that, like, and it's just an example, like I'm saying, I'm not even relating this to you. It's just in general, like as an example. But if that was the case, they might have to have, 10, 20, 30 sessions in some cases of working through that, of having the heart rate thing and the different things that come with that. And what's interesting about it is that if they're supported, to go through it, like it will move through, which is what's fascinating. Like the human psyche, like it knows how to release these things.
Mm-hmm.
But just in that example, like if that's what was coming up for you, then yeah, I mean that could be like, and actually it sounds like you're pretty fortunate that you don't have any of these symptoms in your daily life, because a lot of people would have the symptoms all the time, and then in extreme cases they're like in a mental institution because they're having paranoid delusions all the time. Mm-hmm. But really, it's also just a part of their process as well.
Yeah, look, it's hard to put myself through that situation again. Purely, I don't know if it's to do with what the cardiologist was sort of telling me, because to a certain extent, I do trust their knowledge. I mean, I don't, I'm not a proponent of pharmaceuticals, but what my heart was showing up in the in the echocardiograms, I even went to the point where I had a cardioangiogram. So that's where they basically take a 3D picture of your heart to see if there's been any trauma, any previous heart attacks or whatever it may be. So the fact that I had an abnormal T wave, it's sort of indicative of trauma. So it's hard for me to just go along with anything that may, put my heart under that sort of stress, whether I think it may be therapeutic for me or not. Just purely, right. Purely based, and it is fear based because, but I mean, to me, it's fear based within reason, purely because of what I've been shown. So although I do want to heal and try, and not give up on it, there's also, a factor where I'm just like, fuck, do I really want to put myself through that shit again, just in case something does happen? No, I do have a lot to lose, and I'm not talking financially. I'm talking, it's definitely nothing to do, with materialism. I do have people that depend on me and that. So let's just say I'm in that situation where I want to go back to where I was, emotionally using these, using cannabis and whatever else. But at the same time, it's sort of, it's very difficult to put myself in that position where, you know, a lot of people say, like a lot of you guys are saying, no, you'll be fine and blah, blah, blah. But until you actually experience what I experienced, it's hard to say you'll be fine, because, you know, although you said you have gone through similar experiences where you thought you were dying, I sort of back that up with what I experienced in hospital, and that sort of makes it in essence more real to me, even though it shouldn't. But I mean, I'm sort of taking away from your experiences at all. But yeah, it's hard to get back into that 100%.
Yeah, no, and that all makes sense. I mean, you don't want to risk your health, you know, as well. Yeah, I mean, for sure. And a fast heart rate is a concerning thing, and it's uncomfortable, and the whole thing. Yeah, it's very understandable. Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I guess for my general thought on it, it's like, I would say that it would either be of more of the psychological or the physical. But the tricky thing about that is that the physical can be expressing the psychological, or can be holding the energy for that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's interesting about it. And yeah, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's just, you know, obviously up to you. Like, I mean, for example, if you have no symptoms of this, you know, like, that's what's interesting about it too. Like, if you don't have any symptoms of it in your kind of sober life, as it were, then, because see, some people, they have, like, you know, like, let's say they have like severe anxiety, you know, that they're living every day of their life. So they really want that to stop happening. You know, they want to get rid of that severe anxiety. So obviously they're like, okay, I want to get to the root of this, figure out really what it is, in that sense. But like, if you don't have the symptoms going in your daily life, then it's really more of just a choice of whether you want to see if it does have an origin like that, or whether just to kind of avoid it.
Yeah. And I definitely do want to know the origin. Like, that's why I said, like, that's why I keep saying I haven't given up on any of it. So, I mean, I'm definitely down to try some of what White's offering, if he's still offering that. And I'll definitely report, you know, any of my findings, you know, to the server.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Let us know.
100%. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, I would love to hear. And yeah, it's a deep thing. I mean, I think, like, for example, like this woman that I was doing ceremony work. There was a large group of us doing ceremony work, and it was just using breath, so just breath work. And she had, like, when she was a child, she had a surgery in which, you know, she was like completely knocked out for the surgery, you know, and it was a whole thing. And then, but that was when she was younger. And then in this, like, when she was doing the breath work, and this is like, you know, like pretty much like deeper, heavier breathing for like a 2 to 3 hour period. So it's not just like 5 minutes, but it's like a fairly long period of time, like, you know, 2 to 3 hours. Really, it's like 2 hours to 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then the last 45 minutes is just kind of integration. So it's roughly more like 2 hours. So, but when people do this type of breath work, you know, you basically enter like a full on, you know, psychedelic type state, similar to LSD or mushrooms and so on. So it can be very powerful, and people go through all kinds of different things. I mean, people have all kinds of different experiences, from the depths of hell to the peaks of heaven and everything in between. But like this one woman in particular, like when she was doing the breath work, she basically was like, essentially kind of like blacking out. I mean, it was like she was passed out. I mean, her heart rate was fine. She was alive, you know, all of that was fine, but she was just lying there basically unconscious. And what she found out is that, like, and even after the first couple times she did like that breath work, like, she didn't even know what she like had lost like memory of what happened during the session as well. So she literally was reliving, you know, the actual experience of being drugged out and knocked unconscious, you know, in that sense. And it was like, so like, that's a tough thing, you know, like if she has that, it's sort of like, okay, well, if she's doing the breath work or whatever, it's like she's like almost blacking out in a sense, but that's actually her psyche healing itself. Like in that case, it's just using the breath, just the breath itself. And it's very unique to her. It's not like everybody has that. Like not even, I mean, somebody next to her that's breathing, they're having some transcendental experience or whatever it may be, something totally different. So it's just never ceased to amaze me how deep the human psyche is and how really kind of sacred and beautiful these experiences can be. But with the one you're describing with a fast heart rate type thing, yeah, I mean, you would want to be like, if you were to proceed, to inquire in this way, like, yeah, I can understand the idea of being cautious and there's a lot of factors that it would have to be kind of considered.
Yep, 100%. Man. That's sort of all that's holding me back from going further. Although, like I said, I'm not. I'm still willing to try things. So, yeah, it's all hope is not lost. I mean, yeah, it is a big part of my life though. So, that's why I don't want to give up on it. But we'll see how we go. And I definitely, like I said, I'll report anything to you guys. And so, I think this can be, you can use any of this information because, like I said, I didn't think it was going to happen to me. I didn't think it was a thing, but I learned otherwise.
Yeah. You do have an underlying heart condition, and there are receptors directly to do with THC and the heart. So it might be your particular injury to your heart. It's susceptible, makes it susceptible. I would suggest, if you can, get your hands on some CBD oil, potentially, with no THC. Have a little dose of that and just see if you potentially have the issues, because there are no CBD receptors directly in that.
Yeah, 100%.
So
although that doesn't sound like any fun.
Yeah, well, you're right, but I mean, the psychoactive part is THC, not CBD, so it shouldn't really affect you at all. So, but if it does, then it could be just you particularly being anxious about doing things, like an indirect effect.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting to me as well, though, and I is hear if you guys agree with this or disagree or how you see this as well, but because the actual, like the way I'm referring to it, like the unconscious, memories, as it were, they can actually cause like a health condition. Like, see, I think in my mind, like it's possible that, like, let's say you did die of a heart attack in a past life or something like that. Like that might actually be what's even causing your heart condition in the first place. So that's what's even interesting. Like, and that gets deep into like, are some of these things that are diagnosed, like, are they actually, of a physical origin, or is the physical origin being caused by the actual memories or the actual, unintegrated piece of the psyche?
Well, you're talking about really German new medicine there. At the end of the day, like that's a very big field, and it is very an industry that's growing and growing. If you're aware of that, Jim.
Yeah. Well, just like, I mean, like, I guess it's just seeing the body as a holistic system, and that there's, like, what's actually driving the physiology. I mean, certainly, like, if you consume a lot of toxins, you can definitely poison your body. So it's not like everything is a past life. I mean, you actually can poison your body, but
it upsets the vibration. You can have emotional trauma that upsets the vibration at the end of the day. You can carry that. And if you can clear that sort of impedance or anomaly that's upsetting the frequency that you should be resonating, then you can sort yourself out. You can get rid of that emotional baggage. Yeah, like how people, they have some people have a fear or a paranoia of driving over a bridge. That if they're in a car and they're about to drive over a bridge, they freak out, they pull over, they refuse to go over. Sometimes then it's severe to where the only way to get them to do it is to, like, basically have them close their eyes or put a blindfold on and just, like, that's the Truman Show, Gio. Don't look up. Perfectly summarized Truman Show. Yeah, and when they're having that, I mean, they could have their heart racing,
really fast. So it's sort of like they're having the physiological reaction, they're having the fear of driving over the bridge, but it's not necessarily, that they have a heart condition in that case. In that case, it's that the actual memory or psychological, whatever that thing is, what's actually causing the heart thing in the first place. I guess that's just what's interesting about the heart, because a lot of people go into hospitals saying they're having a heart attack. Some of them are really having a heart attack. They really are. Like their heart's stopping. It's bad and they need to be resuscitated, whatever, And then other people, it's just totally of psychological origin. Like, they hook them up to the machines and they don't have anything. Now, Globus was saying that you do have an actual timing thing that shows up in an EKG. So that is significant to consider as well. Like that's another layer deep in that sense, because in general, like if people are just having paranoia or fear, often actually sometimes it can actually read in the EKG, like while they're in the fear or the paranoia, it actually can read in the EKG, but then it won't read later. So that's what's interesting. Like later, if they've calmed down, it won't pick it up. But I guess that would be the next thing to do. I guess you could do more EKGs throughout.
Yeah. One thing that I found interesting as well was when I was put under a stress test, which is it's basically the cardiologist puts you on a treadmill and they hook you up, they hook all the leads up, and they get you to run for sort of 15 minutes. But he actually said that that my heart was responding. Every lead was looking better when my heart was under stress. I was like, what? Really? What the hell does that mean? So when my heart's pumping harder, it was all the signs, according to them anyway, everything was looking better. So yeah, I was like, what the hell? Really? That doesn't make any sense to me. But,
well, it does to me if you've got a dicky valve and it happens to actually seal better under pressure or exertion. That makes sense to me. If it's leaky when it's just, lightly beating away and whatever and causes a problem, sort of sitting around and a bit of anxiety. But when you actually put it under physical pressure, it could actually seal up a bit better and perform better. That's definitely a possibility.
Okay. I suppose, yeah, that can make sense, yeah.
I would have thought they would have been able to see a leaky valve pad and stuff. Did they see nothing wrong with your heart other than that timing?
Nothing at all, because like I said, I even went for a cardioangiogram and nothing came up on that. Everything came up as according to them normal.
And you've only ever had one of those that showed you had the timing issue?
Yep.
Okay, so it's possible you go back for another one and they won't find it.
Oh well, sorry. It was that first time, and then obviously when I was in hospital, then they periodically they would sort of perform EKGs on me, and it was still there.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how we go.
Yeah, it goes back to that fungal infection as well, mate. That could even be fucking causing a problem for you, dude.
Yeah, man. Like I said,
lungs, that's not good.
That didn't feel normal. Like that bubbly, crackly.
Bugger that.
Yeah, when I was saying, I'm like, oh, should I stop smoking? Am I fucking doing it too much, or doesn't feel great?
Yeah, all the players out there need to try DMSO with some buds. Get like 5 or something, not even that. And put some DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, the buds, let it sit for not even 2 hours. 2 hours. And then just paint or spray or have a little bit of that liquid. You get very stoned very, very fucking quickly, people. Full body stone.
That sounds good.
Yeah, not for you. I wouldn't suggest you.
For
all the other players.
Anyone else but
What
me.
are you guys talking about, man? A stick a day keeps the doctor away. That's all you need to know.
See, another option that you could do if you wanted as well, just as another kind of possibility, is you could always do like microdose of something like psilocybin mushrooms or something like that. Just do a microdose. That would be just because it'd be so gentle, like so low dose in that way, and then you could kind of feel it out, like meditate on it a little bit and kind of just see how it feels and see if something's coming up, like any insights or any kind of, because that's usually what I do. Like if I'm trying to get to the core of something, like I just use the tools I need to activate my psyche so that I can get the insights directly, so I can really get to the root of what it is.
I'm definitely down for that.
One of my favorites ever is, in terms of microdosing, is a root bark called Iboga. Oh my gosh!
I've heard of Iboga. Yeah,
it is the most blessed plant one of the most on Earth. It's so incredible. But the microdose of that is really special for people where, like even if they're doing just a fairly small, like a small enough amount that you really don't even feel it, but it just like activates their life in so many ways, and they get insights, like things come up in their dreams, and it's like there's so much like just like insights and benefit that people get even just from the very, very low doses like that. It's just incredible how powerful it is on such a low dose.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely down for that. But I've even, like I said, I've tried microdosing on just weed, and it's just, I keep getting the same symptoms. So it's not only that, I've gotten to the point where it was I was also getting like gastrointestinal issues from it.
We have a new symptom.
Yeah.
No, he mentioned it before. He mentioned it before with the edible. I can't fucking get stoned off that either. So that sort of pointed out the vagus nerve, because that's fucking heart and digestive system.
That's definitely gastrointestinal. Yeah. So yeah, like excessive sort of burping, and just that overall feeling of like reflux. When you feel it in your throat, like you've got a lump in your throat. And it's like, fucking hell, why do I have to have all these friggin' symptoms?
Yeah.
What sort of diet do you have, man? Are you like pumping with candida or something?
No, I think I've already mentioned my diet. And I'm not sure if it's linked to that, because I have sort of changed it. I wouldn't say recently, but yeah, it sort of goes along the same sort of timeline as the whole issues with weed. My diet, it sort of consists of mainly just it's high in saturated animal fats. So your eggs, your meat, very low in carbohydrates, maybe no carbohydrates whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the green light on that. On
you shouldn't be feeding the candida.
But what was I going to ask? Essentially, is this tachycardia?
Yeah. It's well, tachycardia is it's characterized as just an elevated heart rate. I think it's above 100 beats per minute.
Okay, so if you went to a doctor's office and you're totally sober, I almost said stone cold sober, but let's not use stone. All right, if you were completely sober and they hooked you up and everything would test out fine, and then if you smoked some cannabis or whatever it may be, and then they tested you, what are they going to diagnose? This timing thing and tachycardia?
Well, no, the timing thing would only ever be diagnosed with an EKG.
Right.
Normally, they would just take your pulse but the thing is, with tachycardia, it can be just circumstantial. It can just be, okay, well, you're anxious at the moment, or whatever it may be. It's not a condition that you experience constantly, unless you're overweight or you know, you have other sort of underlying conditions. Tachycardia just means you know your heart rate is above the normal rate, what they consider to be normal.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, they haven't ever. There hasn't been a time where I've taken an EKG and you know, I haven't experienced an abnormal T wave function.
So a normal heart rate at rest is what, 78 beats per minute, isn't it?
Well, anywhere from 60 to 90.
No. There is a specific number, which is 78 beats per minute.
Well,
60s, when you're in the 60s, you're healthy. When you're up in the 90s, you're not. You're in trouble.
Well, it's based on metabolism,
I had to do sports. I had to do that in my sports for my certificate, right? And the resting rate is 78 beats per minute.
But I mean, it fluctuates so much that it's sort of hard to have it at a certain rate at a certain time.
That's what I said, resting rate. That's what I said, resting rates. When you're sitting down, you're doing nothing, we take your heart rate. It should be 78 beats per minute. 60 beats per minute, that's a very healthy individual. Okay, that person is definitely exercising and very healthy indeed. Okay, that's excellent. And then if it's in the 90s, you're in trouble. That's you're overweight. You've probably got some health issues going on there. That's too high.
Lay off the vaccines, boys.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I know, right?
Say that again.
He said,
"Got to lay off smoking vaccines."
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't hear the question at all. So
it wasn't a question. It wasn't a question. He just said I should lay off. I should lay off the vaxxers.
What are they?
Jabs.
Forget it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a little bit asleep there. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Well, but you do stay up with them, don't you? Or are you a proponent of having them?
Look, I definitely am not a proponent of them. Although something else I didn't mention that you know, at one stage of my life I was bodybuilding, and I may have taken some substances that I shouldn't have. You know,
Yeah. I met many of those.
Ouch.
I met many a bodybuilder, and I beat them at arm wrestling.
Yeah,
and I beat them. Stamina.
Well,
it's just endurance.
Arm wrestling is a lot about technique as well, not just muscle mass.
Well, it is technique, of course, but I mean, you got it right. It's technique, but you don't cheat. One arm behind your back. One arm must be behind your back, and it's just you and your arm. Right angle squares, so you're in that square and you can't move out. Locked in. Yeah.
It's also about you know, how powerful your rotator cuff muscles are, certain muscles in your forearm.
Yeah, but it's the stamina within those muscles. It's how much stamina, longevity do they have? Because you can have power, right? I mean, and the man can be overpowering, but he can't get you down. Now his arm's exhausted. And I'm hanging on, so I'm having to hang on, so I'm not using maximum. You see what I mean now? So now that he's getting tired, now I can apply pressure. Now it's my turn. And it's how much of that pain you can endure as to whether you win or not. And I used to win all the time. Especially with the bodybuilders.
But yeah, I think I definitely did some damage when I was taking those.
Yeah, supplements.
I wouldn't even call them supplements. I think they were beyond supplements.
Poisonous supplements.
The old anabolics, eh?
Yeah,
anabolic steroids and the like. Yeah.
The old, you know, Trembolone, Boldenone, Deca.
Yeah, no, I've never been a proponent of that stuff. I've always been in natural power, natural body weight, and you do what you can do.
Although it is going back probably about 10 years, but I mean, I'm sure they've sort of had an effect.
I just went out to the corner shop to get a little snack for my kid, right? Now, I could have gone to the corner shop, which is literally on my bicycle. I would be there in 3 minutes. But I went for a 3-mile bike ride first before I went to the shop. You know, wrong way around.
Yeah.
It's just when the sun is setting nicely and then the evening light's just coming in. I like that kind of mood. So, and I felt relaxed. I just had a relaxed cycle ride.
Why not? As long as you're not overexerting your heart, you'll be fine.
Oh, no way at all. No way.
Good to hear
Up
then,
the hills
Gino.
there. Say that again?
I said it's good to hear.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm well aware of my own heart rate and that, and how to maintain my health and that. And, you know, when I'm cycling, I love it. It means the whole body is now really moving in unison. Blood is flowing through the whole body. I've raised the heart rate now. Now I need to take in gulps of air. Obviously, if it's trucks and buses going by where you shallow breathe, you know, as they're going past you.
How was the earthquake, Jin?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you asked. It happened around 11:36 yesterday evening. And what happened was, prior to this 7.3 magnitude shake, we had a little bit of a tremble. 5 minutes later, we had this magnitude 7 earthquake, and the whole house rumbled and shake. We've got a seesaw mechanism that we employ on our house here to absorb that and a little bit of a horizontal motion. Okay, so it's nice. Okay, and then so it felt like I was on a ship towards the end of the shake. It lasted about. Go on. Go on.
I think you just said it was awesome.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
right.
boat.
It was going to be. Sorry, I was just saying it. It felt like I was on a ship towards the end. It lasted. The whole thing lasted about 20 seconds. That's all. 20 seconds. It wasn't
No
long.
tsunami?
They gave a tsunami warning, and the height of the tsunami was 3.25 foot high. That's all.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, I remember the first earthquake I experienced in Japan. It was I shit myself. Yeah, we were just about to go to bed, and suddenly the whole fucking house starts shaking. I'm just like, oh my, what the hell is this? And my partner, you know, she lives in Japan. She's like, what are you worried about? Like, well, the whole house is shaking. Maybe that.
Globus, we had a 6.2 at the start of the year down here, man.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
It felt like I was laying down. My brother had just come in and spoke to me. I was at his joint, and he walked out of the fucking room, and it's like someone just started viciously shaking the fucking bed, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts, eh?
Where's this?
Yeah, I've
Where are
been in
you?
2 other ones, and they were like 3.1 and like a 2.8 or something. And they just felt like the other one. I was sitting at my ex's place, her mother's joint, and I put a Jack Daniels on the table, and I sat down, and I just heard this rumble like coming from the front of the house, and it was like a wave just passing through the house. It was fucking.
Yeah.
It just blew my mind.
Crazy,
Yeah.
eh?
That's exactly what it's like. You feel it coming from behind you. So it came from the east and it headed west to this vibration that went past the house. Right? And it lasted about 20 seconds. And then it settled down. And then about 5 minutes again later, we had the aftershock. 5 or 10 minutes later, we had an aftershock. Another little rumble, and then it settled down. But the problem was there was power outage for around 2 million residents. So we had no lights on here.
Yeah.
But we've always got flashlights on standby anyway, so no problem.
Yeah,
That's
I
when you
missed
put the cow into the hamster wheel, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed the 2011 Japan tsunami by like, I think it was like a couple of days. I was in Japan
Shit.
in 2011. I was
Lucky. You must have known about it. One of the elites.
That's
Fucking
it, eh?
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I
I'm
was
in
there
the
that day. I was there that day.
Yeah, you
The
would have
house
been.
resembled
Were you
like a
supposed to
public
be on
inside.
MH370 as well?
Yeah, that was magnitude 9.
No, but I used to always travel Malaysian Airlines. That used to be my go-to airline when traveling overseas.
Yeah, Malaysian Airlines, because they were very good.
Before you
They were
got
very good
the
airline.
Before I got the
They
memo,
were,
yeah.
Malaysian Airlines won many best flights awards, didn't they? They were award-winning
Yeah, no,
company.
they were awesome. We always used to use them
Yeah.
to travel from
Yeah,
Sydney
they
to South
they've
America.
they've since been surpassed for the last 20 years by Korean Airlines. Korean Airlines is now winning these awards that Malaysian Airways used to win in the 90s. So when you used to fly them, they were
Fuck off,
really,
man.
really well-known
Qantas
airline.
used to win everything. Qantas was like the safest airline for the past 25 years, man.
Yeah, it was the safest.
I
but
don't know about that.
No.
I'm sure when you look
No,
at
no,
when
it's
you
a
look at
fact. I know it is. My old man works for Qantas, or used to
Yeah,
anyway.
no, definitely.
that might be
I
in
can
Australia,
vouch for
but
that.
hang on.
No.
If you look
Internationally, they were the
if you look
safest.
internationally, Korean Airlines #1. Look it up. Number one.
They had a
yeah.
couple of incidents like 5 years ago, Globus, I'm going to say, where a couple of domestic flights got in trouble, and that sort of lowered what was going on. But it was when they
Nah, they
changed
still
their
came back.
maintenance from being in Australia to overseas when things started to take a...
Yeah.
Korean
Yeah,
Airlines
well,
were like champion.
put it this way. What Rig's trying to say is that Qantas were the same, and they still are. They have no recorded accidents with fatalities.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's what he's trying to say. Where the other thing is service. Service is a different sort of category. So when it comes to service, okay, well, yeah.
I'm talking about the experience of enjoying that flight. Obviously, without a crash. I mean, if you're talking about crashes, Korean Airlines.
as long as you enjoy the experience while you're crashing into the ground at fucking 400 mile an hour, that's all right.
They had bad records prior to becoming a good airlines and winning. Once they started becoming #1, they weren't crashing then, but prior to that, they were a very awful airline. They had many crashes, many.
Yeah.
But they prodded up their act.
I used to do you remember Ansett, Rick?
I do. My old man started with them, mate, believe it or not.
Yeah. Now they were pretty good. I remember they used to give us heaps of fucking toys and shit as kids when we did those overseas trips.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were always good.
That was back in the day when people could fucking light up a fag on the plane and shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, those are the days.
Those were the days.
That's the other thing, dude. Like, how many, I don't know, did your parents ever spend time at a footy club or anything like that? Were you in smoky environments at all when you were a kid as well?
100%.
Yeah, I was as well, man. You go into the footy club, it'd just be a fucking room full of smoke, you know?
Pretty much. You'd just be taking it all in.
Pretty much, man. I don't think any of that helps with your lungs or anything
The
anyway.
good old
Just what you were
days.
talking about before.
The good old days. Nah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think any of that would have definitely helped any.
Did you hear about United Airlines dragging a passenger off the plane so that seat could be given to a United Airlines staff that needed to get to the destination, urgently, right? But this Japanese person, right, said, I paid for my ticket, I've got my passport, he's in the seat. And he refused to get off the seat, right? They dragged him off. They literally had to drag him off kicking and screaming. Just so that a staff could get on the plane to go to the... I don't know if I can understand. That was terrible.
Yeah, United Airlines doesn't really have the best track record. We're still missing a family member from United Airlines. Not a family member, family friend.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? But I remember when we were going to Hawaii, right, United Airlines, and it was a nighttime flight, right? And the staff just seemed to be pissed off. I just said to them, look, it's your job, yeah? So smile when you do it. All right? I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you looking pissed off, yeah? I mean, you decided to do this job, so please smile when you serve me. All right? and then I started to be. I became that nightmare customer. Ding dong, blanket, please. Ding dong, some juice. Ding dong, my son wants this. Ping pong.
Yeah, you're a cunt.
I am. I am. You fuck me up.
Tell
I'm
me
your
how to do
worst
my
customer.
job, man. I would have
I am
spat
your
in your
worst.
coffee,
I
cunt.
am your worst customer if you fuck me up, especially when I paid good money. Yeah.
If you want
And
chicken,
I don't do this. Look, I don't do this to people. I don't serve people badly. I'm a man who gives back 100% refund if any student can't come to me because they've got a cold or they're sick or the adult students are doing overtime and they can't make it and they phone me. They get 100. I don't make a penny. Okay? So I'm not going to be going to
Well, you don't do any work, so you wouldn't want to
places where I'm paying good money to get shit service. Say that again? I didn't hear what you said.
I said, well, you didn't do any work, so you wouldn't want to get a penny,
Well, then,
really.
yeah, but no school does that. In Japan and anywhere else in the world, you don't get a refund. If your kid don't make it, you don't get any refund. So shut
You're a
your mouth
private
anyway.
tutor, aren't you?
Look, I give
Not
back
a
the
school.
money. No, I give back the money. Every penny. It's a school that I run, actually, right? It's a school, and I give back the money.
You're a tutor.
When and they said it. No school does that in Japan. I said, I know. I said, if it was me, I wouldn't want to lose my money because I did overtime.
There's some words in the English language when you're being spoken to that you just can't hear, can you, Gene?
No, I can't hear you at all. No.
Yeah, right.
That's correct.
I might
At the
go
end of
over
the day,
to
it might be your
Teddy's
it
and
might
just
be
be
your
coffee
accent.
with the rest
Could
of
be
my
your
coffee
accent,
friends.
perhaps, or the way it's been delivered, perhaps. Why I'm not getting it, but there you go. Not accustomed to hearing your accent and the way it's been delivered. Perhaps, who knows? Thing is, if a customer, if I'm
Don't be
getting, if
racist,
someone
Gene.
wants, when I'm ready, if someone wants to give me a shit fucking service on a plane,
You ready?
they're going to be very, very in trouble. Yeah, go on. Yeah, they're going to be very, very much in trouble with me. You don't serve me bad. Tell you that now. I remember one time, right? I went to Crete. That was it, Crete. Me and my girlfriend Sharon Robertson, half Scottish, half Irish.
Got your Angibus.
Nice young girl,
Okay.
still a nice lady today. Right, we went to Crete for a holiday. We had a fantastic time. 2 weeks holiday in Crete. I bought her a necklace from a Greek princess, replica thing. Really beautiful silver bracelet and necklace set. Got it at discount right at the end of the holiday. The woman in the shop was hanging on. She wouldn't give me the discount at the beginning when Sharon really wanted it. So I kept going back and teasing her. I'm leaving tomorrow. I won't be back. And then we'll never come back and you'll never sell it. And at the end of the day, the last day before the last, she sold it to me. Anyway, we get on the plane and on the coach that you get to go to the airport, the staff, the guide on the bus said, We've kept all the couples together on the plane. Okay, I thought that was an odd thing to say because, when you buy your tickets and that, you're together, they know who you're with usually. Okay, we got on the plane and me and Sharon have been split up. I went fucking ballistic. I just said, right, what I'm going to do? I'm going to shoot. I just took 2 seats near the window and sat down. I said, I'm going to treat this like a bus. Because when you get on a bus, you sit where you like. So I'm sitting right here. You can't be telling me that my girlfriend's going to be down there at the other end, or I'm going to be down there at the other end, and she's going to be at the other end of the plane. I said, the law of averages, the last couple you split up will be the black and white couple. The law of averages tell you that. So if you're going to look at the law of averages, you've made an error. So I just sat down. And then this couple came along and said, you're in my seat. I said, no, they've made a mistake in the seating. Go and speak to them. That day on the plane, they couldn't say, sir, enough times to me for the whole of the flight. That was back in the 90s. Couldn't do that now. I'd be arrested. But that was back then. Yeah, man. Tell you, man. Couldn't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, man. I tell you. Don't do that because I'm just going to be the worst person you've ever met. Fuck that shit. Tell you about your ass and everything.
I've always been quite fortunate when flying, to be honest.
Usually, but when I'm, but you get some idiots that try and play silly games.
I'm sure you'll get someone on a bad day, and you get someone. You're gonna get that.
I'll just wake them up. I'll snap them out of it. How long I paid money? I don't want your shit. Yeah. So if you're having a fucking bad day, don't serve me.
One thing I've always sort of contended with flat earthers is actually, the existence of certain flights that I've actually been on. You don't really hear it much these days, but I used to hear, the flight from Sydney to Santiago doesn't exist. I'm just like, I've been on that flight. I know it's an anecdote, and I don't expect you guys to believe me. I've been there, been on that flight. And I've also been on the flight. Yeah, directly.
To Santiago.
Yeah, direct flight. So it didn't even stop. I've been on other flights where it stops in New Zealand and then flies directly to Santiago. But then I've been on a particular Qantas flight, and I remember it was a 747 long reach. So it has the fuel capacity. It has enough fuel capacity in order to not have to stop anywhere and refuel. So it actually flies direct Sydney to Santiago.
Yeah.
And I used to always get in that argument, even on 24/7, where they're like, "Oh, you're just a shill." I'm just like, oh, "All right, well, think whatever you like." I'm not shilling for anyone. I'm just telling you that even as a flat earther, that flight exists. No matter what you say.
Yeah. When people have gone to check it, though, it hasn't been there. So you were lucky to get that flight, and it does not prove globe Earth in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, it doesn't prove. Anyway. I don't think it proves either Earth. Personally, I don't think.
Well, when you look at the flight line path, it just makes more sense. It makes more sense on the flat Earth map than the Mercator map or the globe.
Yeah, that's my argument. Fair enough, but I mean, I don't really subscribe to any map, so.
Well, we need to because we're given a map that doesn't make any sense if we're looking at the flights. But yet we go on holiday and they'll give you the heads up. They'll give you the heads up display of the Mercator map with curved routes with a little bit of curvature on it.
Yeah, I have seen that.
Yeah. Curvature on it, so it's cheating, isn't it? Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but
even though you may have taken the flight, it was happening on a flat Earth. Is my point.
It was even to the point where I had some flat earthers ask me, did you keep the stubs, the ticket stubs? I'm just like, dude.
Well, some people do.
Of course, fucking not.
I've got my ticket stubs in my drawer. I keep them, for memory.
Well, I definitely didn't. I didn't think I ever had to, No,
I do.
Just in case. I just know that I took the flight. I was definitely on an airplane. I high at the time.
Yeah.
I arrived Santiago.
I've got like the name tags and that from the night from when I went to Crete on my suitcase. It's still on it. Do you know that? It's still there. I never took it off. And purely because I never used that suitcase again. So it's in my cupboard there, and I haven't used it again since. So that's why. But it's there. It's like a time capsule thing. It's a memory,
Yeah.
So I am that kind of guy that keeps those stubs because I just whack them in the drawer together with the documents, travel documents, and it's there, so I can look back. I mean, I've got ski lift passes from like 15 years ago in my fleece jacket with the kangaroo pocket. You know the pocket that's on the chest, like what they wore when they what do they call it, when they actually explored Antarctica. They have them orange jackets with the big kangaroo pouch pocket in the front. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I've got one of those, and I've got like 15 years worth of ski lift passes in there. Every time I've gone snowboarding with the kids, it's all in my pocket. And the anniversary one, where Naeba, this place is called Naeba. It's a ski resort. It was 50 years old on the day of my birthday. So, but my birthday was in November, and Naeba was 50 in December. So when I went, I said, well, my birthday's last month. Do we get a discount? Because I'm 50 years old, right? And they gave us all a discount. All the kids, free passes, and my wife and everyone. Because of my birthday being on the same time. And we go there a lot anyway, so they knew my face. Don't get any black people going there at all. So that was the thing. So I got discount. And again, I've kept all those in my pouch. Got them all. I was planning to do like a kind of like a collage you know, frame it with all the places we've been to and that. I might get that done later, you know, because I think because they look so nice to just throw away. You see, you know.
Yep.
And,
No, I understand.
Yeah, and it's just memories. Just that people just throw them. I know you throw. Most people just throw them away. Yeah, fine. I know that traveling by plane is a rare thing, so I wanted to keep it as a documentation and proof that I did travel to these places. You see, that's why I've got them in
fair
the
enough.
drawer. Yeah.
Maybe I should have that way. I could have proven to these flat earthers that the flight does exist. Even though I don't need to prove anything to anyone. I know for a fact I was on that flight. And I know, the port I left with and the port I arrived at. It's all good.
Yeah. What was the purpose of your travel that time?
So at that point, Santiago wasn't the final destination. It was actually somewhere in Uruguay, which is close enough to Santiago.
Yeah, I know Uruguay. I know where Uruguay is.
Yeah. So it was just to visit family.
Okay. Oh, you had family in Uruguay?
Yes, sir.
Are they still there?
Yeah, my granddad's still there.
Oh, wow. How did he get there? What was he doing? Granddad?
Well, that's originally families from the Mediterranean. And I think they migrated there at least over a century ago. So they moved to South America and they sort of settled there. And a lot of people seem to settle in and around Uruguay and Buenos Aires after World War II, and even World War One.
Yeah, the Germans in particular.
We actually
fucking Germans.
Well, yeah, we had a lot of. Oh, yeah, you could say fucking Germans, but a lot of them actually were just trying to flee the conflict that they were experiencing in their own country.
Well, and then some of them were hiding.
I'm sure a lot of them were, but the majority of the ones we know, at least, were just your run of the mill.
Peace. They wanted to peace.
They just wanted to get out of that shit.
Yeah,
that was happening in their home country.
That. The Japanese also occupied. There's a big community in Brazil.
Exactly.
Yeah, Japanese were there. They even had a Japanese prime minister, a president at one time. A right bastard he was as well.
Wouldn't doubt it.
He treated them fucking bad. Yeah, he was a bad
Most
man.
prime ministers are.
Yeah, but he was like he was like a Pinochet. Not to that extreme, but he was just like that. That's what I mean. He wasn't a very good man at all, and it surprises me because Japan's had its fair share of bombs being dropped on it. So you would have thought that this guy would have had a bit more understanding, but then again, I was naive at the time to even think that. But it woke me up. I thought, look at the Japanese. Yeah.
Well, that was an interesting time in Chile. Like you said, you mentioned Pinochet. That's something that nobody really mentions these days, and the amount of people that disappeared, like that were never seen again. During that time. It doesn't come up in conversation, but I mean that was quite a well developed
it was documented, but for me, I was moved to tears by the song by Sting, "They Dance Alone," and it was all about Pinochet and the people who disappeared, and all these people who've lost their loved ones are dancing with the photographs or with the clothing of that, And I was moved. It moved me to tears. I shedded a tear or two listening to that song. On a buzz with a spliffing, buzzing. I connected with the story, and it moved me to tears. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was quite recent if you think about it.
Yeah.
It was quite recent, and it was a time where if you were caught without the appropriate documents, that you were taken away, regardless of who you were. And never seen again. And
that's right.
people
think that they disappeared, and then they're begging the rest of the world to help them find their loved ones. The loss is unfair. Pinochet, he should have been strung up and he should have been drawn and quartered. He should have been for what he did, for what he allowed to happen. But that's when when I was in my living room smoking a spliff after a hard day's work in youth club and that. sitting down, relaxing, spliffing away. You know, first joint of the day, it would have been about 11:30. Yeah, and I'm listening to Sting, you know, and then, you know, I listen to the music all the time. But then, you know, there's a day when you connect with the lyrics properly, when you really connect. And I thought, yeah, that was a bad time. And then I started crying, you know, and I thought, that was really bad what happened to them. And I could envisage the people dancing. You know, I didn't have a computer to hand at the time or anything like that. But if it had been, if I'd had my iPhone, let's say back then, because we're talking 90s, okay, 90s. If I'd had access to a computer now, I probably would have done a bit more research on it. You know, I have done since, and it's a sad story. Just a sad story.
It really is.
Very sad story indeed. Yeah, that's why I was very angered to hear this Japanese prime minister. He had to flee. He had to run because there was a scandal and that. He had to leave. He left, fleeing the country.
Yep.
It was so bad. Yeah.
But I mean, the Japanese don't really have a great track record when it comes to, you know, leading people. What they did to the people prior to World War II, during World War II.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the leadership. I'm definitely not saying anything about the people themselves, but
no, you're talking about those who are in power and controlling the soldiers and allowing them to commit atrocities against Koreans, Chinese, and the British.
That's right, definitely.
In the prisoner of war camps and that. Yeah, they were monsters and, you know, barbaric. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it sort of strikes me, you know, because knowing what Japanese people are like, the fact that there were some people that were in that mindset and that they could influence, you know, other Japanese people, to do their bidding for them.
Yeah.
And you know, I always thought it was just like, what? Really? These were Japanese soldiers doing that to people?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I showed my children that side of history because it's not taught here, you see. It's well kept quiet. But I had to say to my children, you must never be like these people, okay? Look at this man. Look at this man, right? I'm showing him a general, right? He's about 50-something, 60, sending the young 18-year-olds to become kamikazes. So he's giving them their last sake, their last drink, and they've got the rising sun bandana across their head. They're about to commit kamikaze, so harikari. They're going to commit suicide by flying their plane into the ships, the American warships. They've never met the emperor. These kids have never even met the emperor that they're going to go and die for. I said, you see that man? That man should be the one to die first. He should be in the first plane to crash. Why? Because he's lived longer. He's lived longer than, look at these young children. They haven't had a life. And they're going to die for an emperor that they never met. You see? That's a crime, isn't it? That's what I said to my children. That's a crime, isn't it? Okay, that's why you can't join the army. One, they're not a relative of yours. Two, you'll be used as a tool for you to go and kill somebody who never harmed your family or them. So no army, Training is good, but the killing is not good. That's what I said to them. You can't be in the army. No chance. Don't even think about it. Because my son was talking about it. You know?
Yeah.
Because I told him the stories of when me and my brother, and when my brother came, he was talking to him about it, and and then he shortly after that, snowboarding and that, he was telling me he wanted to join. I said, no, don't join. I said, and the reason why I say, if it was a good thing, Rahman, I would tell you to join. I would say to you, yes, join. Go ahead, but it's not a good thing. Even my dad said it wasn't a good thing. So I had to learn off my dad as well, because I was going to join. I was already in it. You know what I mean? I was in it in the Territorial Army, and I wanted to go on to join the Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers, REME, full time, but my dad wouldn't allow me to do that.
No, fair enough.
Shortly after that, the Falklands War started, so I was quite lucky because I didn't want to kill anyone for the Queen.
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
or a shitty little piece of land somewhere out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, why should they have claim to it? I thought, So I was totally against all that war and stuff. So, like you said, the barbaricness from the Japanese, that they had that much control over their people is just mad. I mean, look, at the end of the Second World War, when they'd lost the Guam Island, the emperor spoke to the people, and they never met the emperor, these people who were living on Guam, you know, the Japanese at the time. He said to them to run, and, you know, don't let the Americans capture you because they'll rape you and kill you and all this. So they all decided to commit suicide, jumping off cliffs with their children. And you
I
can
remember
see it
that
on
footage.
YouTube.
Yeah, I've
I
seen
showed
that
that to my
footage.
children as well. I said, you see this? This is how stupid the Japanese people can be. You know, you don't know the emperor, and yet you're jumping off the cliff. Stupid, isn't it? I said to them, stupid. Right. You don't want to be like that.
It's conditioning. That's how they're conditioned to think. So
Yeah,
at an
that's why I
early
said to
age,
them,
so it's sort of hard to break away from that conditioning.
well, yeah, that's why because they're here, I'm always saying to them, you're lucky because you've got daddies come from another country. So you've got like British culture, African culture, and then Japanese as well. So you can mix it and bring some understanding. And because I'm always talking about the past, showing you the things that happened before, the reason I show you so you don't make those mistakes. And now that you know the earth is flat, you're a flat earther, you learned it quicker than I did. So now you know the kind of lies they can tell you. You have to work things out for yourself. You have to be in control of your road. You have to be in control all the way. Right up to the recent thing I said to them, if a woman has got vaccinated, don't marry that woman, period.
Yeah.
Don't even have her as a girlfriend. Because the children that you may have can be deformed, and that's going to be a headache, nightmare, a never-ending spiral of medicine. You don't want that, yeah? So make sure that the wife you choose hasn't had any vaccines at all.
Yeah. Well, it's good that at least they're lucky to have a different perspective on life.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese perspective seems to be very linear and very, you know, they only seem to see.
Very economic.
It's almost like a horse with blinders, you know, where they just see straight ahead and
blinkers. Yeah, the blinkers. Yeah.
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 So you know they're pretty. Yeah, I think that's any sort of Japanese children that have that you know that may be half Japanese always seem to have a different perspective on life, whereas the pure Japanese are just like robotic in a sense, you know.
Correct. Very robotic. Whereas the ones that are mixed, I tend to find them a little bit arrogant now because they've got intertwined, you know. But I always remind them very quickly indeed, when you don't know the earth is flat, you're lost. Okay, you've been blind all this time. You've had an opportunity to two cultures, but what you've done is you've taken the more of the West than your own, and you've dropped it, and you've missed the ball. You've missed everything. You see, because I'm the one that's telling you the earth is flat. You didn't learn it yourself. How did I learn? I learned from somebody else. Somebody brought it to my attention. But the thing is, it didn't take me long to understand. 5 minutes only. Why? Because I never disconnected myself from nature. So everything that I had experienced, I hadn't forgotten at all. At all. You see? But for you now, you're so hardcore into the system, it's hard for you to detach. That's why you're still stuck in limbo.
Yeah.
And I said that to the professor yesterday. Professor of, he was at the University of Science and Physics in Tokyo. He no longer works there because Flat Earth came up through one of my students, and they ended up debating Flat Earth for about 6 months, and then he lost his job due to that and anti-political views on the Koreans. So he lost his job. And then yesterday, I had to do him a favor yesterday, okay? And it was to proofread some English for an animation that's known as One Piece. So he's become a translator. So he's become a translator for this animation, okay? So last weekend and the weekend before last, he asked me to proofread his stuff, right? And he wanted me to, I couldn't download an app that could make it easier to read these spreadsheets. So I said to him, what you're going to have to do then, if you can't do it and want me to help you, you're going to have to try and upload it onto Skype. Find some way and do that. Because my iOS is not up to date and I cannot update it. I don't want to update it, okay? So he managed to get it done anyway. So I did it on Sunday. I proofread read it, and yesterday. And then I asked him about the flat earth. I quizzed him. I said, so Professor, before you go, I have a question. Is the earth a spinning ball in space? Oh, I don't know. I go, hang on. And he said it so quick. I said, what do you mean you don't know? I don't. That's too quick an answer. Is the earth a spinning ball? I don't know. It's not an answer, sir. Either it is or it isn't. So I'm asking you again, why are you running from the question? Don't run from my question, Professor. Is the Earth a ball spinning in space? Have we gone to the moon, Professor? I was shouting at him by now. I was really shouting at him. I said, come on. Because he was running. I just done him a favor, right? So he should at least have the decency to answer my question and spend some time. I'm talking, he contacted me at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. So you have to have some decency to do that. When I say 1 o'clock, I've made a mistake. It was 10:30, just before the earthquake, sorry. 10:30, okay? And I quizzed him on it, and he didn't quite say no entirely. I said, don't worry, I'm going to ask you again tomorrow. If you come to me, please have your answers ready. If you come to me tomorrow or any other time for proofreading your work, make sure you have your answers ready, because I'm going to ask you the question. And if you don't answer me, I'm not going to proofread your stuff. Okay, Professor? I won't do it. So you better start getting your shit together. Yeah. You're 70, how old are you? 72, 73. You're going to answer my question, sir. You will, Professor. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm on his case.
I could imagine most Japanese people haven't even really pondered their own reality, their own existence. They're just so consumed with everyday life and working 6 days a week and 12 hours a day to even have the time even to think for themselves.
That's right. Look, they're marrying cartoon characters, some of these people.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Marrying cartoon characters, getting married to fictitious, cyberspace cartoon characters. They're marrying, literally marrying. I mean, that's mad.
There's also like a really big problem with loneliness and the sort of inability to interact socially, especially for men.
Yeah, but it's their fault though. It's their own fault though.
Oh, definitely it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
stupidity.
it's their fault, and also the environment that they grow up in sort of plays a big part.
I think the environment they grow up in when they go to school, it's very moralistic. They learn the morals. Okay, it's fun orientated. There's a lot of stuff for children to enjoy here in Japan. They cater for children better than they do in England when it comes to having fun and stuff like that. Yeah. So the environment to be happy and have a joyful life is there, but then somehow that gets lost as they get older.
I agree with you definitely. And having a child in Japan currently, I definitely agree with you that they do cater to children and their fun and their development. I think it comes a little bit later on, once they have to actually get a job, and they have to conform. They have to conform to the social norms. That's when I think they have the issues. But as children, that's why you'll find that the Japanese morally, they're just, and they're very their morals are in the right place. But when it comes, I think it's more of a social problem whereby they don't really have the time to to have those social relationships, because they're just too consumed with keeping up financially, and also not sort of standing out in any way, because you don't want to stand out. You just want to be you want to be another robot, essentially. You don't want to you don't want to be the robot that's painted painted in pink, and that's
they have that proverb, don't they? They have the proverb here in Japan, is that the nail that sticks up will be hammered down. Guess what I said? You're gonna need a lot of fucking hammers, because I'm never gonna be hammered down. All right, I'm the nail that breaks the fucking hammer. Okay, fucking hammer me down, you cunts. Come and try and hammer me down.
Yeah, you see, you have the luxury, and you're fortunate enough to have experienced. You're fortunate enough to have experienced a different society, whereas they haven't. So you're at an advantage. So that's why you're not easily swayed. Whereas they're not like they're like it's the worst thing imaginable for them is to be different and to be considered different by their peers. So obviously you don't have that. You don't have that stigma. So
no, that's why I said to my wife, because look, you're going to marry me. I'm an African-born Englishman in London. You want to marry me, okay? But look, it means that when we go out of the house, we're always on show. People are going to be looking at us all the time. Are you ready for that? I said to her, because that's what's going to happen. They're going to be looking at the children. They're going to be looking at us. Are you ready for that? I'm ready. I can. That's not a problem for me. But can you handle that? Because that's something you got to get used to.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I had to make sure she understood what she was really getting into. I said, divorce is not a menu. It's not on the menu. We're going to have children. I'm coming 6,000 miles. I'm not coming 6,000 miles to Japan, one for a divorce or to split up. That's not happening. Otherwise, I'm not coming. So you better make sure you're ready to commit for the rest of your life.
Yeah, look,
it's not a joke.
yeah,
I'm not
100%.
joking. Yeah, that's what I said.
It's very different over there to the point where, like, I was speaking to someone about this the other day. Like racism in Asian countries is actually more prominent than it is in some, like, for example, Australia. Like, a lot of people think people here in Australia, we're racist and blah blah. It's not like, I've compared it to people to countries like Japan. Like, for example, in Japan they have there are reports of certain restaurants and other sort of entertainment venues not allowing foreigners. Like, they'll say, no, this is Japanese only. Like, that's unheard of.
Yeah.
That's unheard of here in Australia. You'll never find anywhere where they're just like, nah, Australians only. That's just like, and if that did come up, that would be everywhere, like, and everybody would know about it.
But you tend to find that those establishments are run by the Yakuza. They're run by the American version of the mafia. Okay, that's who they are. They're the ones who have those restaurants.
Yeah. I mean, that could be correct as well. But although I have heard that in recent years the Yakuza really aren't as prominent as they used to be. They've sort of lost a lot.
So you're being told, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm being told, I suppose.
They're
They're definitely,
underground.
and they're definitely there because I've been, I've traveled Japan a lot. Like, I've been there 10 times, and every time I've gone there, I've been with people that they're like, they can identify them.
Yeah.
Even one time,
they're there.
they're definitely there. One time we were near a temple. So I think it was somewhere in Kyoto, and they were like, and every single member that was coming out of the temple, they were all dressed in a specific robe. And this local I was with, they told me, they're every single member that's coming out of that temple is Yakuza.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh really, Yakuza? And they're like, shut up, don't say that out loud. You can't really even mention that, like, out loud, because it can cause issues.
Now, back in 2001, when I started this school, right, I had to do what's known as canvassing, where you're drumming for business, okay? And my roots took me to Yakuza establishments that I didn't know, until they told me, because I was trying to gain access and that. And this guy in Japanese, he said, that this is a Yakuza building, so we don't want your business. I said, so what? That's what I said. So what? So what if you're Yakuza? Give me shit. Because I'm here trying to run an English school. You want to learn English or not? You know what I mean? So I came across them a few times where I live there. I know where they are. They're scattered around, but I know where they are, where I live here now. And that's only because my students have told me. I wouldn't have known unless my student told me. I came across them myself. I've since known where other places they occupy, and that's through my neighbours and students have told me where they are. But like I said, give two
they're
shits
definitely,
about it.
they're not as outwardly violent as sort of they're portrayed to be, in pop culture and movies and that shit. They're sort of very business orientated, and
absolutely
they're not going to really, because and the other thing is that they're similar to, like, the Italian mafia, where they have crews and they have, like, a captain. And the captain is responsible for all the soldiers underneath them. So
they have their hierarchy system. Yeah, they do. It's very, very organized. Very organized indeed, and they're into all kinds of business. That's why when you said there are restaurants when only Japanese are allowed. That's definitely a Yakuza run type business.
Yeah,
Okay,
it wouldn't surprise
they're
me
the
at
ones
all.
who
Yeah.
run that. Yeah, because they're the ones who run that, because they're keeping a tradition. You know,
Hmm.
they don't want any foreigners in. They might want to be doing
Yeah.
business and whatever, and they don't want foreigners around. They just don't want it. You know, and that's
Yeah.
how that is. I mean, I've never been to such an establishment anyway, so I
Yeah.
haven't come across one yet.
And,
You know.
and speaking of an establishment I haven't been to, apparently brothels in Japan also, there are a number of them
Oh yeah.
that will not allow Westerners or not just Westerners, but anyone that's not Japanese.
Yeah, that's right. Again, because they're scared. Some of them it's because of the trouble that they've had. You know what? Look, there are onsens. These are public baths which are outdoor. If you can imagine being outdoor and you're enjoying the sauna and the spa, outdoor spas, but they won't allow Japanese people who have got tattoos on because they associate the tattoos with the Yakuza.
Yeah,
So if you yeah.
I've been to several onsens where they've rejected me for my tattoos.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. Because you got a tattoo, they think
Yeah.
you're part of a gang, and you cannot come in. Silly.
Yeah, it's also
Silly.
happened to
I
me
was
at
surprised.
restaurants.
Yeah.
Like
I had a friend.
Yeah.
We were on our bikes, yeah, and he had a tattoo. And we went to this one. She said, "No, you can't come in." No tattoos.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
sign on the bloody door as well. Wow. I thought, bloody hell, what's going on? That's silly.
Yeah,
But
it
the
is a bit.
business style, just going back to the business style of Japan, it's very different to England. I mean, you know, where we can get like a 2-week holiday block or even 1 month holiday, you can take it off. You could never do that here.
Nah,
You
no
can't even
way.
do 2 weeks. You've got to go with all the public holidays, which are known as bank holidays if you're in the UK. Public holidays, you get them. And then if you want to book a special holiday, you're lucky if you can get a week in a row. You know,
Yeah.
7 days. Very lucky if you can get that. Very lucky indeed. It's usually scattered.
Yeah.
Scattered to the wind. You know, that's why it's very stressful working. You're working more than you are on holiday. That's for
That's
sure.
right.
Yeah. Very, very stressful environment for working hours.
Well, that's why it seems to be such a high rate of suicide in Japan as well. I think the
Yes.
pressure that there's such a big pressures on people to
Yeah.
not only work life but social life and all that.
Well, okay. So you know what I've been doing? Because I've always wanted to be a counsellor. Okay. I've always wanted to be a counsellor. I felt, you know, and I was kind of like doing this in London. When I say counselling, I mean being somebody who's giving good advice and helping people out. Now, the people I often helped out mostly were the girls that I knew when they had troubles with their boyfriend or their husband. Now, they'd be banging on my door like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 1 in the morning. You know, husband's come back pissed drunk. He's being violent and he's knocking on my door. So I'd invite them in, sit down, have a cup of tea, tell me what's gone on, you know? Shoulder to cry on, big ear to listen to. And I'd always 10 times out of 10, I'd get them back together. Okay? Because I'd make them realise that. And my way was to remind them that, look, whilst you're doing this, the government's shitting down all our fucking necks. All right? If you've got time to beat your wife up whilst the fucking government's fucking you up, I mean, who are you living for then? Shouldn't you be angry at the government? Yeah? So don't devalue yourself after the government's fucking devalued you. You're supposed to turn around and fight that government. I've always spoken revolution all the time, yeah? So I said, instead of beating your wife up, who you say you love, and she definitely loves you, why don't you just, calm down, start to look at life for real? Because at this point, you're just a spanner in the works. You ain't doing fuck all. You're not helping me. You're voting. I don't vote. So start to get real. What do you want out of life? Look at the time of the morning we're having this conversation. Look at the time. Yeah? Okay. Start to wake up. That's what I was doing. Doing that for years. When I tell you I had more women friends than men, I did. Okay? Because that was my role. Now I'm doing that here in Japan. Okay? In lessons, sometimes a woman would, woman's coming for a lesson, right? And then she breaks down, crying. And I said, what's wrong? And she says, my husband's cheating on me, blah, blah, blah. What do I do? You understand? And I'm doing that. I'm doing the counselling, or I'm helping someone stop smoking. I've been responsible for helping, maybe 10 of my students stopping smoking cigarettes. Because they always talking about want to go on holiday and that. I mean, when you listen to their lifestyle, like, how was your weekend? And then they say they don't remember. I said, how can you not remember? It was only, I mean, yesterday and Saturday, 48 hours. It's Monday. What are you talking about? You don't remember. Because they got drunk, you see. I said, so are you drinking to forget? Are you trying to forget your life? Is that the meaning of your life? That's what I said. Is that your weekend? And then when I tell them about my weekend, when I've gone canoeing with my family, and I'm showing them the pictures, and they're seeing their country that they don't see themselves.
Yeah.
And this gaijin is enjoying my country. What am I doing then? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So then, you know what? And then they came back to me one day. They'd come back and they say, you know, months later, you know what, Jin? Jin says that I've decided to stop smoking. Really? Why? Well, when we did the maths, how much money I'm spending a year, I could use that money to take my family on holiday. I said, that's right. So, yeah. And you know what they did? They took their family on holiday. They're doing hiking. You know, they're enjoying more of nature now. Thanks to me. And I've still got them as students, by the way. 10 years later or more. They're still here.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of that is also that they're emotionally suppressed. So when they encounter someone like yourself that sort of sort of opens that part of them up, they really receive that well, and then they listen to everything you have to say purely because you've sort of opened up a part of them that was suppressed for so long. You know, social anxieties and just pure emotional suppression that they experience from from a young age.
Self-induced in some cases.
Yeah.
Self-induced. So I always say to them, who are you living for? Because you know your government is not working for you. So who are you working for? Are you working for the government that doesn't value you? Are you working for yourself? And remember, when you were at elementary school, you did dodoku. Dodoku means moral education. In England, we didn't have a lesson like that, but we learned morals through sociology. So that's how we learned about the moral fiber of life. And also the programs we would watch on TV, Westerns. Many Western films showed a lot of moral fiber, the good and the wrong, and the right and the wrong of things. So I used to enjoy that, okay? So who are you living for, I said. Why are you working, and who's going to benefit? Yeah, right. And then you've got the American bases here, 90 odd bases, that 75% of the money is being paid for by the Japanese. Did you know that? No, and then I showed them the article. But here you read it. That's your country today. You see, so they learned about the 9/11 was an inside job, moon landings were a hoax, and they've recently learned about the vaccines not being said. And you know, when they met my brother, they said he teaches us English perfectly and our history. They're telling him, you know.
Yeah.
So, and I was touched when they said that because they were saying that to my brother. You know, I thought, oh, thank you. You know, I'm glad you said that. You know, because okay, so I understood that I had some worth.
That's it.
To them because I didn't really know. I couldn't really say that. I mean, they kept coming back, which is fine. But to hear them actually say that to my brother, then I thought, okay, yeah, cool. At least I'm appreciated.
Definitely.
And they've learned a lot in the time that they've been coming. Not just the language, but let's put the language into the reality we're living now. I don't want to talk about scones and how to make English tea. No.
Yes, see, the majority of them would never be exposed to any of this information were it not be for you guys. I mean,
that's right.
It's just something that they wouldn't come across, you know, unless it was of their own volition. But even then, I think they're just limited by.
Well, like you said, they're social norms. That's what you just
exactly.
Said.
They're just limited by that and by society itself in Japan, where it's just like, no, we've got no time for that. All we have time for is work. Maybe on the weekend, going to an izakaya or whatever we do. But I mean, as much, that's as far as it'll go. And then we'll just the things we'll talk about. When we do socialize, it's never going to be anything about questioning anything. It's just going to be really.
It's not. It's just going along with the motions. Just going along with the flow, not being the nail that sticks up. Everyone conforming, everyone doing the same thing. Yeah, I can't do that. That's bollocks. I'm not a robot. I mean, look, I used to be invited by the town hall to go and teach English at 3 elementary schools, and a couple of high schools and junior high schools, okay, over the years that I've been here. And you know, when you're away for the weekend, yeah, and you go back on a Monday, you know, and they're having a cup of tea and that, right? It's usually you talk about the weekend, don't you, before you start work a little bit, or at break time, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
How was your weekend? You know, that's the norm in the West, isn't it? How was your weekend? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Here in Japan, that's not the norm. So when I started asking them about the weekend, they were very reluctant to speak. So I had to explain to them that, look, I didn't see you Saturday and Sunday. Okay. So obviously I'm interested in how you spend your time. I might learn something, you see. That's what I said to them. That's how we learn when we talk about each other's lifestyles. I showed you mine through the pictures because I show you the pictures I took at the weekend, what we did. If it's hiking or canoeing or mountain bike trekking or whatever, you can see the pictures and you see the area. So I'm asking, how did you spend your time? You know, what did you do? And they're really reluctant to speak. I said to them, but that's strange, you know. We don't do that in the West. You know, we don't do that. You know, we always talk about our weekends because we'd like to know how you spend your time. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, they managed to slowly start to speak about their weekend, but it took a couple of weeks, you know, a couple of months, should I say, to get round to that level. It's like, you know, they always come to make themselves busy, so you don't talk to them. But I just jump in anyway. I just jump in, you know, because I'm interested. Otherwise, I'd be sitting there quiet, waiting to start my lesson. You know, it might be like 30 minutes I've got, or 40 minutes. Of course, you can talk about your weekend whilst you're typing. You know, yeah. How was your weekend, Hiroshi? What did you do? You know, it might mean I went shopping and so. Oh, good. Did you buy anything interesting? You know, try and strike up a conversation. It's like they didn't want to, which I thought was a bit rude. I thought.
Yeah, I mean that's what you see. Like whenever I travel on a train over there, or even just any public transport, you see no expression on anyone's face. Everyone just has that blank expression, and you know that's why they switched off. That's what I mean. A lot of it, a lot of it is environment induced because you know there's no talking on a train, for example. There's no talking on a bus. You might see the occasional, you know, schoolgirl talking, you know, and talking out aloud because they just don't give a shit. They're just they're at that stage in their life where they're just like, you know, naturally they don't give a shit about society and you know, which is how you should be. That's why I think it's important not to ever grow up. Like, you know, everyone's always like telling you to grow up. It's like, no, growing up means, you know, in certain societies, it means being, you know, having no fun and not expressing yourself and just conforming to the people around you. It's like, no, fuck that. Just be yourself. If you want to talk to someone if you want to talk to your friend on a bus, talk to them. Who gives a shit about the people around you? If they don't like it, they can say something. All right, keep it down, and then to tell them to fuck off anyway.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I always had my phone on manner mode, but I never switched it off. But it was on manner mode, so it would vibrate, and then it'd be my wife or my kids sometimes when I'm on the train, and I'd be talking.
What's that?
Here come the baldies.
Okay, well, come along. The gloves are on. My gloves are always on, so when you're ready. But anyway, you know, I'm on the train, and that's what I do. I just talk. I don't care.
Yeah,
that's what I'm the man. You see, my radio on my phone is full blast, and it could be the Flat Earth podcast, right? News, vaccines, whatever. It's blasting out of my phone, out of the pocket, no hands-free mode.
Yeah.
I can give a shit. Really couldn't.
Exactly. The last thing anyone should ever worry about is what the person next to you is thinking about you.
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong. You know, look, I've gone into restaurants. I'm sitting down. Now I'm listening, or I might be watching a video, okay, whilst I'm having my meal. Now, my volume is not louder than anybody else's voices. I can hear people's voices talking about what they're talking about in Japanese or whatever, and they're eating, and I'm listening to my program. And then the waiter will come along and ask me to switch it off. I said, Timmy, can you switch off all the other people then? So I don't hear their voices. Can you do that? No, then. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Just carried on eating. Fucking shit. Do you know what I mean? Telling me. Yeah. He knew he made a mistake that day.
That's gold.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then when I'm in the
Yeah.
laundrette, you know, I might be listening to the music and someone might say, "Can you turn the volume down?" I said, "No, I don't want to turn the volume down because I don't want to hear the machine." I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, they'd rather
I
hear
want to hear the
that.
news.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I make those noises so they understand. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. The psychology
I think
of the
some
laundrette.
people would prefer to hear the ka-ching, 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 ka-ching than
Yeah,
flat
I know.
smack.
I know. We'll go and sit right by the machine then, if that's the case. If you need to, go and sit right by the machine. Grab your chair, put it by the machine, and enjoy the noise.
The noise.
You're a classic.
That's so
Oh,
good.
I'm a realist. I'm just a realist. That's what it is. You've got to be real. Otherwise,
Yeah,
who
there's
are you
just not
living for?
many. There's not many realists. That's why you're a classic, man.
Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah. You've got to be real. Otherwise, why are you living? Who are you living for? Why are you living?
Working for the man.
Yeah, the man. Now it's the woman in some countries.
That's it.
So yeah, although Japan is a
Identifying
lovely
as a
place to be, it is a lovely place to be, but my advice would be make sure you are yourself. Obviously, you will take on some of the culture that is nice and you'll take that on. Great. But anything that's quirky, I don't do. I don't do that. I don't do the quirky stuff. No thanks. You know, good luck to them with that. You know, I'm going to be the nail that sticks out, and I'm never going to be hammered down.
I'm not down with eating the witchetty grubs, but pretty much everything. The Aboriginal culture here.
Yeah. I can say that Japan has been good for me because I actually discovered that the moon landings were a hoax. 9/11 was an inside job. Yeah, vaccines are not safe. Right, I've learned a lot by being in Japan, looking at the world,
Or
looking
effective,
at the
Jim.
West. Say that again.
Safe or effective.
Yeah, I've learned a lot in the 20 years that I've been here. It's been a good learning curve. Good. I've had the time, and I feel I've used it wisely, so that I've now been able to discover that. I mean, I'm talking to people like you now, you guys. So there you go.
Aren't you lucky?
You've come a long way. You have climbed the ranks to get to Discord Flat Earth server.
That's right.
It's right. I've made it.
You have.
What's going on, guys?
What's
you
up,
doing,
It's almost
Dawn?
like the
Is that Dawn?
34th degree.
Yeah.
That's Big
Yeah,
Bad
man.
Dawn. What are you up to, Dawn?
Yes.
What
Just
are
had
you
a-
What are you going to lie to us about today?
Oh my god.
He's trolling.
I'll do my
He's
best
in a
to
trolling
never lie
mood,
to
isn't
you,
he?
sir.
I can tell.
Just had a good
It's coming up
conversation
for.
with Godric about. He says the sun is spiritual. He tried to say you can't do science on spiritual things. So I was coming up with ways to explain how even if something is spiritual, it could still be physical, and we can still try to do science on it.
What do you mean
You
by
can't do
doing
physical
science?
sciences on non-tangible things. I'm sorry.
We can look at the sun from different angles and gather information about its brightness and
Yeah,
where
sure.
it is, where
That
it
would be
goes.
pseudoscience. It's
Yeah,
not
would you
physical. That'd be pseudo.
But okay, I call it science.
Yeah,
You would.
you can call it whatever you like. It doesn't make it science, though.
So do all the scientists.
The pseudoscientist.
Yeah.
No doubt.
It's fine, guys. You can call it pseudoscience, but that's a you thing.
Look at the definition.
Yeah, we work on definitions here, Dawn. You know, earlier I was speaking to Writing on Eggshells, and he wanted his own definitions on things because he didn't want to accept, you know, the objective definitions of terms.
Yeah, I do that sometimes myself.
Yeah, I don't like that because that means we can never have a productive conversation if we can't agree on
But
definitions.
that means you're a slave to Latin wizards.
No, I'm
Who
not a slave
changed
to
your
anything.
language to trick you
I'm
with
just
spellings.
no. I'm just willing to come to a consensus with my peers so we can have productive conversations
I
on
think
topics.
Me and eggshells can't come to a consensus easily with you guys because you're not peers. That's what it is. That's the issue.
Well, you're happy to come to a consensus on, when it comes to, okay, we all believe in a globe, but then when it comes to defining terms and having semantical arguments, you don't want to sort of stick with the norms.
You started that by calling half of science pseudoscience.
I'm not,
What it is,
we're
isn't
just,
it? It is.
we're-
That is what a heliocentric
By
is.
definition.
Some of it is, Jen. Some of it is, Jen. Not all. A lot of it's great.
No, all of
formal
it is.
science.
All of it.
No,
All of it is. All of it
I could
is.
say that about the flat Earth if I wanted.
The heliocentric model does not fit and work with the scientific method. It fails every step of the way.
I can
That's
say
why
that
it's
about flat
pseudoscience.
Earth.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Flat
I can.
Earth
I did. I will.
Flat Earth is natural law, which adheres
Natural law.
to the law, to the scientific method. The standards created so you cannot cheat or bring out falsehood. Now,
Earth
the
being
flat Earth
what you think
adheres
it
to that
is isn't a natural
completely.
law. That's ridiculous.
It's natural law. Natural law.
Earth
We
being
do
something
we
By the
do
power
not
of
live.
grayscale.
We do not
not a
live
natural law.
on a. Hang on a second. We don't live on a ball because that's not natural. Nature cannot allow us to live on a ball that
Why
is
did you
spinning.
Why did you decide balls were unnatural?
Well, if it were natural for us to live on it, we would be living on it. But it's not natural.
Oh my god,
Because
that's
you'd
the
fall
worst
off.
logic ever. It's logic of
No,
a child.
If you have
naturally
two
you
perfectly
cannot.
spherical testicles,
Naturally,
Dawn,
look. Yeah, naturally,
nothing naturally
human
forms into a
beings.
Ken,
Yeah.
you can make up
It
your own
forms into a
logic
nut.
to convince
Nut.
yourself Earth's flat, but to me it sounds crazy.
Well, you're not listening to the logic and the actual scientific method.
I've heard you say it before, and it's just emotion based.
It's not emotion based at all. It's a ball. How am I going to be able to travel from the top half of this ball to the bottom half and not fall off?
Because
we were having a
do
nice
gravity.
conversation.
You misunderstand
doesn't do
falling.
gravity.
dropped
You
in and had a
misunderstood
troll.
falling completely.
I know, right?
I'm going to fall off that ball. How am I going to stay on that ball?
No,
I'm going to
that's
fall
not.
off.
That's not how it works.
That's how it works because nature
No,
works like that.
you've decided. You've
A
decided
nice
the ball
little
works
to
in a
and
different
fro.
way.
It's not me that's decided. It's
Yes, you
nature
did.
that's
Oh,
decided.
Geo's here
No.
to settle it.
Nature doesn't
Yeah.
decide.
Nature's
Geo's
decided.
going to sort you out, Dawn.
Nature doesn't
You can't just come in
decide.
and troll like that.
Yeah.
Dawn came in here and disrupted the flow. Of,
I wanted to speak to you guys. Like, cool. Jin's just saying people fall off
Yeah, but-
planets, which is untrue. So I have to
you
tell
made-
him that's not true.
You made a
course you would.
preposterous
Of course you would.
comment that
Because it's
well,
not natural.
you made an outrageous
Natural, is
comment,
it?
Dawn, that we couldn't really just let be.
What did I say?
And
Couldn't let it slide.
What did I say?
you-
I can't remember.
you were saying that you could do science on non-physical, spiritual
sorry,
logic,
Dawn.
Yeah.
something along those lines.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah.
can do that.
There you
I
go.
do it. I
Yeah,
do
see, that's
science.
preposterous, and we're just not willing to go along with that.
I do science on magic and God.
You do science on magic?
And God, yeah.
You do science
That's
on
called
God?
religion.
Yeah. I gather information and
Well-
test.
I suppose we're going to have to define what you mean by doing science on.
Doing science is gathering information and testing it.
Oh, it's that vague, is it?
Trying to explain something
Testable, repeatable.
by getting involved with
Yeah.
it. That's science.
Right. So there's
Testable,
no
repeatable.
Unless you mean the Jesuit science.
Jesuit science,
Is that what you mean by science?
which is what exactly?
Which is a
JSI.
materialist nonsense where you have to touch something with a ruler and measure it.
That's the materialist. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Nonsense.
the nonsense science
Yeah,
where you
it's a
have to
right.
stick to a strict method and you can only study.
Do you mean
certain
physical?
things. Yeah, physical nonsense science.
Physical nonsense
Well-
as opposed to magic.
As to all science where you just study and explain things by getting involved with them.
No, there's physical and then there's pseudo. So
That's
when
what
you
you
say
decide.
by
That's what you
you
decided,
actually
but you're not
pseudo.
using the dictionary.
Dictionary.
Yeah. When you say pseudo and physical, you've made
Jesuit
up your own
dictionary.
definition. You made up your own
It's
definition.
Jesuit.
It's the J dick. Nah, I'm not into J dick.
Well, you're doing the same as eggshells. You're making up your own definition for physical
You just call me
eggshells.
egg.
and pseudo.
He did. He called you eggshells.
Right, get out.
Now
That was
that's
your 10th warning.
Jin, instead of us
You get all 10, all 10 in one hit.
I tell you about your logic, Jin, instead of us arguing. Jin,
Yeah, it's just that.
to decide that the globe is unnatural, you have to understand what we mean by the globe model. You can't say that we think we'd fall off because that isn't the model. So what you're doing, all you're doing is debunking a made-up thing from your own mind. You're not debunking
No, you are
the real model.
refusing. You are refusing
Do
to
you understand
accept
what I'm
exactly.
saying?
No, look. Let me say what I'm going to say. You are refusing to accept the implications of your model in the natural world.
You're going to do it again.
So
even though I just
I'm going to
explained
finish
it
what I'm
to
going to
you,
say.
you're going to do it again.
I'm going to finish what I'm going to say, Dawn. So stop talking. Yeah. Look, when you bring a ball into the realms of natural law and the scientific method, your ball will fail miserably because it's a shape. Now, how am I going to, let me finish. How am I going to circumnavigate this ball without falling off of it?
Oh, there you go.
How?
You did it. As I just
How?
told you,
How am I
that
gonna
isn't
do
the
that?
model.
That
the
is your model, sir.
That's your made-up version of the model.
That is your model, sir.
No, it isn't.
It is.
If it was our model, we'd be falling off, wouldn't we?
That's correct. That's why your model does not work.
That's why our model
in the
doesn't say
natural
you
realm
fall off when
of
you
the
go around
natural
Earth,
law. That's
because
why
you
it's
fall down
pseudoscience.
to the center. Which I
That
know
is
you
why
know
it's
this, so I don't know why you're lying to me man to man
I'm
about
not
it.
lying to you.
You are. You're
I'm
telling
not
me
lying
my
to you,
model
Dawn.
says something different that it
Dawn,
doesn't say.
your model does not fit and adhere to the scientific method and natural law.
Okay,
That's where my world is. In the natural law.
Dawn.
Your model is not natural.
What is
your
natural law?
your model has balls of gas. Now, can you have a gas that's actually in a geometric shape?
Yeah, with gravity, of course you can.
Ah, gravity. So you have to invoke
Oh, gravity, the thing you've heard of.
the thing I've heard of that's never been
You
demonstrated,
think you're pretending
validated.
to be shocked by hearing.
It is shocking.
No, it isn't
because
shocking. You already know it exists.
No, it shocks me that you have to.
It's not shocking. You're pretending.
That in an intellectual exchange, you have to actually invoke something that is completely
Invoke
pseudoscientific.
the explanation.
Yes, you were invoking magic,
shoot me.
essentially.
Shoot me for it.
I'm not going to shoot you for it. I'm
explaining how the thing you says doesn't works.
I'm going to
shoot me.
I'm definitely going to indict you for it and sort of assess why you think you can invoke magic, when we're trying to have an intellectually honest exchange.
Jin, what do you mean by natural law?
What do I mean by natural law? Yeah. So this, when we say natural law, it follows the scientific method.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, when I say we the flat earthers, I'm speaking on behalf of all the flat earthers.
Please don't, because none of them say natural law means you'd fall off the globe. That's only you that says that.
Of course they would. Of course they would.
No, they don't, because I've spoken to them for 4
would.
years.
Otherwise,
Jin,
they don't disagree. Don't tell me what I'm going to say.
About what I've heard for 4 years.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Speaking on behalf of all the flat earthers here,
Don't do that.
We all understand that a ball is not a shape that you can live on when you live in the natural law and environment of Earth, following the scientific method. In other words, things like gravity are unnatural. You don't find it anywhere in nature.
Jin, you're not telling me what you think a natural law means.
I'm telling you what it is. It's the law. It's a law
just said,
of
I
nature.
believe it's a flat
the
earth.
law of nature. It's not a belief. It's very evident that you cannot live on a ball. It's evident.
Do you mean a natural law is something evident?
Most certainly evident, and it cannot be violated. So if you're saying to me that water can stick to a ball, nowhere in nature can you see this, especially a ball that is spinning and in a vacuum of space.
Okay.
These things have never been proven.
Well,
because
my
it's not
answer
natural.
the way Globe manages to break Jin's made-up natural laws are through gravity. So let's talk about that.
But that's not a natural law, is it? That's not natural.
I'm not claiming it's a natural law. I'm just claiming in my model That's the way it breaks your natural law.
It doesn't break it. It doesn't break it because
Well,
it
if you don't
doesn't
want to talk
exist.
about it, I don't have to. We don't.
No,
have
we're talking about it. We're talking about it. I'm telling you that what you're talking about doesn't exist in the reality.
Talking
you
about
live.
it. I can't talk about it if all you're going to do is tell me my model is wrong and lie about it.
Well,
That's
but I mean,
dishonest.
that's all that's left. That's all that's left for me to do because you're talking to a realist
Well,
who
that's
adheres
not a fun
to. Hang on a
conversation for
second.
me. For you
Who
to slag off
adheres
my
to
belief
the
system.
natural law of life
I
and
can't
the
respond to
gravity.
you if you
It's
lie
an
about what I believe.
Yeah, but it's an unproven theory. It's unproven. Even Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton didn't agree with the mass attracting matter theory. He said it was absurd. And then it's been superseded by the Einsteinium, the bending and warping of space-time fabric, which is also an unproven theory. Unproven stuff.
Yeah. And what do you know about pseudo-Riemannian manifolds, Dawn?
I'm going to go ahead and claim at this point that gravity is a natural law
Dawn,
in my model.
Did you hear my question?
And it always happens, and you can never stop it.
Did you hear my question, Dawn?
Didn't seem relevant. Sorry.
It's relevant. See, if you knew anything
I
about
don't believe
gravity,
you, sorry.
if you knew anything about gravity and the current understanding of gravity, you would know about pseudo-Riemannian manifolds.
Nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's
Why would I
the
believe
geometry.
you
It's the
about a thing you
geometry.
don't
It is
believe
the
I
geometric
do that?
concept. It is the geometric. Well, you can look it up. You don't have to believe me.
No,
It's
why would I
you can,
want to engage you,
well, you can look
telling me about a
it
thing
up.
you don't believe in?
It's not that I don't believe in it. It's that
You don't believe in gravity,
it's
so
it's
don't
that
try
I
and tell
it's
me
it's
about
it's
it,
that I
please.
know about it and I know what the current gravity sort of hinges upon, and it hinges upon this.
If you knew about it properly,
and you can
wouldn't be denying it exists, would you?
I'm not denying anything. What I'm doing is I'm letting you know what it hinges upon, and
Is
your
gravity real?
the current understanding of gravity hinges upon a geometric concept that is known as pseudo-Riemannian. Right? It's force space. So what that means is that essentially it uses space and time and denotes that as a dimension, as a physical dimension. And we all know that space and time, or space-time, is not physical. It's purely conceptual. It's not something that has any tangible value.
Entropy.
What?
What if time is entropy?
What?
Yeah.
Time is entropy?
Sound shocked and then go away and think about it.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, and it's neither here nor there. You can just throw out a term, and it's just really not gonna. It's a miss. It's a big
Think about
miss.
it.
I am thinking about it, and time has nothing to do with the concept of entropy.
Gravitation's a natural law on my model.
Yeah, and like I said,
It doesn't exist anywhere in our reality. It doesn't exist. What you said.
It exists
relies
as a
on
natural law in my reality.
It relies on a
It doesn't
geometric
exist in our
concept.
reality.
It does, Jen, for me.
It relies on a concept that considers time and space as a physical
No, it
dimension.
doesn't. No.
Yes, it does.
That's
It
one
does.
new theory about it.
Space and time is said. Space and time is said to warp and bend physically. When we all know we can't bend a minute, we can't bend an hour.
Never take your word for that.
Just like we can't bend a centimeter, we can't bend a kilometer.
Yeah.
You know, these are concepts that cannot be physically manipulated. So therefore, they cannot warp due to uneven distribution of mass.
You can measure a kilometer around a bend.
You can measure a kilometer, but you cannot bend the concept of a kilometer.
Well, you literally are to measure a bend a kilometer long, right?
So you're a bend of what though? A kilometer of road? The kilometer of road may be bending, but the kilometer itself, the measurement, the consensus that we come to is not bending.
Is it straight then? Is this concept straight?
What do you mean? A concept can neither be a concept cannot be straight or curved.
Okay,
That's my
so
whole
if it's
point.
not straight, why are you talking about it not being able to bend if it can't be either? Why is that important?
Because the concept is said to be bent. It's said to
in a
be physically
way,
bent.
you bend the concept round the thing to measure it, right?
No, you don't.
As I just explained.
No, you do not bend a concept. You do not
when
bend
you get
an
a tape
idea.
measure, you put it out
Ideas
straight, and then you turn it 90 degrees, and you bend it.
Ideas are bulletproof, my
It's
friend.
like that.
That's from V from Vendetta.
1 meter on a tape measure, turn it 90 degrees, bend it. That's how you bend a meter.
Come again?
Get a
What'd you
tape
say?
measure, put a meter out, turn it 90 degrees so it's on its side, and then go to the end and bend it. Now you're measuring a meter curved. You've got a bent meter.
No, you've got a bent piece of tape measure.
Boom.
You have not bent the concept
It's
of
still a meter.
centimeters.
It's the concept of a meter.
Yeah,
on
but you
a
have
measure.
physically you have not bent anything
You've
to do with
literally
concept.
bent the tape measure that represents
the tape measure.
meter.
The tape
Yeah, but all
measure.
you're actually measuring, Don, is 2 points. The shortest distance between 2 points. It's not a
Why
curve.
does he?
It's not a
Why does
curve
he care about the concept not being able to bend if he doesn't think it's straight in the first place?
because it isn't a curve. It's a straight line. 2 points.
Oh, you just said it's straight.
Yeah, it's a distance between 2 points. That's straight.
What? So kilometers can only be straight now.
If you're measuring from one to the other, yeah.
If you measure the whole line, not point to point, and it's bent,
Well, you
right?
can make it. You can measure a kilometer in a circle if you want.
Regardless, you are not bending the concept of a kilometer.
Whoa.
That's a concept.
Why
That's a
do you need to keep
consensus.
saying
We agree that a kilometer is from here to over there. You're not bending that concept. That's the idea that we're
you
all.
saying it can only be straight now.
I'm not saying anything like that. What I'm
What do you mean
saying
from
is,
here to there then?
well, it's a consensus. We agree that a centimeter is from here to there, right?
Yeah,
Conceptually.
Which could be bent or straight.
Okay, it can be. Yeah,
Okay,
it can be.
the material that you're measuring can be bent or straight, but the concept is not being bent.
If there's no material involved and you're using a meter stick, but you curve round the road, the concept's literally curving as you do it, as you use it.
The concept is not curving. No,
Yes, it
you do not.
is.
You cannot physically
That's what's so
manipulate
good
an
about a
idea.
concept.
A concept is an idea, right? Can you physically manipulate something that's not physical?
It's not physical, no.
So can you physically manipulate something that's not physical then?
You're physically manipulating yourself.
Can you
while
physically
you use the concept.
manipulate something that is not physical? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. All right, you're just trolling now. I mean, I know you were trolling
Don't you
about
believe in
15
spirit
minutes
and
ago.
prayer and magic and all that stuff?
That's neither here nor there. It's really
But
non-consequential.
if you did, you wouldn't ask that question, would you?
Well, what I know, it's not a belief. I know you cannot physically bend an idea or a consensus.
You're not. Maybe you're conceptually bending.
What, conceptually, physically bending?
Don wants something to be bent. Can we give him something that's bent?
Yeah.
Clovis wants nothing to be manipulated.
A
Whatever he says.
Give him a boomerang.
Clovis wants to decide what's off limits for other humans.
Well, let's put it this way. Can you show me? I want a physical representation of a minute.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, put it in Livestream text. I want to see a minute. I want to see what a minute looks like.
On the VC.
I can show you what a minute looks like.
Silence. 1 minute silence while you tap your knee. You want to do it?
Nah, I want you to show me a minute.
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a better one than that. Remember, hang on, gentlemen. Look, what about the egg timer with the grains of sand?
Yeah, that's a great
physical
one.
measurement.
Imagine an egg timer turned upside down. There you go.
There you go. So there's a minute physically measured out, and by the time it all falls out, there's a minute's gone by.
So
yeah,
is the minute physical or is the egg timer physical?
It's a physical representation
the egg timer is
of a
physical,
minute.
isn't it?
Ah, but the minute isn't. The minute is just an idea in our heads.
Yeah.
You asked for a representation.
Yep. I wanted to see the minute being physical, not the egg timer.
Okay. Well, that's the nearest we can get, isn't it?
Or you can show me maybe a box of hours, maybe a box full of hours. See what that looks like.
That'd be interesting.
Or even a box full of centimeters, or a box full of nanometers,
Inches.
inches, a box full of kilograms.
Box full of thousandths of an inch.
You can
A box full of any idea that you can think of.
The idea's
Show me that
attached to
idea.
things.
Show me that actual idea, and I want to also see it physically being bent and manipulated.
I
And
can send you a box of kilogram weights. That's me showing you the
yeah,
idea.
you're sending
of
me a box
kilogram.
of weights. You're not sending me a box
Yeah.
of kilograms.
That's me showing you the idea. Look, this amount of heaviness.
You're showing me
Yeah, here you go,
a
Globus.
box
Look
of
at
weights.
it, touch it, kiss it,
You're
pick
not.
it up, put it on some scales.
All right, but I want to bend
Consider
that
yourself
kilogram.
shown.
I want to bend the kilogram itself.
Then I'm going to say, don't be absurd. See
Yeah,
you later.
exactly. It's absurd, isn't it? Exactly my point.
You are absurd, yeah.
No, the point that you can bend something that's like
It's your
an
point,
idea is
so
absurd.
that makes you absurd.
Finally, Dawn, you've come full circle, and you can you
No,
see
this
that.
is not full circle. You can still bend
Look,
the concept of a kilometer while
that's
you
why
move a meter wheel around a road.
I remember a while back when a Glober brought up the concept of space-time being a fabric, and I asked them, okay, so if space-time is a fabric, can you then please tell me what color and texture does this fabric come in? And they said, that's absurd. I said, yeah, exactly. A concept cannot come in a color, and it cannot come in texture.
Exactly.
And then he finally realized that he was being silly.
It doesn't match the natural
Like me, I
world
can
where you
have
have
a
textures and
concept of
colour.
hell that's all red. What are you talking
That's
about?
natural law. It has texture, it has colour, it has substance. It's physical, it's tangible. You can touch it and move it and shape it. You can't do that with your gravity.
I can do tests on
You
gravitation.
cannot. It fails miserably when it comes to the natural law. And the
Not true.
natural,
Gravitation is a natural law. Then.
the scientific method,
Gravitation is a natural law.
It cannot conform to that. It doesn't conform to that at all.
It's a natural law by itself. We don't even need to test it.
It's not natural. It's not
Yes,
natural
it
law
is.
at all. No. No, it is not.
8 billion people
It's not.
believe in it.
Correct. It's a belief that is only in belief. It's not knowledge. It's not been proven. When they
You
look
reckon
into
you're
it,
the smart one on
they'll
the
stop
planet?
believing that and realise it's
Unlike me,
wrong.
honestly.
Say that again.
You reckon you're the smart one?
I never
Out
go
of
around
billions.
thinking I'm. I
Out
never
of
go
billions.
around thinking I'm smarter than people. I don't live
Yes,
my
you
life
do.
like that.
Yes, you
No, I
bloody do.
don't. No, I don't.
You're telling me what isn't a natural law on my model.
That's correct because your
Yeah,
model is
so
wrong.
that
And I
means you
was,
think
I
you're
was a believer
smarter
of the
than
model.
all the people
I
that
was
have
a
written it
believer of
up
the
as
model,
a
wasn't
natural
I?
law.
Yeah, it's not natural. The globe
Yeah,
is not
there
a
you go,
natural.
thinking you're
It's not
smarter.
natural. There is no globe. It's not natural. Doesn't exist.
Nonsense.
It's not nonsense. You're nonsense. Your whole life has been
No,
a
you're
nonsense.
nonsense.
Your whole life has been a nonsense, sir.
Your whole life has been a nonsense.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You believe
Some
in
parts,
Islam and live in
some parts
Japan,
of
for
my
God's
life
sake.
have been a nonsense, but in the last 7 years
Muslim in
regarding
Japan.
this earth, it has not been. That's for
In the
sure.
testing
In the
ground for
last 7
eugenics.
years. In
Hey Don,
particular.
why is it that you have the ability to critically think on other subjects, but somehow on this very subject you sort of go along with the mainstream and you don't have the ability
Why is
to
it that
think for
you
yourself?
don't have the ability to critically think on any subjects?
Come on, Dawn. Why is it that when it comes to the globe, you're just all for the mainstream and you fall for every narrative?
If you're
and
putting me up high as understanding stuff really well, maybe it's a globe.
I am putting you up high. Yeah, exactly
Yeah,
right.
go away and think about that then. Maybe I'm right about all of them, not just every other one except the
I
globe.
have heard you, think for yourself on many subjects, but when it comes to this one, you just want to toe the line, spit all the rhetoric.
Would you rather I made up my own ice cream model and denied
No,
everyone
I would
else's?
rather you actually analyze
address the reality of it.
what's been presented to you instead of just accepting
God.
what
I've
you've
seen what you
been
presented for 4
indoctrinated
years,
with all your
and
life.
it's full of lies.
Lies. What's a lie? What have we lied to you about?
Your whole theory that you present me with is full of lies.
Can you name one lie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Gravity isn't real. It's one of the lies you say.
I'd say you'd have the burden of proof in that instance because you've
it's
made
your
the positive
Gravity
claim.
isn't
No,
real.
no. You have the burden of proof because you're making a
Gravity
positive
is
claim.
established science.
You are making a
No burden left for
positive
us.
claim that gravity is something that we
No.
should consider.
I'm making a positive claim that you're lying when you say it doesn't exist.
Get Globus. They don't understand.
we say
They
that-
don't understand burden of proof.
Because you're dishonest,
How burden
that's
of
why,
proof
then.
works. You know that, guys. Come on.
Oh, I know that by now, Jeremy, 100%. But I'm just hanging on to the possibility that Dawn can stop trolling for maybe 5 minutes and address, what I'm asking him here.
If you stop trolling or dial it down, I'll do it. I'll stop and dial it down too.
You think I'm trolling by asking
Yeah.
you these poignant questions?
Yeah.
Well,
I think
well,
you and
that's
Jim are trolling. That's why I'm in combative mode.
combative mode. Well, perhaps you should, put down the defenses, drop the
If you
walls.
stop
Dawn.
trolling, I'll stop trolling. That's the deal.
Look, definitely not trolling. I'm trying to help you out here, if anything.
Me neither, then.
Now that's a lie.
Oh dear. No, you.
Now we're identifying an actual lie.
It is. The globe is unnatural. It is unnatural to be thinking you can on the globe.
You're
Totally
unnatural.
No,
Yeah.
I am natural because I am made of flesh and blood. Natural.
But I mean, the fact that I went through the very geometry that your gravity hinges upon and showed you how that can't be a part of reality. Surely that should tell you.
Oh God, what troll?
How wrong you are. That's not going to save you, Dylan. Come on, I want to hear the honesty that I have heard from you. Previously when discussing other subjects besides
If
globe
gravity isn't real, why do things fall?
Look, it's gravity. I've explained to you why gravity, the word itself, has no
Straight to
validity.
the question.
I've explained to you, but the thing is, you're using a word that has no validity.
Why do things fall?
Because it's the natural.
Yeah, can you give me more information, Jim?
You know the answer to that, Dawn.
The question's hanging in the air. I'll just wait.
Yes, things. It's the natural order of things. Yeah, it's the natural order of things. The same reason why things float upwards.
Can you give me more
Because they're
information?
lighter than the medium they're in. Therefore, the natural order of things applies here. If things are heavier than the medium, they will fall and keep on falling. If things are lighter than the air and medium, they'll rise and keep on rising till they meet their equilibrium. That's it. And there's nothing more to it than that. The natural order.
That's totally unnatural, Jim, and it breaks the laws of science.
So you want to know why that is, Dawn? Am I correct in saying that? You want to know why?
Give me the answer so I can tell them that's nonsense and unnatural.
You want to know why things that are less dense seem to rise and things that are denser seem to, head towards what we know as the ground. Do you want to know the why? That's a question for the creator. But what I think it is that I think that he thought it would be more practical for the things that were dense to reside close to the ground where they have their food, blah blah blah. Whereas the less things, the things that were less dense, would rise and be up there where we as dense objects don't need to interact with them.
That's the same for gravity on my model.
It's called a natural order.
Not at all.
Not at all. Gravity is not what we have.
You just explained how gravity works on my model.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, you did.
No, we haven't.
And if you're not happy with it, that's you not being happy with your own description that you tried to give me.
That's not what we haven't described gravity in anything, any which shape at all. We haven't done.
We went through gravity.
Your expression of gravity, your understanding of gravity is that it's a magnetic force of some kind that's pulling everything on this earth to the center core of a globe, which hasn't even been established. That's gravity. as we know
some
it.
of that was
It's
true.
supposed to
Some
be
of
the
that was
mass
true, yeah.
attracting mass theory, but that's
that's
not
true.
what we experience. I'm sorry, we don't. And if that was the case,
I do.
then this gravity would indeed pull down the helium balloon. It would pull it down easily. It
The
would act
current
upon
scientific model. The current scientific model of gravity is space-time bending.
That's right.
So, I mean, if you say gravity, you're automatically implying bending space-time.
Well,
Bending
don't go with
and
gravity,
warping
Jeremy.
of
Go with
space-time.
gravitation, the natural law.
Bending and warping of space-time due to the uneven distribution of mass.
There you go,
with
Globus.
Gravitation, the natural law that's established.
So, but Jeremy, I've already been through this with Dawn, and he couldn't show me, physical space or time. So I think that his whole paradigm falls apart. If you ask me, when it comes to that, because his idea requires a bending and warping, and that's physical bending and warping
straw man.
of a concept, space and time being the concept that we
lying straw man.
Wow, there's no need to name call.
Yeah,
What's the
and
straw
he's not
man?
straw manning you either. That's not straw manning. That's clearly stating your model, which you are reluctant to explain.
Then, you lying straw man.
Oh, come on!
What do you think?
Now
What do you think
you're being
gravity
a baby
is,
now. He's being a baby now.
Yeah, well, he's resorted to name calling, which
if you lie about me, I'm gonna call you out.
Well, what do you think gravity is, Don? I mean, that's what.
I'm not lying about you.
Twice. Go with
We're not lying
gravitation,
about you,
the established natural law.
It's not a natural law. It's not
You
a
talking about
natural law.
Newton?
You're lying.
Are you talking about Newton, Don?
Not a natural
Google
law.
gravitation, the natural law.
All right. Well, can you elaborate on that?
It is.
Can you
It's not a natural law.
All right. Let's let Dawn elaborate on what he
law.
thinks.
You can Google it.
Well, can you elaborate on what the law of gravitation is in your understanding?
Yes.
So we can pick that apart.
Natural law. Silly ass.
Dawn?
Come on, Dawn.
I mean, the law of gravitation is Newton.
Yeah. That's what I wanted him to say that, but
that
he's
was
an
like
enjoy-
100 years ago. They thought it was Newton. Now Andrea Ghez won the 2020 Nobel Prize for physics for essentially debunking Newton's law of gravity due to black holes.
Yep. Not only that, quantum mechanics does not agree with Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's all coming into question, especially if we're talking about space as well. Especially. I have a query on Newton's law of motion in space. I'll go
The
there to
funniest
verify that his laws that apply on Earth would apply in space. That body of motion remaining in motion unless acted upon by another force. Yeah, how can that be in space? It's not been verified.
The funniest thing is dark energy, how they have space expanding. So you just have empty space, and then it expands. It's like the goofiest shit I ever heard. They couldn't give up Einstein. They saw that the galaxies were moving away from each other faster than light speed. So they could not get rid of Einstein. They just had to make some ad hoc shit up. And like, oh, well, it's empty space. Space is expanding. There you go.
The fact that they had to come up with a separate, geometrical concept known as the like I was saying earlier, the pseudo-Riemannian manifolds. The fact that they had to come up with that in order to explain, their bendy space-time. I mean, it's in the wording itself. It's in the terminology itself. It's pseudo-Riemannian. You're not talking about Euclidean geometry. You're talking about pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's pseudo.
Yeah.
That should be a red flag in itself.
Pseudo. That should be a big red flag. It's pseudo. Sounds very Japanese, that pseudo, doesn't it? Pseudo, judo, pseudo. Pseudo-san. Yokonai. Yokonai no san no rika wa yokonai desu. Pseudo da kara.
Okashi janai?
I was just saying that. Don't, eh? Yeah, okashi desu. 本当に. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. For somebody who hasn't been in Japan for a long while, you've really retained the memory of the language, the usage, which is very good, very commendable.
I sure
I
have.
always wondered. I always wondered if I would be able to remember the language if I left. Would I drop it? You know,
Well,
through
it's all
lack
about
of usage.
Yeah, well, through lack of usage, I'm sure you will sort of forget. But I mean, I do use it here and there.
Yeah, and I'm glad you use it here now because you got an opportunity. You know, I am in Japan currently. 今日本にいるからチャンスあるねいっぱいいっぱいチャンスねお話はねいいんじゃない？
いいです。
Yes, いいですね。So, see, they don't know what we're saying.
It's all good.
It's all good, yeah, it's fabulous. I think in my case, it's super fabulous because Jin's an African speaking Japanese. I mean, that is an anomaly in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is 100%.
Yeah, that's
Although
what makes my. Go ahead, go on.
No, I was going to say, although when you walk through the streets of Harajuku in Tokyo, you see a lot of African men trying to sell you things, and obviously they're speaking to you in Japanese. But I mean, it's definitely a rarity. I mean, especially I'm sure where you are, if you're anywhere like
I'm in
out
the
of that
sticks.
region.
I'm in the sticks. I'm in the sticks. Yeah.
So you would be a sight to behold for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I try to impact them in a positive way all the time.
Yeah.
Yuko Taira, you know, I might be balancing at the lights at my bike and I've got house music bumping out, okay? And I'm balancing like that, you know, colourful. Because I've got the, I've got the cycling lycra stuff on. So all the adverts are on there and that. So, and then I said to him, Yuko Taira, yo, kakuni shite ne, shirabete, Taira, kyudai janai kara. You know, and then I cycle off.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then I scream, yeah, as I go off. So I've impacted them in a positive way because he said the earth is flat, and then he screamed. They're not going to forget that, are they?
No.
Not there yet. And then if I can get them to go and check it, great. Hopefully they'll find something that is real. Yeah. Hopefully, because these bloody algorithms are a real pain, to be honest. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. And even in the Japanese sites, when you check them, the Earth isn't flat. Is what comes up. You see. So I'm only making a very little impact there, very little, and I do realise that. But when I do get the chance, like if I've gone to the mountains and I'm parked up for a rest, okay, after I've done it, just resting for a minute, people come up and ask me, where did you come from? Anata no kuni wa, doko no kuni desu ka? Where do you come from? Which country do you come from? Then I tell them, and then we talk about Japan and the country I come from, and then I ask them about the shape of the earth, especially that where the horizon is very visible. I can use that as my template right there. I say, you see that? Look, mite, ano chihei mite, taira janai? Hora. 極率はどこ？極率。ね、地球は9大だから、極率あるんじゃない？でも今、ないね。見て。
なんか。
一度ないね。一度、1 degree。一度ない。Not even a degree of curvature でね。はい。どうやってわかる？地球は。9大ですね。どうやってわかる？ How do you know the Earth is a spinning ball? And then they go silent. They go silent for like 3 minutes or so, before they give an answer. I've waited. I just, I'm looking at them and thinking, I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And it's only because I prompted them that they answer. I might say TV, 学校の教科書, school textbook, ね、映画、film, ね、雑誌、magazine. はい。でも、自分で確認してことある？自分で。Have you checked it yourself? Yeah, have you done it yourself? 自分で確認してことありますか？測り、measure。測りした？ちゃんとやった？ Perfectly, correctly, you have to say ちゃんと because they want everything precise. And so you precisely measured that? And then there's another silence.
Yeah.
ないね。I said, はい。そう、どうやってわかるわ先生から聞いたらね、それで信じるね。だけ。You heard it from your teacher. That's the only reason why you believe it. 自分で確認してないね。聞いて、仁先生、今教える。見て、知恵先生。9代はない、記憶率はないから。ずーっと平らじゃないですか。もし、あの山、あっちの山で、ここからそこまでは42キロ、24マイル。国立あったら、あの山に絶対見えない。So I just said to him that the mountains yonder are at 42 kilometers, 24 miles roughly. And within that distance, there should be a certain amount of curvature. When you factor that in, you wouldn't see those mountains from where we are now.
Yeah.
And I said, so ne. And then they said, Musikashi. Oh, it's difficult. Then I say to them, no, it's not.
They always say that, yeah, when they don't want to sort of deal with it. Oh, it's too difficult for me to even deal with what you're saying.
Yeah, when they want to stop and they want to give in, they want to give up on it, and that's it. But I said to them, musikachi janai kara. Katachi ga attaru kara, katachi, eh? The shape is there. Kyudai. It's a spherical ball. Ne? Hai. So stara, Chihei said there, nantoka do, kyokuritsu wa hitsuyou janai? Mite kudasai. Mittara de ne, mite. Look at that horizon. Where's the curvature there, man? Hai. Mite koto aru? Hikoki, notta koto aru? Hikoki. Have you flown in an aeroplane?
That's right.
はい、そうね。その時でチャンスね。やっぱり極率見たことあるそこで。ないですね。And then, they say, no, I haven't. ないですね。No, I haven't. ないですね。見たことないですね。あと飛行機。その国立の形ね。カーブ。守りましたか？守りましたか？守る。その形、守れた。I'm asking, did the plane follow the curvature of the earth? And then you hear them and say, それもないね。やっぱり、飛行機はずっと平らじゃない？飲み物とか、機内食とか、映画を見たり、トイレ行ったりとかね。はい。So I just asked him, the plane was level because you had your meals, you went to the toilet, you had your in-flight entertainment films. And he's, そうね。はい。もし極率だったら、絶対シートベルトずっと締める。If you're on the plane and we're following the curvature, your seatbelt would be completely fastened. You would not be releasing it. Yeah. And then when I speak to them like that now, they begin to realize something's up. And if I'm lucky, go on.
No, I was going to say they just need that little bit, that little nudge in the right direction. The majority of them are quite honest.
Yes.
Yeah,
they're quite honest. So if I'm lucky enough, I've got that time, I go as far as reminding that when you think the ship is going over the horizon now, it's not, because if it was really, you'd be sliding off the deck. Your deck chairs and everything's gone off the ship because the ship has to be at an angle. It's not going down like a conveyor belt. That's not what's happening. Yeah, because that's you got to. You see, even the globe heads don't know their own model on how the ship should behave on a globe. You know? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, they seem to forget.
No idea.
No idea whatsoever of the crazy model that they believe in that they haven't proven. That's why the year 2022 is the year we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask them exactly why is it they are so desperate to hang on to a ball that they cannot prove.
Well, it's really
you said that last year, Jim.
It's really just the ones that frequent these servers that I find that are desperate to hang on to it. Your average garden variety glober that you meet out on the street, they don't really care. If you give them the facts like you have, Jin, the majority of them, probably take what you've said to them to be fact. It's just the ones that that we encounter here on a daily basis that I think that they're so invested in their cyber persona that they're going to be contrarians to the end.
Yeah,
I kind of half agree with that. I definitely believe the globers that come onto Discord to discuss the shape of the Earth you know, they do have a strong investment in the shape of the Earth, and they do tend to defend it a bit too strong for my liking.
Yeah.
But I think the average person out there doesn't really give two shits about the shape of the Earth. They could have this conversation with Jen. He could ask them all of these questions that they don't have answers for. And then they'll turn around and go on with the rest of their day. They won't really care. They
Yes.
won't really stick with them that much. You know, tomorrow they'll still believe the Earth is flat, even though they don't have answers as to why they believe it's flat. You know, I think most people just don't care.
What do you mean? No, it wouldn't be a belief it's flat. It would be a knowing that it's flat at this point, because it's not a belief. Once you know,
Sorry,
it's different from belief.
I meant to say they would still believe it's a sphere, even though they don't have
Yes,
answers.
that's right. That's right. I thought as much. So yeah, that's what they would do.
Okay.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would
if
carry
I'm
on
lucky
believing.
enough- Sorry, yeah. If I'm lucky enough, my aim is to get them to understand the importance. That's what I'm aiming at. Because that has to be emphasized. The importance of knowing. One, you're a human being. You came out your mother's womb into a world that you did not make. Okay? There is no life around in the space. So that makes Earth a very special place indeed. Right? And if you're being told it's a shape that it isn't, okay, and you've invested a lot of time into this, what else other lies are they telling you? And don't you think, as a human being that is special on this earth, that is something you must know, because this earth was created for you to live on. And if it's been told that it's a ball and it is not a ball, then you've been living the wrong life. You're living a life that they've been telling you. You've been living a lie, in other words. You're carrying a belief, and that's wrong. God gave you the skills and senses to determine what this is to a given degree. It is definitely not a shape that we're given. It's not that shape. And we cannot leave this place to go to any other celestial star or body. We cannot do that. We will never have that technology. We will never have it.
I hear you, Jim. I hear you, but most people just don't care because they got more important things to worry about. The shape of the Earth and whether or not we were told the truth about it or not is the last thing people worry about, you know? There's so many other problems in 2022 that are way more in our face, way more explicit.
Yeah, I can address all that. I can address all that because I understand exactly what you're saying. The reason you're in the problem you're in now is because you have been reluctant to actually check. You have relegated Earth to below dirt. It's nothing. What's more important to you is getting your money, paying the rent, and paying your electric bill, your mobile phone bill, your house bill, and getting your groceries. Right, and then meeting your girlfriend and making love to your girlfriend, and that's what you've been relegated. But in the meanwhile, whilst you've done that, the governments who are lying to you about the shape, who you're not keeping an eye on, have now taken your taxes, created wars which needn't happen, which we pay for, our fellow humans dying, and then we've had to pay for that death, the funeral, and everything else, and that war, because we're reluctant to check the lies that they're telling us. So we are at fault. The reason for the mess and the reason why you have to do this 9 to 5 and can't take time to work out whether the earth is a ball or not is because you are being lazy. That's what that is. Now, I'm telling you to slow down, hit the brakes, because they're spending, in America, they're spending $67 million a day. That's a $23 billion budget, and they're not leaving Earth. Okay?
Yeah, pump your brakes, Nate.
Yeah.
Jin. I mean, you're kind of preaching to the choir over here. I totally agree with you that is a major issue.
Yeah,
but at
thank
the
you
end
very
of the
much.
day,
But this is going out live, you see. So I'm talking through you
I,
to those who would be listening. That's why I'm saying it. So I know you know, but then there are people who will be listening to this episode and may not hear this. So this is one of those. It's one of those. Jin's talking through you to those who are listening in the chat room. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. And,
is there any YouTube viewers?
Yeah, I don't care. They might
it's like
be
5 people watching.
Is there any YouTube viewers?
Yeah.
It's like 5 people, bro.
Yeah, how many?
5? That's all we gotta do is reach one, the right one, Nate.
The right one?
We just gotta reach that right one.
But I bet those 5 are all.
Well done,
they're already flattered.
I hope you're listening. We need to look at that because we need to stop that budget. Remember,
Could be.
each year that goes by, that budget increases, and it's the children who are not yet born are going to be picking up that bill. And
The
that's
kids.
unfair
Think of the kids, Nate. Come on.
for children to be born into debt. Say that again. Say that again.
I was telling Nate, think of the kids.
Think of the kids, definitely.
Yeah.
But isn't it best? I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I just don't know if talking about this on YouTube is the best way to get the message across to people.
What do we do?
That's
what
what I'm always
would you do?
questioning. What I would do
What would you do?
is
No, it's not the best way. It's not the best way. It's one way. It's one way. It's one way. There are many
Yeah, but
roads to getting the
I'm on the
truth
live
out there.
stream now,
This is
and
a
it's two
technological
people.
medium. We must
It's
use
two
it to the
people on the
max.
live stream, so I'm the other person.
Okay,
So it's
fine.
me and someone else watching the live stream right now.
It's probably
Nobody
Jen.
else.
It's probably you and Jen.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone said
Yeah.
FE,
Okay.
Phaser, Laser, Jeremy, buy some phones. So literally the people that watch this live stream already know about this stuff, So what I would do if I wanted to, if I
But
wanted to
let's say someone clicks on this one tomorrow or next week if it's there, they'll click on it and listen and hear the episode.
They
So
will.
hopefully
They
they'll hear
will. Yeah. If Geo saves it, I don't know what
Yeah,
Geo does with the
saves
episode.
it. Ain't no one running this shit back though. I mean, let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody gets into it,
I'm always the optimist.
I know, Jen. I know. God bless your little heart.
I'm always the optimist.
Yeah. But what I would do is I would try to spread the message within my
Give them the
immediate
best shot.
community.
I wanted
Jen,
to, yo, I wanted
wanna
to,
answer Jeremy's
I wanted to, I wanted to mow flat earth into my front lawn. My wife wouldn't let me though, because we live on the street where another street comes into it. Mad people would have seen that shit, dude.
And the property
like
value would have gone down, bro, right?
No, I'm at the focal point of my neighborhood. My lawn is like a huge fucking centerpiece of the neighborhood, and mad heads would have seen that shit. My wife's like, "Don't you
Yeah,
dare!"
that's being done.
Why not put it on the roof or something?
No one's gonna see it. Who the fuck sees roofs?
What do you mean? Like from a distance? No one. Come on, bro. On the ground, you can't see someone's isn't your roof slanted? Or what? Is it a straight flat roof?
No, I guess you could see it maybe.
No, man. I'm sure if you go outside, you can see your roof. But basically, to answer your question, Jeremy, what I would try and do is spread the message in my local community, right? I would start with friends and family, my kids, and just repeat the message to them in a gentle, kind way, engage with them in these
ain't buying it. My friends ain't buying it.
If they're not buying it, it's cool, but maybe it's because of the way you're delivering the message to them. Because I bet you talk to your friends about it the way you do with the guys over in Gems or the people here. You engage in an argument about it, and that's just going to make people defend.
Nah, bro. I don't do no hell no. Bro, I only get argumentative when people. No, I only get argumentative like that when people start getting argumentative with me. I don't even like to get like that.
All right, so imagine I'm one of your friends that you work with or something, I don't know, and you're trying to talk to me about the flat earth. Like, how do you start that conversation?
Yeah, I don't know how you start it. I generally always start it naturally. We might be outside and looking at the moon or something. Right? Tell them, the moon landing was fake.
Moon. Yeah, all right. So we chilling outside, and we're looking at a lunar eclipse. Wow, this eclipse looks nice. What are you gonna say? Wow, all right. So I say the eclipse looks nice. Wow, look at the shadow of the round Earth on the moon. Now what?
I would say that that doesn't necessarily. Go ahead,
Can I introduce you into something? Can I introduce you to something that is a reality?
Boom! Already you got me on the defensive. That's not how you guys get your message across.
Well, I would say just because if you see a round shadow, it doesn't necessarily mean that's, or it doesn't even mean that that's the shadow of Earth being cast on the moon. Like they're
You're
just
still gonna
guessing.
get me defensive, Jeremy, because now you questioning my reality. You know, that's just gonna put someone on the
Yeah,
defensive.
that
And what
I
you want to do is you want to encourage them to look into it themselves, right?
yeah, definitely. I
Yeah,
might explain to him a selennial eclipse. You know, about when that happens and how that's doesn't work geometrically.
Wouldn't you want to ask them though? Something like if they tell you, "Wow, look at the shadow of the round Earth on the moon," wouldn't you want to ask them like, "How do we know that's the shadow of the Earth?" You know?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't even know if that's a shadow of the Earth or not.
Yeah, but it's the way you would phrase that, right? You would pose a question to them because you don't want them thinking you're a flat Earth and whatnot. Because people have their preconceptions, right? If they hear you're a flat earther, they're never going to take anything you say seriously after that because of how we view flat earthers in popular society.
Well,
Right?
yeah, the problem is they've made it laughable, and they also
Exactly.
also there's a thing in your brain, and I think it's in your neocortex. You have a model of Earth. Everyone does.
Yeah.
And everyone's model is different. You know the layout of your house. I don't. You know your
Yeah.
neighborhood. I don't. But at the bottom of
Yeah.
that, everyone's model, they got it sitting on a globe, and if you try to snatch that away from someone, that doesn't go easy.
Yeah. Exactly. You're hitting the nail right on the head. If you try and take something that someone holds very dear and it's a big part of their reality, they're going to get very defensive.
Yeah, they
So
don't
it's
even know they
best.
hold it dear though until you try to
Mhm.
snatch it away. Like nobody walks around thinking about that all the time. You know what I mean? But once you start questioning it,
I
then
agree.
they
That's why you got to be gentle with it because you making them question their whole worldview. Everything they hold to be true, you want to try and get these people to question it. So you got to be gentle, bro. You got to make them ask the questions. You know? So if you and your buddy are chilling looking at the eclipse, you got to be like, bro, like, could you explain to me how we know that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon? I totally forgot how it works. Maybe you could
Yeah,
explain it
and
to me.
they do.
And with your friend being unable to explain it, that now opens for more questions. Whoa, bro, if we can't explain it, how do we actually know that's the Earth? Maybe it's something else. And then your friend will be curious, wow, damn, Jeremy's right. Maybe it could be something else. And then they start looking into it themselves. Isn't
I
that what you would
approach
rather?
people when I do that. I do that, dude.
Okay.
Like
I
I
don't
don't
know.
get like they're my peoples and shit, and we're friends. Like I'm not gonna try to like fist fight them in my car because they don't, because they don't believe Earth's
Okay.
flat or whatever.
So you don't go at them the way you do the dudes on here.
Bro, I only do that when
people become hostile.
yeah,
When they
when
become
people
hostile.
Yeah, but they're obviously going to become hostile because, as Jeremy just said, you're questioning something they hold dear, and they don't even realize they hold this so close to their heart and minds.
they might
So
start
you
to
got to be
defend
very.
it. They might try to defend it, but they usually don't get hostile.
That's right. But people do get hostile in Gen Pandas. It's hostility with insults. So you always find me shouting in there because I go in there with the intention of just having an amicable conversation, but they start calling you retards and start throwing insults in the chat room and in the chat and on the VC. So you have to defend yourself, and I defend myself. Now, if I'm talking to somebody on the street now, if they're getting a little bit flustered because of the topic matter, I always remind them that all you need to do is look into the topic matter, and you will learn more. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you. The information is there for you to. Here's a few sites. But usually because I'm black here, they don't think I know what I'm talking about. So they start appealing to the scientists and all this. That's what I get. Because I'm black, there's a little bit of racism coming out of these people. And what does this black monkey know? Yeah, that's what I get. That's what I experience. That's what I experience on the streets.
I don't
In
Sometimes a
Japan?
little bit here in Japan, but more so when I've travelled. That's exactly what I've experienced. Hawaii, Guam, Saipan, Malaysia, LA. You know, they would. You know, people were thinking
That's
I didn't
crazy.
know. You know, they started to bring. You know, the appeal to authority comes up very quickly. All these thousands of years of science and all these scientists and these mountains of evidence, and then you ask them to produce one or two, and they can't.
Yeah, I just think it's like the approach and the way you guys put that message across to people. I don't know how you guys do it in real life, you know, Jeremy and Jin, but when I see the other famous flat earthers doing it, like Whitsitt and Nathan
Yes.
Thompson, they come off as pretty aggressive when they're trying to, you know, put their message forth to people. Very aggressive,
I
very
don't use that
preachy.
approach at all. That's
And
never been my approach at all. My approach, first
okay.
of all, is can I have a moment of your time, please? Okay. And then they say yes. Okay, say right. I would like to introduce you to a topic that is in our reality that you may not be aware of. Okay, yes. And then I might ask them, what is the shape of the earth? Or have you heard of the flat earth? I might choose any one of those to begin with. And then depending on how they
God damn.
respond is how I continue, you see? Yeah.
I don't think that's what you should be doing, Jin, because already you got these people hesitant. You know, like the moment someone comes up to me and asks, "Can I have a moment of your time?" In my mind, they're trying to sell me something. They want something from me.
I've got nothing.
You know?
The problem with this, though, the
hang on
problem
a
is
second. Now,
because
hang on a second. You've jumped the gun because I've said, "Can I have a moment of your time?" They're hearing an
Yeah, but
English
that's how most
voice.
people think.
Hang on, they're hearing an English
That's how most
voice.
people think.
But hang on, they're hearing an English voice, okay? And they've said yes. And then when you say to them, what is the shape of the earth now? Now they're not thinking I've got anything to sell them. I don't have any bags, luggages, clipboards. It's me, my voice, and that's it. And my mobile phone with my means if I need to show them, which I tend to do as well. So no, that's never been my experience. When I approach them, I ask them for their time. I begin to talk about the flat earth, or they tell me what the shape is, and then I say, "How do you know this?" And then it begins from there. It's easy. It's never been. It's just that I have noticed that one or two of the people I've spoken to, 3 or 4 even, have kind of like appealed to authority, and the line of questioning is like I don't know enough to be talking to them about it. But then when I start to express the names and times and dates and quotations of what certain physicists have said, then they begin to, and now they're becoming a little bit flustered. But I calmed them down. I said, I never knew the answers to these myself. I only discovered 7 years ago, let's say, if it was now. 7 years ago. Up until that point, I trusted the so-called experts, okay? Because it's what I learned at school. So I trusted my educators and the experts in the field. But now that I've had a closer look, because this character, Mark Sargent or Generism, and I showed them the links, these people brought it to my attention. I then had another look, and indeed, it's not there. So all I'm saying to you is that, how do you know? How have you confirmed? You see, it's quite easy, very easy. So when they start to show a little bit of uptightness and they're getting a bit flustered, a bit challenged, I'm still going to be pushing on. I push on because I know that feeling. They need to understand that they're carrying a belief. The word belief comes up pretty soon afterwards. So you're carrying so you believe the earth is a globe. You haven't actually confirmed it for yourself. Did you not notice that the horizon is always level? I say to him.
Yeah, yo, Jin, do you want to let Dave come in? I think he was also trying to speak.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just trying. Yeah, I was just going to say the approach on this. I've tried many different ways, as a lot of people have, because it's a conundrum. Yeah. Because you're right, like they're going to be hesitant no matter what, and if it could be done, just suggesting it like very calmly and very passively, and then they'll take an interest. That would be great, but they don't have any idea what you're talking about. I mean, if you don't take a somewhat aggressive stance on it, they'll just think you're kidding, or they'll think you're stupid, or they'll think, they're not. No one's going to ask if you say, "Oh, how does the sunset work?" I forget. Most of the time, they won't know. They won't realize that you're supposedly falling backwards from the sun. Yeah. They think the sun moves. Most people assume it's the sun moving because that's what it looks like. So then they start to get defensive if you're challenging, if they know it, and they're really not going to engage in the conversation. So it's a hard one. It's a hard one because you can't be subtle with this because it's such a weird, outstanding notion to anybody that hasn't heard about it. They just don't think they won't even think anything of it unless you actually make it a point that's somewhat,
That's why
in their
my
face.
my best question is, what is the shape of the earth and how do you know it? That's my best one. That's always been my best angle.
Yeah, but
After
then
asking
that
for
already outs you as a flat earther, and from there, I don't know what progress you're gonna make.
I don't. You know what? When that happens, I don't let it spiral out of control because at the end of the day, I still try to get the information out and hold on to their attention. I still hold on to their attention. I said, don't dismiss it. I mean, I'm still asking you that question. I mean, how do you know? Have you checked it? You see what I mean? So, I still press on the question. I still have their attention and they have to answer. And if
What sucks is like when you come off like you were saying, like somebody, can I have a moment of your time, like trying to sell you, or like some kind of Jehovah's Witness trying to get you into a belief system of some sort. And it's really not even that. That's the thing. It's like it's such a conundrum because until you think, at least until it feels like you realize it, the only way you can see it is as a belief, because you don't realize that what you think is a belief. Because there's a base axiom. The base axiom is that we all experience a stationary Earth. That's the base axiom. So it's not a belief.
The globe is
you know what the best approach is, especially if you're talking to people you don't know. Well, Kenny and I were out at a restaurant, and we were talking about the 2 Bitcoins, and we were telling the waiters that there's this offer for 2 Bitcoin if anyone can prove that the Earth's a spinning ball. And we're trying to argue, with these flat earthers online. Can you help us out? We'll split the Bitcoin with you. You can help us figure out how to prove it's a spinning ball. They just want one proof that it's a spinning ball, one solid proof that no one can deny, something they can prove to themselves, and you get 2 Bitcoin. That's the challenge. And then they start coming up with suggestions like, oh, well, what about the sun, or what about this? And then you go, nope, they'll say this. Nope, that we tried that, it didn't work. And then they're trying to help you argue the ball side, and they realize there's no proof for it.
That's right.
That's the best approach.
Yeah. That's one approach. That's just one approach. There are many. There's no one best one. There are many. It just depends on the type.
Yeah,
of
that's the best one I found.
Psychology that it's got. Yeah, it's just one. There's many.
It works because it's a reverse psychology. They think, of course, there's tons of proof for the globe, and then they realize there's none.
None. Yeah, that's what I like about
none that you could prove to yourself.
Yeah, that's right. So I've met these sticky customers, and I've got my way of getting around the awkward customer, the one that wants to be insulting in a subtle way. I've met all the psychology. I've met them all, so I'm ready. I'm always ready. If they're going to get stroppy, then I might get a little bit stroppy. Depending on how stroppy they were, to what degree. Eggshells, he's wiped out. He's wiped out with me, mate. He knows the truth. He knows the earth is not a ball. He knows that. He's very intelligent. His intelligence gives it away. His intelligence gives it away, that he knows. And New Perspective is very astute on that point. When he knows somebody knows it, he says, you know the earth's not a ball. You know that. And I love it when he does that. Calls them out immediately. So that's Eggshells. He knows this earth is a flat plane. He knows it. There's no doubt in my mind.
He's just here for the psychological shit.
Yeah, I don't know. He's pushing. I don't know. He must be working for the other side. He must be getting paid, I feel. They have to have their spies out there from Australia as well as anywhere else to defend the globe. Every means they have. But unfortunately, his intelligence proves that he knows the earth is a flat, the way he argues it. The mental gymnastics they do to get out. It's either that or he's indeed in trouble, mentally disturbed. And separation anxiety syndrome, cognitive dissonance. these things are real. So it's either one or the other. But it's not difficult to understand. But I think Dave said it. It's the years of conditioning that we have to break through. The years of conditioning, brainwashing.
Yeah, there's hardly a subtle way to bring this topic up, because if you do that and then they realize what you think, then you have to be all the more aggressive, because you don't want them to walk away thinking you're crazy.
Well, yeah, I'm not too concerned at this point. For me, I've always been direct in my approach, and that can have a moment of time. And then there's one way, it's like, I'd like to introduce you to a topic that's in our reality that you may not have realized, is one way. Or, what is the shape of the earth and how do you know? And that just like that, straight out, okay? Or, have you heard of the flat earth? And what is your opinion on this? Blah, blah, blah. So there's many ways I use, depending on the people, you know. And I've had many a conversation on holidays in the pool. When I'm on holiday and we're at the beach, I'm there talking flat earth. I'm at the poolside, I'm playing with my kids. And then when there's a quiet moment, I'm going to talk flat earth with some of these people who've been watching me and my children. Let me say, good afternoon, how you doing? Yeah, I've got a question to ask you, you know, if you've got the time. Now, you see, I'm like that. I'm a right salesman. I can do it easy. Much easier, less aggressive than the Thompson's approach and that. Don't shout at them. But then again, I can do that as well. Roll up, come and hear about the flat earth. The flat earth truth being told to you here. My name's Jin CBR1. Come up here.
Do you ever let them? Do you ever let them respond, Jin, or is it just you just talking them the whole time?
You got to just cut him off. You got to just talk louder than him and just start yelling like you did.
Yeah, I've got to let them respond. I want
Gio.
to respond to this. Yeah, I want them.
It helps to hear responses.
Obviously, of course, and that's why I do. That's why I asked the question. And how do you know? And then of course they got to respond, haven't they?
You ever listen to John? What was it? Hey, Jen, what was that guy's name? John, the Globe Lie guy that used to go out and do all the flat smacking, and he started. I like the way he started. He would start with, "Do you think?"
Yeah, John Smith.
John Smith, Globe Lie, or whatever.
John Smith.
He would ask if he thought that their thoughts were their own to start with. You think your thoughts are your own, and he would lead him in with those questions. Do you trust everything the government tells you? Of course not. Nobody will say that they do, and then they'll be like, "Have you ever considered that they might be lying about things that are bigger than just, you know, your taxes or whatever, you know?" Well, I guess I could, yeah. And then the best one is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how open-minded do you consider yourself?
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
And then hit them with the flat Earth, and they're like, "Wait, now I'm locked in. I said I'm open-minded. I can't be closed-minded and whatever else you said."
Yeah, and another good one's like on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being trusting or gullible and 10 being like very skeptical. Where would you say you are?
With the globe, like when believing the globe, you mean, right?
With like in the government in general, just life.
Oh, government.
Anyone that tells you something.
And then lead into how positive, on a scale of 1 to 10, how positive are you that we live on a spinning ball?
Great. See, so many ways to get into
I don't know if I'd ask that one. I'd probably set the actual argument.
No, that's a good way.
Work first.
I would.
Well, yeah, whatever works, you know. Yeah, but there's just different ways of going about it.
I'd
but
probably
yeah, just gauging them.
go to like you know, about their senses, their perception. You know, do you trust your senses? Do you rely on them? Get them to like admit that they observe the stuff in the sky moving and everything like that, and then you know, go from there.
And then, of course, the best thing is if that wasn't true, would you want to know?
That's right. Don't you want to know? Is what I asked.
Would you want to know? Because it gives them the opportunity.
Open-minded.
And of course, they're going to say, "Yeah," you know, like they would if they thought it was a real possibility, they might say no, if they were totally intellectually honest. But they don't think it's a possibility yet, so they'll say, "Yeah, of course, I'd want to know." Okay, well then you have to listen to this or whatever, you know.
Yeah, and then look at this. Look at the facts that I'm going to present to you.
But the truth is, nobody wants to know at first. Every one of us didn't want to think it was possible.
Yeah, I flat smacked this passenger who was trying to nick my seat on a plane when I went to London in 2013. No, not 2013. And it wasn't London. Where was it now? I was with my children. We were on our way to Hawaii. That's it. Yeah, and the guy tried to take my seat, right? And I said, no, I'm the window seat, mate. You're in my chair. And he goes, can I sit? I said, no, I want to take pictures. I said, you know, right? So he had to sit in the middle, okay. And then my son sat on the outside of him. So there's my son, this guy, and then me. I wanted to take pictures, and then later on I swapped with my son so he could take some pictures as well. So, but I flat smacked him. Sat there and that. I went as the plane took off and we done all that. I said, you know, I've got a topic that I'd like to talk to you if you've got the time. He said, yes. I said, yeah. And I said, and I just asked him straight out, as I usually do, what is the shape of the Earth, and how do you know this? And then my son's listening. And you know they say...
Wait, this is on the airplane? This is on the airplane?
Yes,
so like he's locked in. He can't go anywhere for 3 hours.
That's right. That's right.
Like, hey, is there a way I could change seats, please?
Exactly, you know. So I flat smacked him on the... Yeah, and I had my table up and my iPhone set up so you could see the memes. Beautiful, man. And you know...
I tried that.
Yeah.
I did that to a guy on a plane one time with 9/11. And you know what? He actually, you know what? He goes, look, I don't want to know.
You see?
And I was like, wow, respect. At least you know you don't want to know. I'm sorry. Have a nice day. I'm not going to push it any further. You don't want to know, that's fine. But he realized I was right already. Because otherwise he wouldn't say that.
I flat smacked a US personnel who worked in Okinawa on a plane with his daughter. He's with his daughter. He was sitting in front of me, and his daughter was in front of next to him. But she kept looking at me and talking to me from behind the headrest and that. So yeah, I spoke to him and said, "Yeah, nice girl you got, blah blah blah." And I spoke to him at Flat Earth. And he said, you know, I'm going to look into this. I said, yeah, you should, because it's the #1 topic on the YouTube now. And I mean, look at this flight. I said, it's dead level, isn't it? We're not following any curvature at all. And then I showed him the image of the Earth that should be, the airplane should be following the curvature. Every 2 minutes at 500 miles an hour, it would have to dip its nose downwards for a mile to compensate. And I go, we're not doing that, are we? No, right. That's a fact. That would be the fact if the Earth is of the dimensions we're given. We're not doing that. We've never done that, have we? And you've flown. Right. I think I'm going to look into this. I said, yeah, you do that. Because the Earth is indeed flat. Look at my T-shirt. Dare to research flat Earth, yeah? Research it. Wow. You know, he was blown away. And I love that. I love it when they're blown away like that, you know. It's flat. Yeah. And the pilots, when I'm leaving, that was a nice, the flat Earth salute where the arm is level. It was a nice leveled flight, wasn't it, that? Yeah? Flat Earth, level. And then, you know, when they try and laugh it off. And I said, no, seriously, it was level, flat. We didn't follow any curvature, did we? It was a leveled flight, very smooth. Yes, don't laugh it off, mate, because you know it's level. Don't pretend here. Yes.
Don't you think that the pandemic has made it harder and easier at the same time? Because if you were to talk to somebody that hasn't lined up for the thing, then they're at least aware enough that they shouldn't get the thing. And then they're like already they're seeing the reason they didn't get the thing is because they're suspicious of what the deal is with the thing. And then they might be more open to it, but the people that did get the thing are going to be all the more closed off to it, because it's like they've been initiated into believing in that thing because they got the thing, you know. And then they're scared. If they have to stop, if they have to doubt the government now, they'd be scared of what that might mean for them. You know? As well, they should be, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, today's news was, even though the numbers are going down, this variant is much stronger than the COVID, blah, blah, blah. Please take maximum security and protection, blah, 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 etc., etc. You know? So with the people I'm speaking to of late, they've all gone and got it. They've got the boost. They've got the booster as well. I'm going, have you really? Oh, I'm never going to do that. Why do you think I don't wear a mask? I said. I said, I'm not going to wear it. I'm not going to get it. 40 years, 44 years, not been sick. Okay, 22 years in your country, not been sick at all. Oh, that's good. I said, yeah, it's fantastic. So I don't need anything that they have. Why would I go and take what I don't need? Huh? Oh, okay. And then I said to them, you Japanese, you're living to be 100, 110, 120 sometimes, right? Why do you need what they've got? When was the last time you had a cold before you took it? And then they start thinking, oh, long time. I goes, exactly. Why did you go and do that for? You didn't get it before. Yeah, but this is I haven't. Look at that. Look, I haven't got it. I haven't worn a mask once. I haven't got it. It's not in our town. It's not in the village. It's not in the park. It's nowhere. It is not around. It's not here. Okay? Bloody hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a power move. It was such a power move because they really did initiate those people, and now they have the Earth being the shape it is. Then that means
that's
the lies are that big. So yeah, they really locked it. Really did make the lie as big as possible, and is a perfect example of it. Both of these, the Earth's shape and this is what we were trying to tell people about 9/11 for. If this ever came along, this is the reason that we were trying to wake them up before something like this happened, and now they've gone and done it, and it's too late. I've given up on trying to convince anybody that around me that's gotten it, because it's like beside the point now. I was trying before. I would feel worse if I hadn't tried, even though I was successful. I wasn't successful. It made it worse actually because of telling them about other things, because then if they have to admit I'm right about this, they have to admit I'm right about the other things. And so it made it worse, but at the same time, if I hadn't tried, I'd feel worse.
Oh, no, I bring it all up. Once I've got them and they're paying attention, I say, well, look, there's another thing you may not be aware of. 9/11, not one Muslim, no, that was this, and this is the woman that I was talking to the other day. Really? I said, yes. I said, hang on, did you look into it? No, I did. I've been looking into it since 2002. I haven't stopped.
But you can't even tell them. You can't even say just look into it anymore, because they do the search and it comes up with all the show shit. So there's no way that you can't even just say research flat Earth, because they go to research it. There's not anything to find unless you know how to scroll down and look exactly for this exact videos.
Yeah, this is what I show them. So I show them the names and the sites, and I get them to click on it, type it in, click on it. Yeah, because you have to do it. If you don't do this, you won't find it. I say to them, so please click on this one. Okay, bookmark that one. Okay, click on this one. Bookmark. So I've got a little bookmark list that they can click on, and then
that's why it has to be an aggressive approach. Because Nate's saying that you're being aggressive is going to turn them off, but if you're not like giving them the exact directions, they will not get it, and they don't want to get it anyway. So without the aggressive approach, to some degree, not that we want everybody necessarily to get it, because some people just won't get it. You can tell, but
now with 9/11, they've got it in Japanese as well. So I type it in for them. Q-ichi-ichi Nihongo, right? And then it comes up. The loose change one comes up in Japanese. And then when they're listening, right, and just listen to that, and then you look on their face. Hontoni? Really? Yeah. You got to watch it all the way through, though. Yeah. Okay, take that. Yeah. You got, like I said, you've got to be. I don't call it aggressive. I just think you got to press it home. Yeah. You got to be insistent, and yeah. I suppose it could be seen as aggressive.
Hey, Jen, you're a no planer though, right? You don't think there was any planes that day, do you?
No. I'm going with the plane. Well, only recently that I've been thinking there wasn't any planes, because no parts were found for the said planes. 757s and 767s. Not one part was found. Especially at the Pentagon.
You can slow down. You can slow down the video. You can slow down the original newscast and see that there's a wing that disappears, and it just melts into the building like butter. There's no way a plane would ever be able to do that. into a steel building. I mean, there's no way of those. You've seen September Clues, right, Jen? Or should I send it to you? September Clues?
Right. That's right. Yeah. So send it to me again, but I think I have seen it. It does ring a bell. Please send it to me. But I think I
All
have
right,
seen
I
it.
will.
September Clues. Yeah. Yeah. But I have looked into it deeply, and especially the thermite, and nanothermite, and the other chemicals that were found in the 90 tons of dust. The residues were there, and her name was McKinley, Jeanette McKinley, I think was her name was, who gave the sample of dust to the professor from something Young University. Stephen Jones, Professor Stephen Jones of Bingham Young University. That's it. She gave him, and he put this stuff under electron microscope thing, and all the residues came up. Everything, He even sparked one of these nano, what was it? Like a thousandth of a millimeter thing, and it sparked up, tiny little small piece, and it just sparked up. It was still active. Oh yeah, you see. So it was definitely used together with explosives and accelerants to bring down that building at free fall speeds. That's the Twin Towers. Okay, it was hurling these girders 4 tons at 60 to 70 miles an hour across the other side of the road. And I've got the graphs and the full patterns to back that all up, all photographed. So no one can argue the facts here. This is all science, natural science, following the scientific method. Okay? They reckon that a cannonball would be hurled 3 miles, the force that was required to hurl these girders to be embedded into the Deutsche Bank building. Deutsche Bank building, yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, definitely explosions. Those floors were so powerfully, so well constructed. The integrity, they were only supporting 30% of their maximum weight. Such was the structural integrity of the building and each floor, that they were not working overtime at all. They were well within their capabilities to stay up there. The only way you could bring them down is to use explosives. If it was going to be the pancake theory, they reckon you would need 50 million pounds of dynamic force to knock down one floor to knock onto the other one, and it wouldn't last. It could only go for 2 or 3 stories, and it would stop. So now these buildings were really well built. And building number 7, they reckon one girder number 79, brought down this progressive collapse. No, it did not. Can't do that. Fire can never do that. But that would require, what was it they said, for each floor to knock down in a pancake fashion. I think it was 600,000 pounds to knock down floor to pancake and knock each floor down. So one floor knocking the next floor, knocking the next floor. But that wasn't available, they said. Only 10% of that force was available, and that wouldn't be enough. If the girder were to give way, one girder, and it couldn't, because the weight of the beams and the other 399 girders would be holding that floor in place. So if you removed one, it's just impossible for the floor to collapse. Impossible. And in order for the building to come down in its symmetrical, smooth, free-fall fashion that we watched, it required that 400 girders to be totally dismembered simultaneously per floor per second. That's 400. Boom! All had to go at the same time. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, that's the maps. And that's what we saw happen. Building number 7. Fire does not bring down buildings to that kind of precision. It can never do that. And what compounds the NIST report is that they said that the fires did not persist more than 20 to 30 minutes, in any one location. That's what the NIST report said. So if that's the case, it meant that the steel didn't get hot enough to even begin to get weak, because they were fireproof to withstand office fires of 2 hours supporting horizontal beams, and then the vertical girders and supporting girders under the floors, they were fireproofed to withstand 3 hours. But if the fire was moving from east to west at every 20-30 minutes per room, there was no chance that the steel got hot enough. So yeah, man, they're in trouble. I want to know what human being can think fires can drop down, bring down a whole building like that, that precision. Yeah, nah, 911, man. I know it inside out. What do you think my car registration is 911? Yeah.
All right, I got to go back to bed, bro. Sent you the September clues. That's the one to check out, you know.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Appreciate it. I'm definitely going
Take
to be
care,
looking
man.
at that tonight. That's one of the ones
All
I
right.
want to look at tonight. Thank you very much,
Night.
Dave.
Sure.
Easy,
Sure.
innit? All right.
Later, bro.
Thanks, Sinatra. What do you see? What do you say, baby? Hey, Frankie, he's gone. So yeah, that 9/11 thing is truly amazing. The story and what happened. So the amazing thing is people still think it was fire and Arabs with box cutters. What did we see that day? Because the plane did look like it hit the building, though. You see, that's the problem. Right, the planes hit the building, bang, explosion. That's 90% in that fireball, that flash. That's 90% of the fuel burnt up, gone in the initial explosion. And then 56 minutes later or so, the South Tower, which was hit second, collapses first. And then that reporter, here we are outside the Twin Towers, and you can see the emergency services are there and that. Huge explosions and debris raining. We've got to get out of here. And that's the beginning of the, that was the beginning of the loose change video. Great music in that as well. Yeah, we got to get out of the way. Window smashing, glass. Really, really, I never forgot that. As soon as he set up, and suddenly it started exploding. Just got himself all set up with his microphone and that, introducing the emergency services, and suddenly huge explosions going off, raining debris on. I said, we've got to get out of the way. Smash, crash. And he said something, but didn't know what he said. Well, help or whatever. Come on, Dawn, have you given up then? I thought you was presenting your natural story. Has it gone? Ah, okay. All right. Never mind. Wonder where he's gone to. September clues. Yes, he sent it. Good. I'll check it later. quiet, isn't it? It's quiet tonight. It was good talking with the others, Globulus and the like. Okay, let's see. Let's go and give Jen Panda a rattle. Let's go rattle their cage.
Sounds good.
Yes, Globulus. That was interesting talking about Japan and the experiences we had, or that you've had anyway.
Indeed, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you said you've been here like 10 times. Were they all for study? Were you studying Japanese at the time or what?
No, a lot of it was to visit family.
Holiday.
Yeah,
Tourism.
that's right.
Did
Yes.
you, with your family or on your own?
Well, with family.
Ah, okay, cool.
I do have family that
Cool.
lives there.
Oh yeah, you got family living in Japan then, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did they tell you about the earthquake? Did you call them up? Check.
No, they didn't tell me. Usually, if it's severe, they'll let me know straight away. So
Okay.
I didn't.
Where are
No.
they living then? Whereabouts?
Kanagawa.
Kanagawa, yeah, I used to live near there.
Yeah.
I used to live in Kanagawa, Kent, a place called Minami Kurihara, South Kurihara, right near Zama, the military base. That's where I was living in Itabashi first for 1 year. That was in 1999. And by 2000, my wife was pregnant for our first son. So we moved from this weekly mansion, which was only literally 2 rooms. You couldn't swing a rat in there, yet alone a cat. And then we moved to Kanagawa, Kent, brand new apartments. Brand spanking new. We were the first to move into them. Okay.
Yeah.
And the first thing I did was I did a somersault and a forward roll because I had the room to do it. You know, it was like we were living in a matchbox before that for a year. So it was nice to have a room and a kitchen and everything. So I enjoyed that. And that was in Kanagawa, Ken, you see. So it's nice, Kanagawa. Beautiful place.
It is. It really is. Yeah.
My first son was born there, Kanagawa.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to live there. I used to go to Atsugi and Kyokawa Mountains all the time. Hakone, Odawara. I used to go by bicycle, not just by motorbike, but bicycling as well. Because I was keen on cycling, so I used to cycle a lot. That's
Hakone
why
is
I've
really
still got
nice.
all my gear. Say that again?
I was saying Hakone is really nice, especially all the onsens there, and it's really still traditional looking and nestled up in the mountain, which is it's a beautiful area.
Yeah, it's got the Twin Peak Mountains there. It's got 3 pirate ships that you can sail around in the bay, or you can get your own little canoe or swan boat. And then there's a restaurant that overlooks that lake, and there you can have freshly sliced sashimi. You pick the fish from the tank, and they put it through a skewer, and they've sliced it, and this thing is still wiggling as you're eating it. Beautiful.
Yeah, damn, I never saw that place because I've been Hakone a few times. I definitely I was on that pirate lookalike ship and also
That's correct.
on the canoes.
Okay.
I think it's Lake Ashi. I think it's the
Yeah, that's right. Lake Ashi, you got it. Yeah, Ashi caught it. Now, if you go to where the ship's the port, right?
Yep.
And face away from the lake, so now you're facing the main road. You go out onto the main road, and if you walk to the right, turn right, it's on the left. This is big. It's a black and white. The sign is written in old Shakespearean English. That's how you recognize it. Okay, so the writing is written in old Shakespearean English, but it's in Japanese, of course. But they've used the Shakespearean type letter fonts. Okay, beautiful restaurant. It's very old and traditional. Okay, but then when you go in and you see the fish tanks and all the fish, and then my father-in-law, he chose the fish and that, and we sat down with my wife and my kid, 2 kids. One was still in the little buggy, so he stayed in the buggy, and we sat down and we had this beautiful. We've been there a few times. This restaurant, really nice, beautiful.
Yeah, damn,
fish.
I'll definitely try it next time I'm there. Hopefully it's soon.
Yeah, melts in your mouth.
Yeah, at the moment it's just so hard to get there because of the stupid restrictions that the Japanese government has imposed.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll be surprised if they're still in business, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because
Like,
it's,
I'm sure a lot of the businesses are really suffering, especially the ones that rely on tourism.
that's right. You see, because that restaurant literally relies on tourism. You know,
Yeah.
It might have its locals there. It's residential, yes, but it's a tourist resort. You see, so unless this is run by the Yakuza or something, where they can weather that kind of impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows? But if it's still there, I will be surprised. I haven't been there in years. I must go back there and have a look. I've got to go back on a memory lane. I do like doing that, memory lane, and going back to where I used to live and take my kid on the motorbike. Let's go look at this. Yeah, this is where we live. This is where he was born. Your elder brother.
Yeah, why not? It is a beautiful
Yeah.
area, like you said. So
Yeah, it is. I used to cycle it as well. So
yeah,
love it.
especially when you have Mount Fuji in the background, and
Yeah.
you have the cherry blossoms blooming. It's just the sort of quintessential,
Majestic.
Japanese sort of postcard that you
Yes.
see everywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah. I experience that every year. So
Yeah,
we're coming up for that now. It's coming up for Sakura cherry blossom viewing now.
that's
All
it.
the schools have it. All the schools have cherry blossom trees.
Yeah.
So there's no way they don't know. It's that's so good, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. And like I was going to tell you, just appreciate it as much as you can, because there are those of us that wish we're there, and you just don't know what you have until you're not there anymore.
I know. I'm showing the Japanese the life that I'm having here, and they're saying, "You really enjoy Japan?" I said, "Yeah," because they don't even, like you were saying earlier, they're caught in their natural norms, and they don't have the time. They don't even make the time, do they?
That's
Some
right.
of them got to make the time to do this stuff, man. Look, and they say, "Look at that, beautiful. That lake is clear, isn't it?" The water. I said, "Yeah." How did you find it? I said, "I looked on the map and said I just picked it by choice. I don't know." And then I went, and that's what I found. Yeah, I said, "Yeah." Now my friends go there, my children, my wife's friends go there now, jumping off the rock into the river, wicked, beautiful.
Oh yeah.
And then I set up what I call my sashimi on the river event. That's me and my family, and I've got a blue cooler box where I put all my the vinegar, the wasabi, the soy sauce. Well, it's not soy sauce; it's the mensuyu sauce. But I prefer that. The plates, everything's in there, knives and forks, everything, and then the ice blocks go in, and then a towel goes on top of all that to seal it, and then I lock the thing down. So that's it's not leaking out. No heat's getting in, no cold's getting out. Fully locked, and we drive all the way to the river, set up the parasol umbrella and the seating area and everything, so we can sit down. We get there first, so we get the best spot, because there's the best spot, and then there's the second best spot, and we get the best spot every time because I'm leaving the house. Sometimes I go first, and my wife comes down later. I leave the house at like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning, just so I can be there and get that spot, and then they turn up about 10 or 12. But so I've set up. I'm already canoeing and that, enjoying that, and then they come down and join me, and I've set up. So we got a nice, beautiful spot there. Okay, and and then when it's lunchtime now, I'm out there and I've got my herbs and everything. I'm slicing the sashimi on the river, and then the Japanese, they come around and they're crowding around the table watching what I'm doing. Some of them are watching with like disgust at first, okay, frowning and thinking, "What's he doing?" Because I'm slicing it, okay, but then I'm putting the wasabi, and then I'm adding this mensuyu sauce, which is used for noodles, okay, but I'm using it for the sashimi because I don't like the soy sauce. It's too strong, too salty and too strong. I don't like that. Way too powerful. So it's a thinner and lighter taste. I coat that on there, and then I add some balsamic vinegar. Put that back in the cooler box. And then on the actual sashimi fish, I've got black pepper and Italian mixed herbs, or herb de Provence. That's from France. I've got a choice of 2 there. And I sprinkled it, and they're looking, thinking, "What's he doing?" because it's nothing like their traditional way. Okay, I'm doing all that. Okay, and then I mix the wasabi and that, and then I say to them, try it like that, right? And the first thing they say is umai, and their faces have lit up like suns.
Well,
Yeah,
that does sound
umai.
good, I must say.
Yeah, they say umai. I said, "Sigoi now?" I said, "Yeah." I said to them, "We gaijins, we take your food to the next level."
Yeah,
So I
we
said
make
to
it
them.
better.
Yeah, we make it better. Exactly what I said. I said, "Yeah, we're gaijin. I can level up Suryo and I don't know level up Suryo." Yeah.
Nice.
And then they laugh, you know. And yeah, my friend, my son's friend as well was really frowning, but when he tasted it, he said, "Sugoi now." I said, "Yeah, only the best, only the best,
Hell
only the
yeah.
best." And I had like 6 packets of different types of fish to get through. But on the river in the summer, it's beautiful. And most people don't do that. They don't do the sashimi on the river. I was the only one. Everyone's barbecuing and burning and that. But Jin is
Yeah, that's it.
relaxing, slicing, cool food. Yeah?
Fresh.
Fresh. Exactly. And they came up, they were watching. They said, "Sashimi skin on there." I said, "That's right, number 1." I said, Ichiban ski, number 1.
That's right, Ichibanski.
Yeah,
Yes.
Ichiban daisuki are. Sashimi Ichiban yo. And they think, wow, umai. I said, "Yeah, umakata ne." So it's wasabi mo suki desu ka? Wasabi daisuki. And then I told them about the accident I had when I first ate wasabi, which is horseradish, okay? In London. In London, okay? I took my wife to a restaurant called Satsuma. Now, Satsuma is another word for tangerine in Japanese, okay? Tangerine, okay? So Satsuma mikan. They eat a lot of these in Japan during the summer months and that, okay? They even grow them in New Zealand, okay? And then ship them over to Japan, okay? Okay, so this restaurant is called Satsuma. It's on Wardour Street. Okay, I took my wife there. It's a ramen restaurant. Okay, but they also serve obentos. Okay, obento, ne? Okay, so now it's the first time I'm going in. So I've ordered a ramen soup and I've ordered a bento. Okay, now when the ramen soup arrived, I said, it came in, it was massive. Because you know when we have soups in London, they usually come on a little saucer and a little bowl, don't they? If it's Italian or French or English, isn't it? A soup. The image is a little spoon, okay? Soup spoon, and it's a small bowl, isn't it? And the bowl, the actual bowl is, it can retain the heat. Do you know what I mean? Yeah?
Yeah.
The actual, what's the word I'm looking for? What do they, plate, cups and saucers, not cutlery. The ware, the crockery. Thank you. Couldn't find that word. That was well gone. The crockery. Yeah. Now that particular soup bowls are designed to hold the heat in. Am I not wrong there? I'm right, aren't I?
That's right.
Right. So that's the image I was expecting. It came in a massive bucket. This thing, right? And I thought, fuck, that is. I asked my wife, "Is that mine?" I said, "Yeah," and then she had one. I said to her, "Can you finish that?" Because it was massive. I felt that the one I had could have fed 2 people. Do you know what I mean? But that's a standard one person's portion. So I thought, oh, fuck me, I've overordered then. Because that's going to fill me up. Am I going to be able to finish my bento? Oh. So anyway, I ate the ramen soup and it was delicious. Couldn't drink all the soup. There's too much there. So I ate all the noodles and the ingredients and that. Drank some of the soup and they took that away. And then the bento comes, which is known as a boxed lunch, obento, boxed lunch. And it has all different ingredients in there. Rice, vegetables, fish, horseradish, shaped as a leaf. And you put the horseradish on the raw shrimp, that's raw shrimp, okay? And you eat that with a little bit of soy sauce and fish and other things, okay? Now, I didn't know that, okay? My wife didn't tell me to be careful of the horseradish. Okay, and it was shaped like a leaf. So that was the first thing I popped in my mouth. The whole thing. Okay?
Oh, the whole damn thing.
I almost died. I was choking. My nose was blocked up. My eyes were popping out of sockets almost, right? I was looking for a drink. I drank the drink. I just got my breath back. It was that powerful. Fucking hell. What was that? And I said to my wife, why didn't you warn me? And she was laughing. Right? Because my eyes were watering. My nose was running. Okay? It's like drinking a whole bottle of time.
Yeah, it is.
Like that. Right. So now my hand's shaking as to what to pick up next after that experience.
Yeah, I think I had a similar mistake as well. Well, it wasn't. Yeah, yours wasn't exactly a mistake, but I mean, well, mine was. I thought it was avocado dip, and it was wasabi. So I took a big dollop of it, smashed it on. I don't know what I was eating, but I thought it was avocado. And I chucked it all in my mouth, and I was just like, "Oh, what the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
It was really.
What? It was a fucking rude awakening. And
Yeah,
I picked
it
it up
really
because
is.
in my case, they shaped it like a leaf, okay? So they shaped it into a leaf, put the line down the middle, and you know the little lines you get on a leaf? They did all that. I thought, oh, that looks quite nice. Let's take that first. Do you know what I mean? Right? And I took the whole thing, put it in my mouth.
Yeah.
And that was it. I was in trouble. It was snot out of my nose instantly. Eyes
Yeah,
pop
I can
off.
imagine.
Oh, and then you quickly swallow it down, and then your mouth's on fire. It's going down your throat. You think, oh, shit, what have I done? You can't breathe. You can't breathe. It could kill you.
You can't.
It can kill you.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if it has the potential. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a drink, drank it down. Coughing up. My wife was laughing. I said, why didn't you warn me?
Yeah.
Dangerous. And then my hands were shaking because I didn't know what to pick up next. Fucking after that. Me and my hands are the chopsticks. You know, I'm wondering, what do I take next? I'm looking for something I could recognize.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? What the fucking? What do I do, man? Shit.
Yeah, I've never really,
never
really gotten used to the taste of wasabi. To be honest, I'm just.
I love it now, though.
Do
After
ya?
that experience, you know, I've been in Japan now like 22 years now. My youngest son loves wasabi. All the kids love it, except for my eldest. He doesn't like raw fish. But the other three boys, they love it. And the way I do the sashimi, you know, I have to eat the least. Such is the speed at which they devour it. Even if I've got 4 packets, you know, I have to give way and let them just devour as much as I can eat as fast. But I look at them, I think it's good, isn't it? Because this is the best. The best. No restaurant does this. Yeah. No. In fact, no one in this area in Tokyo is doing what we're doing now. Yeah. Okay. Now you know how special we are. Now. Okay. Let's eat. They're not even doing this in London.
Yeah.
I always remind them of that whenever I'm cooking food and making food, even when we're on camp. I said, just go and look around, go and look at what they're eating, come back and tell me we're not the connoisseurs here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and they
I
come
think
round.
the best cut for me anyway is the fatty tuna. You know, when you get the fatty raw tuna. That's amazing. Yeah, the maguro.
Yeah.
But especially when you get the fatty cut, where it's like it's actually not just the muscle.
Meat.
It's got fat through it, and it's just like, oh my god, it's just next level.
Yeah, especially when it's soft and it melts in your mouth. You see.
Oh, it just melts. Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer. I don't eat that much of magro anyway. I eat salmons and then other fishes, shake and other kai. You know, really, really nice.
Yeah.
And you know these fishes that I like, the meat is white or kind of like it's like glass almost. You can almost see through it.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
And they're light, but when you put the wasabi on there and you sprinkle the herbs that I do on that, because I do bring herbs along as well and the black pepper to uplift that flavor of that fish. Yeah. Wow. Definitely. You know, with those, 3 packets of those we go through because it's like there's all of us in the whole family. You've got to go 3 packets with that. One is not enough. No way.
Not going to cut it.
Definitely not going to cut it. No, it's just like you ain't had anything. It's like you never had anything.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You can really eat a lot of it before you actually get satiated. Like it takes a lot.
Right. Let me tell you a story that happened to me now. living in Itabashiku. This is just before we moved to Kanagawa again, okay? My wife had to go to see her mother because her granddad died in a place called Gunma, okay? So she had to leave. I couldn't go because, I just arrived in Japan, so I wasn't really close as such, okay? So I stayed behind. So she went to, I hadn't met my father-in-law yet, okay? So, and I didn't want to meet them on a funeral. Fucking hell.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So she went off to meet her dad and that, okay? So it left me on my own now. And I've been in Japan. About maybe, so June, July, maybe, I would say it would run about July or August period. I arrived in June, so I'm still fresh in Japan, okay? It's not long. 1 month, I got myself this motorbike. So I'm on a Honda CB404, beautiful bike, brand new, got it on a discount because I paid cash, okay? So the bike's new, but I didn't need it because the restaurant is literally around the corner from where we were living, okay? So it would run about August time, and I went into this restaurant, okay, where me and my wife usually go to, sat down. Now I'm ordering sashimi, okay? Now I'm looking at the menu, but unbeknownst to me that I'm ordering for 4. It doesn't look like it when you look at the image, okay? And it said yonin, 4 with the kanji for person, but I couldn't read kanji at the time, so I didn't realize it was for 4. So when I ordered it, I just said, can I have this please, like that, this one? Okay, okay. And then he took it away. So he's obviously thinking maybe people are going to come and join me. Do you see what I mean? He doesn't think it's for me only, right? So then when he brought it, about maybe 30 minutes later, right, this massive tray's coming up, right? It's walking towards me. And I said, that's for me? And he said, yeah. And then he put it down. And when he put it down, the other Japanese customers turned their heads around, looking at me, looking at what I was going to eat. And then, they must have been saying, "Go, kono gaijin nano." That's it. But I don't know what they're saying because I've only just arrived. I don't understand the language that well, right? So, and I said to him, "Are you sure this is for me?" I said, "Okay, can you get me a bottle of wine, please?" I ate it all. Took me about an hour.
Shit.
Yeah. Took me about an hour to eat it, but I ate it. Everything. And then the man said, yoku gambata, meaning you did well, well done. You fucking persevered.
Yeah.
Especially
of course, yeah. No way.
Yeah, but that was beautiful. It was nice. I enjoyed it, but, it was a lot. I had 4 persons portion on this massive tray. All because I didn't look properly at the bottom, and, it was a communication breakdown. So I didn't look at the menu properly. So I didn't realize that they did single portions and that. I thought that was a single portion, looking at the picture, but it was for 4.
Can you actually read kanji now? Can you?
I can read kanji, but not very well.
Yeah.
I can read katakana, hiragana. I can write katakana, hiragana. I can write some kanji, but no, I haven't really mastered the kanji yet. Really, I've been a bit lazy there, to be honest.
Takes a bit though. It's not exactly simple.
Yeah, I mean, I've got even on this phone that I'm talking to you on. I can actually, I've got a kanji to practice, so I do practice. Okay, an app.
Yeah.
So I can practice to write it now. Yeah, so got no worries. Don't get me wrong. There are times when I have to write kanji. So when I'm writing the sentences out, I get my phone, put it into the app, the sentence, and then it comes up. Okay, and then I copy it.
Yeah,
It's in English and in kanji. So I do write it because I don't know if you've seen some of my whiteboard. You can see this kanji on it. So I do write it. Hiragana, katakana, and kanji. I write it all. So I can read some of it, but not all of it.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, even the students said as well, amazing, that I can hiragana, katakana, no problem. And the kanjis, yomeru, it's editable. Yeah, they can read it. I said, thank you.
Yeah, because a lot of non-Japanese, they can speak the language, understand it, but writing it and reading is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. So I can read the hiragana, katakana, and some of the kanji, and I can understand roughly what's being said. Yeah, and that's cool. But most of the time, I'm using hiragana and katakana with a little bit of kanji.
Yeah,
mixed
yeah.
in. Got to. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. The thing about the menus here in Japan is that they give you the calorie content, so how many calories you're going to consume, and then obviously what's in the ingredients. The only thing they don't do is that some dishes come with pork. You might be ordering a Caesar salad, and then there's a lot of pork in there. I said, look, I don't want the pork. So I always say to them, butanuki. That means
Yeah.
no pork, please.
No pork, yeah. No
Yeah,
pigs.
butanuki. Yeah, no pig, exactly. Butanuki onegaishimasu. Thank you. If I order Caesar salad, or if I'm ordering spinach and sweet corn, butanashi then, butanuki or butanashi, sorry then. If I order a drink, I always order a drink korinashi then, korinashi then. No ice.
Yeah.
Because it's coming
Yeah.
cold already.
That's it. And they do put a shitload of ice in it.
Yeah, they do that. I say, korinashi then. I said to the children, look, hold up, korinashi then, yeah. Daddy is going to order it. Yeah, kodomo mo ne, zain de, korinashi de. All the children's drinks, no ice. I think, this guy's smart.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah, smart. Kono gaijin de, ne? That's what he has. Korinashi. My wife never asks. She always has the ice.
Oh, really?
So if I've gone to the loo, right, and she's ordered a drink, it's coming with ice. I said, why do you I always ask her, why do you always do that? Why don't you ever say korinashi there? I don't understand that. I said, I don't want ice in my drink. Yeah, but it's a habit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. It's
The
a
habit
Japanese
corrupts
way.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
at
right.
times, don't ask. Don't be different.
I don't know.
Don't
Yeah,
be
I
a
just said,
nuisance.
look, korinashi there on the gaishimasu. It's not a nuisance though, is it?
It's not, but I mean, they might perceive it that way. Maybe some Japanese, because
No.
you're asking something that's normally people wouldn't ask for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want ice. Thank you very much. Come on, I don't want ice. The drink is cold enough. And then the ice, in particular, just waters down the drink anyway. It becomes awful.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't like watered down drink. That's why if I'm having like a Bailey's and Cointreau mix, okay? Bailey's and Cointreau onegaishimasu. Ikko no kori onegaishimasu. Ikko. One ice cube only, I say. One.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do when I drink a scotch. Really, I mean, scotch on the rocks, really, isn't it? I mean, if you're a connoisseur of scotch drinking, you don't really. If you're gonna put some ice in it, you put put like what?
Just one.
Yeah, or not even one, just like a nail's worth. Like you sort of measure it out with your nail.
A slither in it or a shard.
Yeah, it's the size of a nail, so it's not even a full ice cube.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's just to take that slight edge off it.
Yeah, that's right. You see, so that's why I always ask for just one ice cube in mine, because I'm having Bailey's and the Cointreau mixed. You see, so the ice cube would take that edge away. But you need to consume it quickly, otherwise it starts to dissolve, starts to water down the drink. You see, so I'm very careful, very smart. I'm a connoisseur.
That's it.
I am a connoisseur, man. When I go to these places, they're always learning all the time with me. Wherever I go, that is new. When I'm a regular at a place, they know me. Like when I used to go to these, and I still go there, these Hunter Mountain ski resorts, okay? Now, we don't eat pork. So when you have the miso ramen, right? Miso ramen, that's fermented soya bean ramen, miso. Okay, beautiful taste, okay? But it comes with pork, a slice of pork. And I've always said to the people behind the counter, the chefs, I know butanashi there, no pork. But I say instead of the pork, can I have a double egg, please? Do you know what I mean? Because I'm losing an ingredient, but I want something in its replacement. So when I first asked them that, they looked at me and then they went off and had a chat. And they came back and said, "Yeah, okay." That was good, wasn't it? Because it wasn't. Yeah. I'm not being unfair. I mean, you're keeping the pork, but I'm losing out, and I don't want to lose out. as a customer. So yeah. So then I used to get 2 eggs, okay? And my son, after a few years, one day the guy just said, "Oh yeah, no pork, 2 eggs, yeah? Okay." Just like that. It took a few years for them to recognize that I'm the only black guy coming there. Don't know why it took them that long, but it took them. You know? That was when I felt accepted, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah? You know?
Fair enough.
Because
So-
they are taking stock of the customer and his preference. That means you've been accepted. Yeah, yeah.
So why is it that you...
Took a few years to do that, to get to
Yeah.
that level. Yeah.
Fair enough. Why is it that you don't eat pork? Is there a specific reason?
Oh, sorry, yeah, because it's the Islamic religion.
Oh, you're Islamic. Oh, okay, fair enough. I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know.
I was born under the Islam. Not that I'm a practicing Muslim, but I do try and follow the Ramadan, and I don't eat the pork. But I do drink the alcohol when I shouldn't. You see, so that's why I say I'm not practicing. But I avoid the pork where I can. You know.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
So if I can not have it, good, and I can have a replacement, yeah. So after a few years, they recognized me and my children, and they were telling me now. I said, yeah, sorry, sorry, oishikara ichiban. You know, so we get there early in the morning, 8 o'clock. We'll snowboard until about 12, and then go and have lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always miso ramen, except for my son. He likes shio ramen. Yeah, salty. He likes the salty one.
Yeah, the salty ramen is pretty awesome.
Shio, yeah. So my oldest son has the salty one, but in the other 3, we all have miso. That's 4 of us miso, 1 of us, and my wife has what she wants, and then we all sit down and kill it.
Yeah, that's another thing not to take for granted in Japan is the quality of the food over there. It's just like, holy shit. You can't really compare it, especially to the food here in Australia. It's just like, you can't. I mean, especially the variety, the different places you can go out to eat. I mean, there's just like an endless variety of places to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, yeah.
And even just at the supermarket, man, like not even talking about restaurants, you go to the supermarket and you see the cuts of meat that they have and all the seafood, and it's just like you just spend all day there just
Staring
buying
and looking.
different, yeah, exactly, and just like picking different things and even the section where they have all the ready-made, like, bits and pieces that you can just eat. Where you can just eat. You can even eat it as you're shopping, and
Yep, and I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. And the look they give me, some of these customers, like they're laughing. Say, oh, is she there? Yeah. Come on, take it out. I said, I can't wait till I get home. Come on,
That's
take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then end up getting an extra box because I just ate 1 box.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, I'll be there soon, hopefully. Just waiting for them to open the borders.
Oh, that's going to happen at the 25th of this month. They're going to do
Is that right?
Yeah.
What, for tourists?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was going to say something. Oh yeah, that was it. Sometimes I make shepherd's pie. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't get minced lamb. Okay. So I use minced beef. But here in Japan, they tend to do minced beef and pork together, and they mix it.
Oh, really?
I think that's wrong, man. I mean, okay, that's a dish. But I say, excuse me, can I have 4 packets of minced beef only? And then they look at me like I'm ordering something well out of order. The look I get. And I say, shepherd's pieを作りたいからでも、羊ないでしょね、羊。ないでしょ、はい。And I said, なんでだろう、なんでないの？お客様が臭い言ってますから。They said, the customer said it stinks. I said, when I asked people if they've ever tasted lamb, they say smell it. But have you ever tasted it? They said no. And I asked them why. They say it smells. I goes, how do you know it smells when you've never tasted it? I said, no, so this there. I said, yeah, you need to eat this meat. It's nice. Kusai. They've never even tasted the thing. You know what I mean? They've never tasted it, and they're calling it smelly. Bloody cheek. I said, anyway, yeah, yappari, yotsu no, gyunyu ne, 4個お願いします. Yotsu, right. So 4 packets of minced beef, please, because I'm going to do shepherd's pie, but it's going to be with beef, minced beef. Yeah. So they have to cut it away. Especially one of the guys said, you know, because if I'm going to do this again, can you let us know a day early? I said, a day early?
Holy shit!
said,
Why do you
yeah,
need so much time?
I said, if I remember, ne? Don't worry about it. I'm a customer. Been coming to your shop a long time. Yeah, thank you. Don't mess with me. I'm the only black guy. So you know, so you know you don't be messing with me. Just get on with it.
That's so good.
Oh yeah, I make my demands when I have to.
That's it.
When they remove things from the shelves and they don't stock it, or they stop stocking it, they should. Or in Britain, they put a sign up. They let you know that this is the end of this line. We're no longer going to keep stock this anymore due to what could it be? It could due to the suppliers unable to supply us. Blah blah blah. They let you know. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
In Japan, they don't do that here, and they're good at serving, but they don't do that. So there were a time when certain stuff that I used to order stopped being supplied at the store, and a month would go by, and then I thought I better ask what's going on here. And so I said, I know, but that's skinner ice cream, I know, and nande nine, I said, I know more, I know supply, I know chumon, I don't know, and they told me, well, the manager's not ordering it. Why is he not ordering it? I'm asking now. Nande. He goes, not many people are buying it. I said, yeah, but I buy it. I said, I buy it, yeah? I goes, can you get me the manager? I want to see the manager, man. Sure. I said, excuse me, when you know you're not going to order something, can you put a sign up so that the customers who actually order the stuff like me know why, yeah? And I goes, and anyway, can you order a box now? He goes, yeah, okay, we'll order the box. I'll be here tomorrow. Fucking cheek. Because it wasn't a great seller, it wasn't selling well, he stopped stocking it. So what about me then? Do you know what I mean?
That's it.
So I said to him, what about me? Yeah, order it.
It's all about the
I'm buying it.
profits.
Thank you. I don't like the other stuff. All right, yeah. And my brother was laughing because, because of the way I handled the situation. I said, yeah, look, I might be a black guy here, but at the end of the day, I'm the man with the money. Okay, and they did something wrong. They should have let the customer know why they're not stocking it, not just not stock it. Who do you think they are? They're in the business of serving the customer. They open the doors for me. All right, so thinking, get it going. Yeah, so they ordered it. My brother liked the ice cream as well, anyway. So yeah, it was our favourite.
Hell yeah.
It was called Bourbon. That was the name of the actual ice cream itself, Bourbon, and it was. You get a biscuit with an ice cream sandwich, and then attached to that is a long piece of ice cream wrapped in chocolate and a little bit of nuts on there, all wrapped in one packet. Really nice.
That sounds
really nice good. Ice cream. Yeah, really nice. It was really designed for the ladies. When you look at the way it's packaged, it was a ladies' thing, but I liked the flavour. It was nice. Yeah. So I used to have that occasionally, and they stopped bloody selling the thing. Well, hang on a second there. What's happened? 1 month? No ice cream. Joe, excuse me. What's happened to the ice cream that I normally order? It doesn't sell well, so we stopped selling over. But I want to buy it, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Yeah, so you had to find the supplier. And I actually rang them up as well to make sure that they were still producing, because I thought that they weren't producing it. So when I got home, I had to make sure, are you thinking of running this line down? He said, no. I said, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm one of those. I follow it through all the way.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, you got to, I mean, I'm not helping myself. It's not just for me, it's for the customers, I had another situation where there was some tangerines that were being grown in New Zealand. Okay, so it's a Japanese product. So just because they're being grown in New Zealand doesn't mean that the price of this product should now be sky high. Okay, so a number of years back, I was buying this stuff and I thought, it's a bit expensive, isn't it? I bought it anyway, but then one day I happened to say something at the register. I said, that's bloody expensive, that's expensive, and then the next day it dropped down like 30, 40 yen. the price was reduced. I said to her at the register, I said, it says grown in New Zealand, but it's a Japanese product. Okay, if it's New Zealand, I can understand the high price, but this is Japanese. It's been grown in New Zealand only. Why is it so expensive? I said, and then the next day the price was down. The very next day, yeah, they put the price down on it. You know.
Just all marketing. That's all.
Yeah, it was clever marketing, man. Definitely was. You know, I bought it for about a month or so, but feeling that pinch, yeah, and then I just blurted it out. You know, after a while you can't contain it, can you?
That's
You
it.
know? When you feel in your instinct, when you feel that something's not right, and you don't want to be impolite, but at the end of the day, I felt there was something wrong with that price. Something was telling me to say something. So I said, "Takaku nai desu ka? Isn't that not expensive?" And then she goes, "Do you mean? What do you mean?" I said, "Well, look, it's a product." I said, "Look, I know New Zealand there, saibai suru janai desu ka? New Zealand ne? Ai. Demo Nippon no desu ne. Sore wa Nihon no seihun desu ne. It's a Japanese product, isn't it? Yeah, right. Why are we paying New Zealand prices?" Okay, and then the next day it just dropped significantly. Good. I said, "Yapari, I was right. Of course I was right. If you don't say anything, nothing happens."
Exactly right.
Yeah. And the Japanese customer service, second to none, don't get me wrong, because, I mean, they dropped the price the next day, so proves that it works. You know, I've got no complaints with the service that I've got from the Japanese. No complaints at all.
Nah, well, they're really good at that, that's for sure.
Yeah,
100%.
I've got no complaints there.
Can't go wrong.
I've met one or two times, a few little bit negative response from certain members of staff in shops, but it doesn't put me off the country. It's nothing.
You're gonna get that. You're gonna get that anyway. Then.
Yeah, and I sorted that out anyway. He learned his lesson, or she learned her lesson. Even at the airports, when they were asking me to take my shoes, because no, I'm not taking my shoes off. No, said they no. I'm leaving Japan. You want me to take? We're going on a China Airlines, so I'm not flying on your plane. And you're a Japanese star. No, I'm not taking my shoes off. No, Moi, no. Okay, but can we pat you down? Yeah, you can pat me down, but I'm not taking my shoes off. Go ahead. Yeah, that's it. I just drew the line. I said, "Fuck you. I'm not taking the fucking shoes off." Bollocks. Okay, thank you. Right. That's it. Sometimes I said to my children, sometimes you have to say no. Otherwise, it's yes all the time. For no reason.
Don't just cop at all.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because there are a lot of people who travel and, they take all that, doing the dance, take your shoes off, take your belts off and all that, put your arms up, go through the scanner, come back again. Silly. You can't take any drinks through now. All because 9/11 was an inside job, yeah? That's what really pisses me off. All this stupid security shit, it wasn't because of terrorists. It was the American government and these stupid idiots over there who created the 9/11 and created these scenarios. The shoe bomber, the underwear bomber. Nobody's doing this. It's straight out of a Hollywood script. And now look at the shit that we've got to go through. Don't forget that. Don't forget all this stupid security at airports has come about because of 9/11 being an inside job, yeah? There was no real terrorist hijacking any planes, threatening the freedom of America. That never happened, okay? People seem to have forgotten about that whilst they're busy, they're prepared to get a vaccine passport now. More fucking shit from America and around the world. Honestly.
Yep.
I have every right to complain. Every fucking right. Fuck.
Indeed you do.
Yeah, and I do. And I do complain to them. I fucking do. I'll let them have it. Yes. Yeah, man.
That's good to hear. It's good to hear that, yeah.
Yeah, we need to do that. I mean, I've been doing that ever since 9/11 happened. I've been telling them, I don't feel any more secure. This is ridiculous. I said to them, no wonder your tourism is going down because of the stupid things you subject your tourists to, especially 99% of them are Japanese. Since when have you known Japan to terrorize America? Because they didn't do that, did they? Right. So why would you ask them to take their shoes off, take their belts off and everything else? And you know what? They've already got their shoes off whilst they're in line, the Japanese, and their belts are off. Yeah. You know, I just feel sorry for them, you know, because I don't do that. Fuck that. They're asking me to, can we look into your suitcase? I said, look, the reason why I lock it up for my security, my security, I have that right. So if you put it through the scanner and you see something that you want to have a closer look at, then I'll open it, Put it through the fucking scanner first, will you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then when I was leaving Hawaii, Honolulu, this woman, you know, we're getting on China Airlines again, but the woman said to me, we need to look inside. I goes, no, you've got the scanner, haven't you? Right. So if there's a problem, I will open it. He goes, yeah, well, we might have to break the lock. I goes, go ahead. Break a leg, go ahead. But I'm leaving it locked anyway. They didn't do anything to the suitcase. They didn't do anything. Because they knew I was bloody well right. What stupidity is this? Fucking unlocking your suitcase. What's the point of having locks? What's the point of having locks on your suitcase? If you've got to leave it open so they can access it. Isn't that silly?
Exactly.
Stupid, isn't it? How dumb do they think I am? They really do insult me. Fucking stupid cunts. And my suitcase has got magnetic locks, and then in the middle it's a combination lock. So they're definitely not getting into my one. And then my wife's suitcase is a key lock and a combination lock. And the children's similar. So then I said, no, don't leave anything unlocked. What if somebody looks in and steals your stuff? Lock everything. That's why the lock is on the suitcase. So you can lock it for your protection. No government, no airline can make you have no security, okay? So you lose. No, that's not why you're going on holiday. So lock up your stuff. Don't let them tell you stupid things like that. Not whilst I'm around anyway. Lock up everything. Fucking chick. And then one day we went to Guam, okay? And lucky, it was the time when I had a knife. I had my hunter's knife, the smallest one of the set, looking like a toy knife, and a Japanese version of an Army Swiss knife, okay? And I took them with me when I hiked Mount Fuji a few days before, okay? Now we're going to Guam on holiday. And I forgot that my knives were in my rucksack. So they put my rucksack in twice through the scanner, and they said, can we have a look inside? I go, yeah, go ahead. I'm forgetting that the knives are in there. Then they pulled them out. Because why have you got these? I said, oh, this is when I went climbing Mount Fuji 2 days ago. Sorry, I forgot they were in there. He said, but you're not allowed to have them on the plane. I said, yeah, I know that. I'm not the terrorist, 9/11 was an inside job. It wasn't me, Okay, so I know, Okay, guess what they're going to do? They were going to throw them away. I said, hang on a second. Who do you think has money to throw away in the bin? Not my stuff. Okay, now they're calling our flight to come on and get on board and boarding time. So my wife had to go. I couldn't go. So my wife and the kids went. Okay, so now I'm arguing with the police and the staff and everything else. I said, look, you're not going to throw away the knives. So I don't care if I don't even go on the plane or the holiday, but my knives you're not throwing away. So what did they do? They said, okay. We're going to put it in a box and we're going to put it as check-in luggage. Okay, do that then. Fine. I don't mind. But I'm not the terrorist, okay? As I said. Okay, there you go. All right. So then I got on the plane. They said, there won't be any food on the plane. I goes, Daijobu, sanjikan dakara, no problem. It's only 3 hours, no problem. It's a 3-hour flight. I think I can manage. Okay. And then as I'm getting on the plane, the last checkup, they had all these latex gloves on. Okay, and then they have these special kind of tissue that can pick up bomb residue. Do you know the type I mean? They're like little circle tissues, and they're wiping everything that I've got, checking for bomb residue now. Okay? That took a little longer than it would do normally when they're checking my stuff. Then they put it all back in, okay. And ever since that time, I've been on the SSSS on my airplane ticket. That lasted about maybe 6 or 7 years. During that time of traveling, I came up under special scrutiny. that had to check me specially.
Yeah, right.
So I'd be in another queue, be singled out, and then taking all my stuff out, and they're doing the same thing, checking for bombs. Silly, isn't it?
Yeah, I always seem to get, picked out, although they say it's at random, but whenever I used to travel, they always used to pull me aside and do the explosives test on all my shit. And I'm just like, what? Do I look like a something?
What the fuck?
Are you profiling me? Or like, but I just meant like it was like every single time without fail.
Yeah,
Just like
me
fuck
too.
off.
Me too. Every time I was getting it. They just walk up to me and goes, can you come here, please, with your stuff? Oh, I said to my children, here we go again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no doubt that they profile you based on what you look like. I mean, that's
Yeah, and that incident with the 2 knives, I think that's what's started
well,
that
yeah.
off. But
If that sort of flagged your passport in any way, then yeah, 100%.
yeah, that's what happened. I think it was because of the mistake I made with leaving the knives in my rucksack rather than into my suitcase. But anyway, we get to Guam now, okay, and even though I went on a different flight, right in front of me is my family lining up. So it was like we all went on the same plane because I joined them and they were right there waiting to go through customs. So now we've gone through customs and now we're going to go and get our luggage. And lucky for me, I saw this woman walking away with a suitcase that looked like my wife's, okay? So we're looking through now, and it hadn't come through. But the woman was still there. So I had to quickly run up to her because, excuse me, I think you have my wife's suitcase here. Can you come back a minute? I said, yeah, and I checked her because, yeah, that's my wife's suitcase. Luckily, this woman was walking away with our suitcase.
No way.
Yeah. We were lucky, man. I was lucky to see that. Lucky that I saw her walking off at that time. Had I come up there 2 minutes or 3 minutes later, I probably wouldn't have noticed and she would have gone with my wife's luggage. So who knows what would have happened there? We couldn't find our suitcase. And I said, I think it's that. Wait a minute. Excuse me, I think you made a mistake. Check the label. Yeah, my wife's name. That's my wife's. Come this way, please. Right, this is my wife's suitcase. I think that's yours. It looked similar, but it wasn't the same. Silly cow. I need to check